You are already done learning it? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up, thinking that he might have heard wrongly. You have only grabbed the jade token and nothing else. Heck, you didn't even infuse your Xianxia into it to browse through its contents, and yet you are telling me that you are already done learning it? Furthermore, the severing yang finger is complex and hard to grasp. Even when I came into contact with it the first time, it took an entire hour before I was able to finish reading through the manual and comprehend it. Yet, right after grabbing hold of the jade token, you are telling me that you have already mastered it? Surely you jest. Since it's your battle technique, you can lower your cultivation and try it out, Xianxia said with a smile. You should be able to tell whether I am lying or not once we trade blows. Very well then. Seeing how confident the young man before him was, seemingly not fearing his identity or strength at all, Xianxia nodded. The young man was right. The best way to test a cultivator's mastery of his battle technique was to trade blows with him. If the young man was able to execute it fluidly in the midst of battle, that would mean that he had truly mastered the technique. Boom! Xianxia took in a deep breath, and the next moment, his cultivation plummeted to the same level as Xianxia, dimension-sundering realm primary stage. I'm going to make my move now. Xianxia raised his forefinger and middle finger, gathering a rotating surge of energy at the tip of his fingers. In an instant, the surge of energy had already gathered together in a cataclysmic storm. Devastating might roared furiously from the midst of the storm, on the verge of tearing the surrounding space into shreds. Simply replying with a nod, Xianxia raised his finger casually and lightly tapped the space in front of him. His finger did not wield the power of the storm, unlike Xianxia's, and his movements were slow as if an old ox plowing the fields. Xianxia was intending to say that he had executed the finger art incorrectly, but when he saw the tip of the finger pointed at him, his eyes narrowed in alarm. In that moment, he could not even spare a shred of his attention toward speaking anymore. He swiftly focused the crippling energy that he had gathered together and shot it forward to defend against Xianxia's finger art. Boom! As the two fingers collided, the storm that had gathered abruptly vanished without a trace, following which Xianxia felt an enormous force striking him head-on, forcing him to retreat uncontrollably. He swiftly released the seal on his cultivation, and only when he had recovered up to dimension-sundering realm pinnacle did he finally regain his balance. Suppressing the turbulence in his Xianxia, Xianxia was utterly shocked by what had just happened. At first glance, the finger art that the young man had executed bore no resemblance to the severing yang finger at all. However, the moment that the finger art struck him, it had suddenly made the full transformation into the severing yang finger. While he had altered the execution of the severing yang finger, the might of the finger art did not weaken in the least. On the contrary, it had grown almost 2 times stronger. Furthermore, the intent of the finger art was on point as well. He could feel the force of the finger consuming his entire body, nearly severing the Xianxia in his body into half. This was a level of power that even he did not possess despite having mastered the severing yang finger. Are you injured? Xianxia asked sheepishly. I'm fine, Xianxia replied. Unable to hold himself back anymore, he asked, You didn't just master the severing yang finger. You have even improved it as well, right? Through the previous clash, it was apparent that the young man had not only mastered the severing yang finger but even managed to improve it. How in the world did he do it? To do all of that within just a few minutes. Even when he was seeing it with his own eyes, he still felt as if he was dreaming. Was it really possible for someone to be so formidable in the world? In the first place, to design a battle technique solely for the sake of killing isn't optimal. The purpose of battle techniques is to allow a cultivator to better utilize their Xianxia, exerting force that would have otherwise been impossible, Xianxia explained. The severing yang finger is too domineering, placing it at disharmony with the world. Thus, I altered it a little so as to place the focus on severing the enemy's Xianxia instead. This way, not only will it not result in unnecessary bloodshed, it will also be able to let the opponent realize that they are outmatched. The severing yang finger was indeed a formidable technique, but it was simply too demanding on a cultivator's Xianxia, spirit, mind, and will. If the attack missed, the cultivator could end up creating an opening for the enemy to strike. But after compiling the severing yang finger with many other finger art manuals, Xianxia had managed to resolve the flaw. It's true that severing the opponent's zhenqi is a less violent way of subduing one's opponent and can avoid unnecessary bloodshed. But what if the enemy that you are facing is an otherworldly demon? Your act of mercy will not necessarily be reciprocated. Often, just the slightest difference in intent could bring one the greatest of calamities. Xianxia said, while killing arts were at disharmony with the world, there was still a reason for their existence. One would not use it when fighting against fellow master teachers, but when facing the otherworldly demons, the slightest mercy could end up creating an opening for the other party to exploit, placing oneself and one's allies in danger. Such cases were simply too common. Back then, when he entered the subterranean gallery for the first time with his teacher, out of a moment of compassion for the enemy, he had given the enemy an opportunity to launch a counterattack. Eventually, his teacher had ended up being severely injured while trying to save him, nearly losing his life. He had spent a very long time regretting his indecisiveness back then. That incident had taught him a lesson that he would never forget. It was fine to have mercy when fighting a friend, but against one's enemies, one had to cast aside one's morals and be as ignoble as possible. Otherwise, the ones who would pay the price would not be the enemy. Indeed, you can't afford to go easy against the otherworldly demons. Xianxia nodded. If you agree with my point of view, why did you still diminish the destructive might of the severing yang finger? Xianxia asked in bewilderment. If the young man understood his logic, it seemed counterintuitive for him to still choose to alter the battle technique into such a form. To be honest with you, I only used 30% of my strength in the fight earlier so that I could exert and retract my strength freely. If I used my full strength, the might it commands is still not too bad. Xianxia replied with a smile. 30%? Xianxia staggered on the spot, and he thought that his mind would blow up. You said that you only used 30% of your strength? Using just 30% of his strength, the young man had actually managed to push him back and force him to raise his cultivation to dimension-sundering realm pinnacle before he was able to steady himself once more. Was the young man really serious about this? Indeed, a full might attack would be something like this. Xianxia nodded as he raised his finger once more. This time, the young man's movement was even slower, but for an instant, Xianxia felt as if the entire world had collapsed on him. A feeling of despair swiftly crept its way into his mind, leaving him feeling as if he would be completely helpless no matter how he struggled. Kacha! Kacha! Not daring to hesitate in the least, Xianxia quickly released the seal on his cultivation, and in an instant, his cultivation rose back up to St. Nindan Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm. Following which, he thrust his finger forth to face Xianxia's attack. Pong! The young man's strength surged toward him like a relentless tide, threatening to disintegrate his meridians and render him completely helpless. Once again, Xianxia was forced to retreat more than 12 steps back. His zhenqi was jolted into turbulence under the impact, and he had to take deep breaths in order to calm himself down. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, marked with utter disbelief. As one of the strongest experts in the world, even if he had suppressed his cultivation, the young man should not have been able to be a match for him. Yet, the young man actually overpowered him using his move after learning it for just a couple minutes. That was too frightening. Were there really geniuses in the world who could grasp anything upon sight and even alter it stronger in just moments? The strength isn't too bad, right? Xianxia asked with a smile. Yes. Calming down the turmoil he was undergoing inside, Xianxia exhaled deeply. With glowing eyes, he asked, "Since you don't have any teacher at the moment, will you consider taking me as your teacher?" The fact that the young man had claimed to be his teacher showed that the young man did have an interest in his lineage. He had still been able to remain calm about it in the past, but after witnessing the young man's unbelievable talent, his heart as a teacher immediately lit up into a passionate inferno. He could not even begin to imagine just how far the young man could go under his guidance. "You want me to accept me as your student?" "Indeed. As long as you agree to be my student, the master teacher arrest warrant, the Zhang clan, and the Glacier Plain Court. I can help you resolve them all, Xianxia said with a smile. In the first place, even though the Zhang clan and the Glacier Plain Court had been humiliated by the matter, they had not lost any of their men due to that. Furthermore, Zhang Xian was the head of the Sanctum of Sages, so the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters would be lenient on him, especially considering the current circumstances. Thus, as long as he spoke up on Zhang Xian's behalf, in deference to his standing and power, this seemingly unresolvable issue could be resolved rather easily. At the very most, he would just have to bring Zhang Xian around to make more contributions so as to strike off whatever misdeeds he had done in the past. As a Grand Elder of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, he believed in his appeal to others. As long as he proclaimed his interest in taking in a student, countless Master's teachers would immediately rush over to him. Considering how he had even made a direct offer to Zhang Xian, he believed that the latter would not turn him down. Just as he thought that the young man would delightfully kneel down and acknowledge him as his teacher, the young man shook his head instead and said, "Xianxia, thank you for your high opinion of me, but I don't have any intention of acknowledging a teacher just yet." Having undergone 5 celestial master-teacher acknowledgement, his eyes were already set on higher grounds. Even if Xianxia offered to take him in as his disciple again, he might not necessarily agree to it, let alone Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before his eyes slowly widened in astonishment. You do have a strong foundation, possessing unique insights into battle techniques and cultivation. Under normal circumstances, it's true that you wouldn't need a teacher. After all, you have already found your own way of cultivation, and it would be meaningless for you to forcefully adopt another person's lineage. That being said, the Master-Teacher Pavilion still heavily emphasizes the idea of lineage. With a good teacher, your standing in the Master-Teacher Pavilion could be increased significantly, thus bringing you greater convenience in whatever you intend to do in the future. Furthermore, beyond St. Nine Dan, there won't be any predecessors whose path you can emulate. Without a teacher to guide you along, there's a high chance that you might accidentally head down the wrong path, and that could pose to be deadly. There won't be any predecessors whose path I can emulate? Zhang Xian turned to look at Xianxia with a doubtful look in his eyes. As he had not raised his cultivation or master-teacher rank to the corresponding level yet, he had not been able to acquire any news regarding the affairs of 9-star master-teachers. As such, he was completely oblivious to what lay beyond St. Nine Dan and how such a level of cultivation could be achieved. Becoming a 9-star master-teacher isn't just about one's cultivation or soul depth. More than that, one must find their own philosophy of education and achieve a certain level of accomplishment in the field of teaching. Take Xianxia, for example. The philosophies that he left behind include teaching without discrimination, individualized impartation of knowledge, cultivating a passion toward learning, wholesome education, and so on. The beliefs that he left behind have lasted through the ages, inspiring generation after generation of teachers. Not only so, one of the core requirements to becoming a 9-star master teacher is to achieve a breakthrough beyond St. Nine Dan. But it is no easy feat to do so at all. Even I had to tread carefully as if walking on thin ice, fearing that the slightest mistake would lead to my downfall. It's during times like this that the guidance of a teacher plays a crucial role. If you simply rely on fumbling your way through, it'll be difficult for you to get far, Xianxia said with a shake of his head. Cultivation is a struggle against the heavens, so it's bound to be fraught with difficulties. However, knowing that Xianxia bore good intentions at heart, Zhang Xian pondered deeply for a moment, seemingly deciding on an important decision. A moment later, he exhaled deeply before walking up to Xianxia and saying, "Xianxia, please take a look at this." After which, Zhang Xian tapped his finger forward, and a surge of heaven's path Xinqi slowly gathered at the tip of his finger. At the same time, a unique aura was slowly being released from his body, pushing toward the elder. Xianxia was initially a little perplexed over what Zhang Xian was going to do, but upon sensing the aura that the young man emanating, he hurriedly retreated 2 steps as his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. His finger trembled non-stop as a furious tempest broke out in his heart. "Why you are?" Zhang Xian nodded silently. But No wonder. Xianxia took a deep breath before conducting a solemn, proper bow toward Xianxia. He felt light on his feet, almost as if he was floating on cloud. The situation was simply too unbelievable to him. It was no wonder the other party was unwilling to be his student. It turned out that he was a celestial master teacher. Having the acknowledgement of the world, it would be no exaggeration to say that he was the disciple of the very world itself. In terms of standing, the young man before him could be said to be on par with even Kong Shi. Putting him aside, even if Kong Shi was reincarnated, he might still be unqualified to take the young man before him in as his student. Seeing that Xianxia understood what was going on, Xianxia clasped his fist and explained, "You should also understand how astounding my identity is. I know that revealing my identity could help me out of the quandary I am currently in, but it would surely draw the frenzied aggression of the otherworldly demonic tribe. I think it would be utterly foolish to place my life in the hands of another, so until I am powerful enough to protect myself, I don't intend to reveal my true identity. It's also for that reason that I claimed to be your student and used it as a cover to rationalize my accomplishments. I hope for your understanding for using your name without your consent." Back then, when he first impersonated Xianxia, he had been unaware of the other party's existence. Perhaps this was the path that destiny was veering him toward. Since things had already worked out this way, he might as well just play along with it. This way, he would also be able to justify why he had chosen to impersonate Xianxia in the first place. It's my honor." Xianxia nodded with a dazed look on his face, having yet to recover from the shocking revelation. It was his utmost fortune to have the celestial master teacher claiming to be his disciple. He would have never dared imagine such a thing happening otherwise. I guess that's to be expected. Who else other than the celestial master teacher could wield such tremendous abilities? It took Xianxia a long moment of rumination before he was able to regain himself. It was no wonder the young man had been able to pull off so many inconceivable feats, such as commanding the lightning tribulation. In his lifetime, Xianxia had seen plenty of geniuses, but none of them could match up to even a tenth of Xianxian's capabilities. His direct disciple, Fengzi, was one such example. In the eyes of others, he was a hard-to-come-by genius who possessed unparalleled talent, and he could very well join the upper echelons of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters in the future. However, when compared to the young man before him, the difference between the two of them was so great that he could not bear to look at his direct disciple anymore. They were simply on two entirely different levels. Xianxia, the implications concerning a celestial master teacher are too great, so I ask of you to keep this matter a secret, said Xianxia as he clasped his fist. Don't worry, I won't speak of this matter to another soul, Xianxia replied with a nod. The term celestial master teacher had come to take on too great a significance throughout the entire world. If it became known that Xianxia was the celestial master teacher, it would raise a huge commotion, such that even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would be rattled at its core. At the same time, the otherworldly demonic tribe would also launch an all-out assault against mankind, not caring about the damage that they would sustain as a result of their actions, just so that they could prevent another Kong Shi from rising among the humans. This would place mankind in grave danger, and the situation could very well run out of control. You have my gratitude. Xianxia clasped his fist. Even though this was the first time that he had met Xianxia, for some inexplicable reason, he felt that the latter was someone whom he could trust and rely on, which was also the reason he had chosen to reveal his identity to Xianxia in the first place. The greater the number of people who knew of his identity, the higher the risk that the news would leak out. As such, he could not afford to have the entire Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters learning of his identity as a celestial master teacher. But at the same time, he also understood the unfavorable situation that he was in. If he could just bring Xianxia over to his side and have the latter mediate on his behalf, this matter could very well be resolved peacefully without him having to expose his identity to too many people. There's no need to stand on ceremony. This is part of my duty as a master teacher. At this point, Xianxia turned a serious gaze to Xianxia as he continued speaking. You are a celestial master teacher, and I understand that I don't have the qualifications to take you in as my student. However, without exposing that you are the celestial master teacher or having you come under any lineages, I'm afraid that it'll still be hard for me to convince the master teacher pavilion to get off your back. Hard. Xianxia frowned. He knew that the person standing right before him was the first grand elder of the master teacher pavilion. Surely, with the other party's esteemed standing, he would be able to resolve this matter easily. Why would it be hard for him? You have had quite a few clashes with the Master Teacher Pavilion, so I believe that you should be able to tell that the current Master Teacher Pavilion is no longer what it used to be, Xianxia said with a deep sigh of resignation. Xianxia blinked, not expecting to hear such words from Xianxia. The purpose behind the founding of the Master Teacher Pavilion was to empower mankind and grant it the strength required to fend off any external threats. Anything aside from its primary purpose, master teachers would strive not to get involved with or even pay attention to at all. After Kong Shi's passing, most of the predecessors continued to embrace such a tradition. Alas, all men have ambitions and desires. The allure of power corrupts them so. Woefulness rippled in Xianxia's eyes as he shook his head bitterly, seemingly lamenting the vicissitudes of life. The effects of power appear benign in the short run, but those who have enjoyed it for far too long fear having it stripped from their hands, and they will do anything to preserve their grip on power. Such is the case with the current Master Teacher Pavilion. They feel that the scars on their bodies and the blood that they have shed make them the rightful leaders of the Master Teacher continent, and there's no human and no power who is worthy of refuting their contribution to the world. They feel that the Master Teacher Pavilion deserves the very prestige that it's accorded, and anyone who shows them any disrespect is contemptible. It's a true pity that they have already lost sight of the very people who granted them their power in the first place. Without humans, who would care about whatever sacrifices the master teachers have made? I simply couldn't stand such snobbishness. So, I chose to spend my days roaming outside, rarely returning to the master teacher pavilion headquarters. This? Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he slowly shook his head. He had encountered many different master teachers on his journey. He had met master teachers who addressed others humbly and amiably regardless of their ranking, as well as those who worked hard to ensure that their students matured to become upstanding and capable individuals in the future. At the same time, there were also master teachers who were self-important and abused their power for their own satisfaction, making them no different from tyrants. The Master Teacher Pavilion was built with good intentions at heart, but as time passed, its primary purpose had inevitably dulled. Power placed one in a lofty position and would corrupt one's heart. Not even master teachers were infallible to that. The arrest warrant that the Master Teacher Pavilion has placed on you is one such example. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. I have checked your records, and on top of your outstanding talent, you have also made commendable contributions to mankind. Under normal circumstances, the stand that the Master Teacher Pavilion would take should be reconciliatory, working to mediate in the conflict between you and the other powers. However, your ability to control the lightning tribulation is simply too attractive for them to miss out on. To make matters worse, the fact that you don't have a lineage means that they can force you to spit out your secret arts without fearing retribution from those in your lineage. With so many people desiring to obtain your secret arts, it's no wonder they have chosen such an extreme approach this time around. Currently, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters is split into several factions, each of them keeping their secret arts and skills under wraps, aiming to outdo the other factions instead of striving for collective growth. Long gone are the days when master teachers are truly open with one another, sharing their insights and knowledge unreservedly with one another. As long as a faction obtains your secret arts, they will be able to surpass the other factions and suppress them, thus gaining dominant power in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Kong Shi left the Master Teacher Pavilion behind in order to strengthen mankind, but ultimately, even his teachings aren't able to overcome the fundamental nature of humans. Damn! Indeed, Xianxia sighed. No matter how good a system Kong Shi put in place, the humans who manage the system are ultimately still fallible. In the early years of the Master Teacher Pavilion, master teachers had sought not power or recognition. They had believed that their responsibility lay in the betterment of mankind, and they had never hesitated to share their knowledge with others, so as to achieve that goal. But tens of thousands of years had passed since, and mankind had progressed to a stage of stability and prosperity. There was no longer any urgent threat for mankind to unite against, so they had turned their sights inward and begun fighting for power instead, forgetting their initial purpose. Sometimes, even the character of the most pinnacle master teacher might not compare with the lowest one-star master teacher. At the very least, the lowest one-star master teachers had not been corrupted by power and authority yet. For the past tens of thousands of years, there has been a pre-established cap on how high one's cultivation can go, so most people lose their motivation to continue cultivating once they reach that perceived cap. Thus, they sought new ways to allow them to live grander and more pompously instead. Xianxia heaved yet another dejected sigh. The problem with the master-teacher pavilion was an intrinsic issue, and the corruption had already permeated right into the core of the organization. It was not something that he alone could resolve. Much of the master-teacher pavilion's virtue has eroded over the past tens of thousands of years, but even though the master teachers nowadays have already forgotten the lofty ideals that they once embraced, they remain unrelenting in dealing with the otherworldly demons and protecting mankind. Xianxia noted with a nod. Perhaps it was in view of this that the preceding deputy pavilion masters thought little of the ailments that the master-teacher pavilion is suffering from. While power had caused the nature of the master-teacher pavilion to change, as long as they remained united when dealing with the otherworldly demonic tribe, it would show that the master teachers had not truly cast away their values and purpose yet. Ever since Xianxia left us so, Great Sage has been the highest realm that any cultivator could reach. No one has been able to overcome the final hurdle to reach the level of the ancient sages. However, your very emergence signifies a change in the eras. As a celestial master teacher, I believe that you'll be able to lead mankind through its current threats and usher in another era of prosperity. Xianxia exclaimed excitedly. The preceding generations of deputy pavilion masters had been lacking in legitimacy and prestige, so they had not been able to garner the support of everyone in the master-teacher pavilion. However, things would be different for the celestial master-teacher. Great Sage? Xianxia asked with a frown. Above St. Nine Dan lies the realm of Great Sage, but unlike the Saint realm, Great Sage only consists of 4 dawn. Beyond Great Sage lies Ancient Sage, which is also the level that Qiuwu, Boshang, and the other disciples of Xianxia reached. However, in the dozens of millenniums since the passing of Xianxia, no one has been able to achieve a breakthrough to that level. Xianxia replied. This? Xianxia's heart jolted in astonishment. All along, he had thought that Ancient Sage was just a manner of addressing the predecessors in the ancient era, but who could have thought that it would actually be the name of a whole cultivation realm? What realm did Xianxia reach? Xianxia could not help but ask out of curiosity. Since his subordinates and disciples had all reached the level of Ancient Sage, as the #1 expert of all mankind and the founder of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, just how powerful could he have been? Xianxia reached an unfathomable level, far beyond our means to speculate, Xianxia said as he gazed into the distance deeply. At his peak, Xianxia had reached a level that no man had ever reached. No one could tell how powerful he was, or taking a step back, even if someone knew how powerful he was, it was not something that young juniors like them were qualified to look into. After all that has been said and done, I believe that you should have gained some understanding of the current Master-Teacher Pavilion. If we don't expose your identity as a celestial master teacher, you will need another identity to increase your standing so that others won't doubt you so. Otherwise, your feat of rising through the ranks within the span of a single year and successfully crashing 2 different master-teacher pavilions will be simply too eye-catching. Together with the huge uproar this time around, I fear that it will be hard to resolve this matter peacefully, Xianxia said. This? Xianxia fell silent. There was some truth in what Xianxia had said. If the majority of the master teachers in the master-teacher pavilion headquarters wanted to lay their hands on Xianxia, even with Xianxia's influence as the first Grand Elder, it would still be difficult for him to overthrow a verdict that had the approval of the majority. No matter how much prestige Xianxia wielded in the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, the one who was truly in power and had the right to make the final call was still the Deputy Pavilion Master. Unless Xianxia had a sufficiently high standing that could induce the deference of those 9-star Master Teachers, it would be difficult for Xianxia to gather sufficient momentum to stop the arrest warrant. I don't have the right to accept you as my student, but I could take you into my lineage in the stead of my teacher. This way, you could assume the identity of my senior in front of others. My teacher has already passed on, so even if others question your identity, as long as I insist on it, there will be nothing that they can say. Of course, this is just an empty title to uphold in front of others. After all, even my teacher has no right to take you in as his student. Xianxia revealed his thoughts. So, I'd become your senior? Hearing those words, Xianxia scratched his head in embarrassment. But would you really be fine being my junior? Celestial Master Teachers are individuals who can stand on equal grounds as Kong Shi. If not for fear that it would be too shocking to others, I would have liked to acknowledge you as my teacher. Having you as my senior can already a huge honor in itself, Xianxia hurriedly said. As the first Grand Elder, there were very few who could match his standing on the Master-Teacher continent. However, compared to the Celestial Master-Teacher, even his standing paled too much in comparison. To act as Xianxia's junior and address him as his senior could already be considered insubordination, and it left him feeling a little jittery inside. After a moment of contemplation, knowing that there was no other way around it, Xianxia very reluctantly nodded and said, I understand. Let's go with that then, Junior Xianxia. Senior Zhang. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It sure was a bizarre turn of events. He had been intending to take the other party as his student, but it had eventually ended up with him finding himself a senior instead. Nevertheless, he was still delighted by the outcome. With the emergence of the Celestial Master Teacher, the disjointed Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would finally come to be united as one. Mankind would grow stronger and stronger, and there would be no need to fear the crises that lay ahead of them anymore. Xianxia suddenly recalled the other matter he had at hand. So he asked, Junior, I heard that you once helped a person reconstruct their meridians. May I know if that's true? Previously, the guild leader had said that Xianxia had once successfully helped a cultivator replace their meridians. Since the person in question was standing right in front of him, it was a good opportunity to inquire about the matter. There was indeed such a matter. Xianxia nodded in response. The reconstruction of meridians is a very complicated process, involving the blood reincarnation of the ancient sages. I had to browse through many ancient manuals before I was able to a feasible method, Xianxia said. Blood reincarnation? Xianxia asked. Noting Xianxia's confusion at the term, Xianxia explained. After making the breakthrough to ancient sage, one will be able to achieve blood reincarnation. In other words, as long as the cultivator retains a single droplet of their blood, there would be a way for them to come back to life. This, Xianxia's heart jolted in astonishment. Vicious had reached the level of blood reincarnation as well. Because of that, he had been able to come back to life despite having his body shredded into innumerable pieces. That being said, it was important to note that there was still a fundamental difference in the lifespan of humans and otherworldly demons. The otherworldly demonic tribe was blessed with inherent longevity, so an ancient sage human cultivator would not even come close to living as long as an ancient sage otherworldly demon. As such, even if traces of ancient sage human cultivators were found, it would be impossible to revive them anymore. Nevertheless, if ancient sages were able to revive from mere droplets of blood, surely reconstructing meridians would be a piece of cake for them. The meridians of my student over here, Xiaoya, have collapsed completely. I wish to restore her meridians so that she can continue cultivating. Do you have any way that I can possibly do so? Xianxia asked. Her meridians have collapsed completely? Astonished, Xianxia quickly turned his gaze upon the young lady. He did not think that the young lady with a healthy glow on her face would be afflicted with such a severe condition. A moment later, he nodded grimly and said, Her meridians have indeed collapsed entirely. I fear that it'll be extremely difficult for her to recover to her former state. Extremely difficult? Xianxia frowned. Indeed. The person whom I helped reconstruct his meridians had sustained some tears in his meridians as a result of old age. So all I had to do back then was connect them together. On the other hand, Xiaoya's meridians have collapsed entirely, leaving nary a trace at all. That means that you will have to reconstruct her meridians from scratch, and I fear that she won't be able to take the strain that will be placed on her during the reconstruction process given her current weakened state. Xianxia shook his head. If we use my method on her, the chances of success will be exceedingly slim. What's the method that you use to reconstruct meridians? Xianxia asked. I want to see if I can come up with an alternative method that will be feasible on her. While Xianxia felt that the chances of success were slim, the same might not necessarily apply for Xianxia. Possessing the Library of Heaven's Path, he would be able to resolve any flaws in Xianxia's meridian reconstruction technique and uncover the most feasible and correct method to do so. That should increase the chances of success considerably. The theory behind my meridian reconstruction technique is rather simple. I extracted the meridians from high-tier saint beasts and used a unique method to connect them with the meridians of the patient's body. As the meridians of most saint beasts are similar in terms of flexibility to those of humans, while it might not be as easy to use, it should still suffice. Xianxia said. You used the meridians of high-tier saint beasts? Xianxia frowned. In a sense, this was similar to the act of organ transplant from his previous life. Saint beasts also differ in their constitutions as well, so their meridians should be different from one another. Xianxia pondered for a moment before raising a doubt. I don't think that it would be viable to use the meridians from any saint beasts, right? Just like how it was possible for a body to reject a transplanted organ, the same problem should apply to meridian transplants. Of course, the saint beast selected should possess a similar constitution to the patient. Your student possesses the pure in body, but saint beasts of the pure in attribute are nearly non-existent. That's also the reason I said that it would extremely difficult or perhaps even impossible. Xianxia shook his head. Xianxia fell silent. It would be difficult to find even a human with pure in body, let alone a saint beast. This was indeed not a viable solution. Hearing the conversation of the duo, Xiaoya interjected for the very first time with a smile. Teacher, I'm fine with this. If I can't recover from my condition, I have no qualms with living as an ordinary human for the rest of my life. She had seen how far her teacher had gone for her. If it still did not work out despite that, perhaps this was just the path that fate had chosen for her. There was no need to force the impossible. Rest assured, since I have said that I'll cure you, I will definitely pull it off, Xianxia said with a confident wave of his hand before turning his gaze back to Xianxia. Other than this, are there any other feasible solutions? Xianxia paused for a moment before saying, It's indeed not too easy to find beasts of the pure in attribute. Alternatively, it might be possible to replace her meridians using plants. Plants. That's right. Plants are more adaptable to their surroundings, especially those of neutral attributes, thus making them suitable to be molded into meridians. Unfortunately, most plants have a cap to their strength, and that means that the future accomplishments of the cultivator will be limited as well, Xianxia explained. Even the formidable millennium-old herbs could not come close to comparing with the vitality of saint beasts. While they could be used to reconstruct one's meridians, that could only be considered a mediocre solution, used only when there were no other alternatives available. This was because the limits of the plants would spell the limits of the cultivator, thus preventing the cultivator from reaching greater heights. You're right. Unless the plant is extremely high tier, it won't work out well. However, it's no easy feat to find such plants. Just as Xianxia was in a state of loss, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, and he slapped his forehead in realization. The vine of the Dongshu gourd. The vine of the Dongshu gourd was an artifact that could absorb even the violent energy of a lightning tribulation. On top of that, it harnessed the power of space such that, in terms of prowess, it would not pale in comparison to a Saint 8 Dan cultivator. There was no doubt that it would serve as a much better meridian compared to a Saint Beast's. After all, not even Saint Beasts would dare devour lightning. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and the vine immediately appeared in his hand. He hurriedly brought it toward Xianxia and asked, Junior, can you have a look to see if this will do? Xianxia quickly turned his gaze over, and it took only a few seconds for his face to warp with shock. What is this plant? Astonishingly, he could not tell what it was even with his eye of discernment. It's the vine of a dongshu gourd, Xianxia explained. Dongshu gourd. Xianxia pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, that's not right. I have seen a dongshu gourd before, and its vine isn't like that. The one that you have should have been nourished by a spirit vein for at least several dozen millenniums, and on top of that, it seems to harness the power of space and lightning. This? Xianxia blinked before explaining. The anomaly might be due to this vine absorbing plenty of lightning energy. No, that isn't it. As powerful as the dongshu gourd is, it still flees as far as it can in the face of lightning. After all, that's retribution from the heavens. It shouldn't be possible for it to absorb any lightning energy. Xianxia refuted Xianxia's words. Let's just put that aside for the moment. Is this vine suitable for replacing my students' meridians? Xianxia asked. The dongshu gourd that he had was left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. It had slipped right into his dantian shortly after its appearance, refusing to leave no matter what Xianxia did. From such a perspective, there was indeed something rather bizarre about it. However, this was not the time to look into it. At this point, Xianxia was only interested in knowing if he could use the vine to reconstruct Zhao Ye's meridians and cure her. Considering that it harnesses the power of space and lightning, it's indeed the ideal artifact to use to replace one's meridians. Xianxia examined the vine closely, and his eyes lit up in agitation. If Zhao Ye's meridians are reconstructed using this vine, her cultivation will surely be brought to new heights. In the future, she might even be able to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage. The vine in front of him harnessed incredible energy and properties, such that even he had some trouble trying to discern it. If it was used to reconstruct Zhao Ye's meridians, she would surely be able to drive her Xianxia much easier and more efficiently. Not only so, her Xianxia capacity would also be enhanced to an unbelievable level. That's great. Hearing that it was a viable option to use as Zhao Ye's meridians, and it would benefit her cultivation as well, Xianxia could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Let me take a look at your meridian reconstruction technique, Xianxia requested. Here you go. Xianxia flicked his wrist and passed a jade token over. Placing his finger lightly on the jade token, the content within it swiftly surfaced in his head. The next moment, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The method used by the other party was indeed able to reconstruct a cultivator's meridians, but there was a fatal flaw in it. It was too violent. Regardless of whether the reconstruction process was a success or not, it would place a great strain on the cultivator's body. In a sense, this was also similar to the organ transplant process in his previous life. Even if the organ transplanted was a match, the process was still highly dangerous and taxing on the patient. Furthermore, meridians were pathways linking the various parts of the body together. Just a single mistake in the meridian pathway could lead to unimaginable outcomes. Junior, do you have any books regarding meridian reconstruction with you? Xianxia asked. I need as many of them as possible. After reading through the book that Xianxia had passed to him, Xianxia could tell that given the current limits of his knowledge, it would be difficult for him to find a feasible method to resolve the flaw in the short run. Given that Xianxia had researched the topic for quite some time, even maintaining correspondence with the head of the Blacksmith Guild headquarters in order to trade insights regarding the issue, he likely had plenty of resources regarding this topic. I do have quite a few books on it. Back then, I used my influence in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters to gather everything on the topic that I could find for several years. However, it turns out that most of them are just thoughtless blabber. Beautiful in theory, but infeasible in practice. Xianxia shook his head as he flicked his wrist, and a huge pile of ancient books materialized before him. Back then, in order to reconnect his close friend's meridians, he had spent quite a lot of time browsing through all of the books that he could lay his hands on regarding the topic. To date, he had accumulated around 9,000 of them, but it was a pity that most of them were not of much use. It's fine. I'll just take a quick look and get whatever's useful from them, Xianxia said as he swept his eyes across the huge pile of books. The next moment, all of them materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Compile. Xianxia willed as he merged the 9,000 or so books together with the Meridian Reconstruction Technique manual that Xianxia had made previously. Soon, a brand new Meridian Reconstruction Technique manual was formed. Xianxia anxiously flipped it open to take a look, only to shake his head in disappointment once more. The compiled Meridian Reconstruction Technique was much simpler than the one that Xianxia had come up with, but there were still plenty of flaws in it. The Meridian Reconstruction process was still fraught with danger, and the slightest mistake could spell Xiaoya's death. The main issue is that Xiaoya is too weak after losing her cultivation entirely. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in distress. The meridian network of a human was simply too complicated. Had Xiaoya's cultivation not dissipated, he could still have given it a try. However, after what had happened, she was already no different from an ordinary mortal, and in contrast to that, the vine of the Dongshu gourd was simply too strong. If some mishap occurred in the reconstruction phase, the devastating power harnessed in the vine would terminate her life in a heartbeat. To put it simply, Xiaoya's body was so feeble that fusing the vine of the Dongshu gourd into her would very likely result in her death, let alone manipulating the vine to form an intricate meridian network in her body. All of a sudden, a certain thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind, and he froze on the spot. Wait a moment, is the meridian network of a human necessarily the most ideal layout? All of the 9,000 or so books that Xianxia had gathered were all built upon the fundamental layout of the human meridian network, and that made the reconstruction phase exceptionally complex and dangerous. But was the meridian network of a human necessarily the best way to go about doing it? That was not necessarily the case. He knew of many formidable battle and cultivation techniques that had exceptionally awkward Jinchi pathways, making them difficult to execute and master. So, could there be a more efficient meridian network than that of the humans? If there really existed one, that would significantly increase the chances of success of the meridian reconstruction process, and it would be highly beneficial for Xiaoya's cultivation in the future. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia decided to get right to it. He raised his head to look at Xianxia and asked, "Junior, do you have books on meridian networks? It doesn't necessarily have to be about humans. Those of Saint Beasts will work as well." Meridian networks? I do have quite a few books regarding that with me. I studied that back then as well, so I have books on humans, Saint Beasts, and even otherworldly demons. Xianxia was not too sure why Xianxia was asking about that, but he still flicked his wrist and took out all of the books that he possessed regarding meridian networks. Just like how the otherworldly demons were researching master teachers were researching otherworldly demons. Only through understanding how the otherworldly demons drove their Jinchi would the master teachers be able to better deduce the might of their cultivation techniques and devise feasible battle plans to better deal with them. You have my gratitude. Those books were bound to be incredibly valuable, but Xianxia had still shown them to him without any reservation. Xianxia nodded in gratitude before sweeping his gaze across them. Very soon, a brand new Meridian Network book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. It was vastly different from that of a human Meridian Network. Humans had 8 mystic meridians, but the Meridian Network reflected in the compiled book only consisted of core meridians leading to the 4 limbs. The previous unnecessary complexity in the network had vanished without a trace. There are the least flaws in this Meridian network, so it's bound to be much stronger than that of a human. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Through the Library of Heaven's Path, it was apparent that the human Meridian network was riddled with flaws, making it highly inconvenient for one to cultivate. On the other hand, the newly compiled Meridian network was simple but nearly flawless. It consisted only of the portions that were absolutely required, removing all of the extraneous complexity in the network. With fewer miscellaneous and secondary meridians, it would be much easier to cultivate, and the chances of one sustaining internal injuries would also be significantly lowered. Xianxia examined the new meridian network several times to ensure that it was feasible on a human body before heaving a huge sigh of relief. He turned to the young lady before him and said, "I'll help you reconstruct your meridians right now. No matter how much pain you are in, you must grit your teeth and endure it. Otherwise, if any mishap happens, not even the deities will be able to save you. Teacher, rest assured, Xiaoya nodded resolutely. After seeing everything that her teacher had done for her, how could she chicken out right now and disappoint him? She had already gone through death once, so no matter how much pain she would be in later, she was determined to grit her teeth and get through it. I have reconstructed meridians before, so I can help you. Seeing that Zhang Xian was going to make a move right after reading the books for a moment, Yang Shi hurriedly offered his help out of worry. There's no need for that. I'm intending to use a different method, so I'm afraid that you won't be of much help. Zhang Xian shook his head. The new meridian network was different from that of an ordinary human. As talented as Yang Shi was, there was still a high chance that the other party would make a mistake given that it would be his first time coming into contact with something like this. On the other hand, the reconstruction of meridians was a delicate process that allowed for no mistakes at all. Zhang Xian could not afford to take the risk. A new method? Yang Shi's face twitched in shock. It could not be that his senior had already devised something new after barely researching the topic for a moment. Could it? As expected of a celestial master teacher, his talent was truly something that could not be measured using common sense. I'm starting now. Zhang Xian instructed Xiaoya to sit cross-legged on the floor before flicking his wrist. Hula! The vine of the Dongshu gourd materialized in his hand. He swiftly infused his Jinqi into it, and under the rapid inflow of his energy, the massive vine swiftly contracted. In less than 10 minutes, it was already roughly as thin as a strand of thread. Cold sweat dripped down Zhang Xian's forehead. It was fortunate that he had the ability to eliminate the spirit within the vine, and his Heaven's Path Jinqi was also a powerful suppressant against it. Otherwise, it would have taken much more effort for him to tame it. Go! Zhang Xian flicked his finger, and the vine slipped into Zhao Ya's body through her glabella and slowly unfolded itself within her body. As soon as the narrow vine entered her body, a burst of cold sweat swiftly broke out throughout the young lady's body as a pained frown appeared on her face. The areas where her meridians used to be had already closed up, so the vine had to pave out new pathways within her body slowly, which was almost equivalent to drilling multiple holes within her body simultaneously. The pain that she would have to suffer as a result of that was imaginable. Reconstructing meridians is a very delicate process. You mustn't go too fast, and you mustn't stop halfway, Yang Shi advised. Zhang Xian nodded in response. Even if Yang Shi had not said it, he knew as much as well. In order to reduce the strain on Xiaoya's body, he would have to make sure to progress bit by bit, or else she would first collapse under the massive stress piled on her body before the reconstruction process could be completed. At the same time, the meridian reconstruction process could not be halted halfway through. Otherwise, the reversal of Jinqi would cause all of the meridians that had just barely formed to shatter once more. She might be able to survive the impact the first time around, but given the feeble state that she was in, if it happened again, not even the Heaven's Path Jinqi would be able to save her. However, that would not be a problem at all. He had plenty of time on his hands, so all he had to do was take his time. Jai. As the vine gradually paved its way throughout Zhao Ya's body, her disposition was also undergoing a transformative change. It had grown even more refined and transcendental, as if an ethereal fairy. What an extraordinary meridian reconstruction technique! Zhang Xian had seen the meridian reconstruction technique that Yang Shi had devised as well, and while both would place the patient in great pain, Yang Shi's meridian reconstruction technique was inferior in the sense that the patient would have to rest for quite some time before they would finally regain their strength. On the other hand, this meridian reconstruction technique was actually able to induce a transformative change in the patient's disposition even during the reconstruction process. With this, it was clear which meridian reconstruction technique was more advanced. However, the rate at which the meridians are being reconstructed is rather slow. It seems like it'll take roughly a day or so, Zhang Xian remarked. That's really a little too slow. Ever since he started cultivating, there had rarely been times where he would require more than 2 hours for his cultivation. Yet, the reconstruction of meridians actually took up an entire day. This left him feeling deeply helpless. But no matter what, Zhao Ya was his direct disciple. No matter how long it would take, he would still have to advance slowly so as to ensure her safety. Slow? Hearing Zhang Xian's muttering, Xianxia's eyebrows twitched wildly. Back then, just to repair a single meridian, I spent 3 whole years. On the other hand, you are using only a single day to reconstruct an entire meridian network, and yet you are calling this slow. It seemed like his senior was really unaware of the difficulty in meridian reconstruction. Even with his strength, it had taken him 3 years to mend a single meridian, and yet, his senior was actually unsatisfied with taking up a single day. 3 years. Xianxia was rendered speechless. If he had to take 3 years just to mend a single meridian, he would have immediately chosen against it. He would simply have found some other way to restore Zhao Ye's strength. Soon half a day ticked by. With his mind working under high intensity to ensure the highest possible level of precision in the reconstruction process, it did not take long for exhaustion to set in on Xianxia. Fortunately, Zhao Ye was making great progress. As more and more of her meridians were healed up, her aura was gradually growing stronger and stronger. At the same time, her disposition and appearance were undergoing a massive change as well. If she was just a bud that had yet to fully blossom in the past, at that moment, her petals were starting to open into a full blossom. Noting the changes with his student, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like her pure body will be fully awakened once her meridians recover. He had been feeling a little distressed as to how he could awaken her unique constitution after reconstructing her veins. But from the looks of it, that was not a problem that he had to worry about anymore. Just by using the vine of the Dongshu gourd as her meridians seemed to be sufficient to further awaken her pure body. Even if her pure body was not fully awakened by the end of the reconstruction process, it would not be too far from that anymore. With this step forward, she would no longer need to resort to harvesting yang energy from men in order to fully awaken her pure body. Truly incredible! Looking at what was happening from behind, Xianxia's eyes lit up in agitation. With his eye of discernment, it went without saying that he could tell that the meridian reconstruction technique that Xianxia was using was far more than advanced than his. Even when seeing it with his own eyes, there were still many aspects of it that he could not completely comprehend. He had to ponder deeply over them and browse through several materials before he could make sense of them. For someone who had barely learned about meridian reconstruction to be able to come up with something as ingenious as this, all of a sudden, Xianxia was drawn out of his thoughts and whipped out a jade token. Lowering his gaze to browse through its content, a deep frown slowly etched its way onto his forehead. What's wrong? Noticing the change in Xianxia's expression, Xianxia shot a glance in his direction while continuing with the reconstruction process. As long as he did not abruptly halt the meridian reconstruction process, he could still afford to look around him and speak without bringing any adverse effects to Zhao Ye. "Senior, it's about your butler," Xianxia replied with a troubled look on his face. "My butler? Are you referring to Sun Chong? What happened to him?" Xianxia frowned. As he had been in too much of a hurry to leave the Sanctum of Sages then, he did not have time to liaise with Sun Chong. However, as long as the latter did not leave the Sanctum of Sages, he should still be rather safe. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before revealing what was written on the jade token. "While I was making my way over to you, I instructed someone to take him over to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. It seemed like Xianxia and the other elders of the Sanctum of Sages bore him ill will, so I didn't think that it would be safe leaving him there. However, I just received a message saying that he got too depressed after learning the truth, resulting in him making a mistake in his cultivation. At the moment, he's already on the verge of death. That's impossible." Xianxia's eyes narrowed menacingly. "The cultivation technique that he practices originates from me, and not to mention, he has always been an indolent individual. How could there be any problem in his cultivation? Sun Chong's cultivation had originated from him. Even if it had not reached the tier of Heaven's Path, it was far superior to the other cultivation techniques on the Master Teacher continent, possessing very few flaws. As long as he cultivated it properly, it was impossible for his cultivation to go berserk. How could anything happen just because he was upset? My guess is that someone is trying to uncover the secrets of your cultivation technique from your butler, so they intentionally gave him incorrect guidance to test some things out, thus resulting in an error in his cultivation," Xianxia explained with a reddened face. He was well aware of the nature of the group in the Master-Teacher Pavilion. He did not think that those people were doing this out of malice. Rather, they were probably just curious about his cultivation technique. After all, it was unthinkable for a butler of completely ordinary aptitude to advance through the cultivation ranks so quickly. It was no wonder they would be curious about his cultivation technique. Furthermore, Sun Chong had already been in a mentally distraught state before due to the revelation. It would be no wonder he would be swayed so easily by the master teachers at the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters. That being said, despite the condition that Sun Chong was in, it was still unlikely that his life would be in any danger. While he was a prisoner, the master teachers in the headquarters were at least principled enough not to take a person's life lightly. Of course, it still would not do to leave Sun Chong just like that. That should be the case. Hearing Xianxia's analysis, Xianxia nodded. His first instinct was to rush over to save Sun Chong, but he had his hands full with Xiaoya at the moment. Thus, he could only suppress his urge, turn to Xianxia, and request, "Junior, you are also aware that I have my hands full and can't leave this area yet. Thus, I'll have to ask you to help me rescue Sun Chong and bring him over to me. He has followed me since our time in the Tianxian kingdom, and I cannot stand seeing any harm come to him." As long as Xianxia stood up for him with his influence and prestige, the other master teachers would not dare do anything to Sun Chong. "That's simple. Since I was the one who got your butler into the headquarters, you can count on me to ensure his safety." Xianxia nodded. "However, you are currently in the midst of a meridian reconstruction process, and you can't afford to be interrupted by anyone at this point in time. If something happens while I am away..." Meridian reconstruction was an extremely delicate process, so Zhang Xian could not afford to be interrupted during this period of time. He did not dare imagine what would happen if he left right then and some mishap occurred as a result of that. "It's fine. I'm still rather confident in my ability to disguise myself. Just help me give a heads up to the guild leader of the Blacksmith Guild, and I believe that no one will dare cause any trouble here. So, there shouldn't be any trouble on my side. On the other hand, Sun Chong's matter cannot be delayed," Zhang Xian said. While there was a Master-Teacher Pavilion in the Empire Alliance, given his disguising ability, it would be nigh impossible for them to find him. Besides, as long as Xianxia issued a command to the guild leader of the Blacksmith Guild as a 9-star blacksmith, the guild leader should be able to keep any uninvited guests away from him. After all, not even the Master-Teacher Pavilion would dare barge into the Blacksmith Guild carelessly. Furthermore, he would be done with reconstructing Zhao Yu's meridians in another 4 hours or so, and they would be able to leave right after. Surely, nothing bad would happen within that short period of time. Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right then, I'll help you seal this area first. I'll be using the teleportation formation from the Glacier Plain Court, so I should be able to return very soon." The matter with Sun Chong was indeed more urgent. With a flick of his hand, he sealed the area completely before swiftly heading in the direction of the Glacier Plain Court. A short moment after Xianxia left the Blacksmith Guild, he suddenly widened his eyes as a thought surfaced in his mind. How could I have forgotten about the matter concerning Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Meng? Sword Saint Meng had always thought of his senior as her son, and that was also one of the matters that Xianxia had sought to verify. However, the revelation that the other party was a celestial master teacher had left him deeply shocked, and following that, he had been too deeply immersed in the ingenuity behind the other party's meridian reconstruction technique. As a result, that matter had completely slipped his mind. If it had been anyone else, given his eye of discernment, he would have been able to tell with a single look. However, his senior's soul depth was far higher than his, and he also had the ability to morph his physical body freely. It was difficult for him to discern his senior's original appearance, let alone determine the origin of his birth. Xianxia shook his head as he continued heading forward. "Forget it. Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Meng should be in the Glacier Plain Court at the moment. I'll just have to discreetly inform them of the matter and have them head over to take a look. Considering their blood ties, it should be easier for them to recognize him." While he did know quite a few things surrounding the young prodigy, it would still be best to have his own parents verify his identity. Since that was the case, he would just leave this matter to them. They were not very far away anyhow. Shortly after Xianxia left, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, it had been quite stressful for him to be standing before the man whom he had impersonated for so long. It was fortunate that the other party bore no malice toward him and was deferential to his identity as the celestial master teacher. Otherwise, this matter might not have been able to be resolved so peacefully. Seeing that his surroundings were finally quiet, Xianxia exhaled deeply as a gleam surfaced in his eyes. All right, I should get to the real deal now. The new meridian network that he was going to reconstruct within Xiaoya was simply too shocking, so he did not dare showcase it before Xianxia. On top of that, he was not too sure how it would turn out. As such, he had only focused on building up the foundations and reconstructing the parts that still bore some resemblance to that of the human meridian network, avoiding the portions where the meridian network had changed as far as he could. But now that Xianxia had finally left, there was no need for him to hold back. Xiaoya, from this point onward, I'll be paving open new meridians in areas where you didn't have meridians before, so the pain that you will be placed in will be 10 times more excruciating than before. You must hold on and maintain your consciousness no matter what happens. Understood. Knowing that the process would be unbearable for Xiaoya, Xianxia warned her grimly to allow her to prepare herself mentally for what was to come. The new meridian network would differ greatly from the 8 mystic meridians that was within a human's body, so there was no choice but for him to forcefully forge a way forward through unpaved terrain. The pain resulting from that would be as good as having a weapon stabbed into one's body and twisted around, and the worst part was that the weapon would be inching forward bit by bit. This was a pain that even the toughest of cultivators would find hard to endure. However, this was a necessary process in order to reconstruct her meridians, and even with his Heaven's Path Xianxia, there was not much that he could do to alleviate her pain. He could only pray that she would be able to grit her teeth and persevere to the end. Teacher, I understand. Rest assured, I'll surely pull through, Xiaoya replied resolutely. As the vines slowly unfolded throughout her body, she could feel the changes in her body, and the hope for recovery was beginning to blossom in her. Not only so, she could sense that as long as she could pull through this ordeal, she would be able to push for a breakthrough directly. With her newfound power, she might just be able to help her teacher out of the current quandary that he was in. Thus, no matter what, she had to hold on. It was not just for her, but for her teacher as well. Good. Hearing the resolve in Zhao Ye's voice, Xianxia was reassured. He hesitated for a brief moment before flicking his fingers forward. Tzzzzzz. Numerous surges of Xianxia swiftly shot forth in the form of thin threads, and they wrapped themselves around Xiaoya as if creating a cocoon. They served to protect the vital acupoints and organs within Xiaoya's body. After that was done, he continued pushing the thin vine forward, hastening its speed as it paved its way through Xiaoya's body. The new meridian network compiled through the Library of Heaven's Path was pretty much flawless, but ultimately, he still had not tested it. Thus, he had no way of knowing what would happen to Xiaoya's body as a result of the new meridian network. As such, he had taken every protective measure possible just to be safe. By using his Xianxia to seal Xiaoya's vital acupoints and organs, the moment that something went wrong, he could use his Xianxia to ward off any damage and heal her vitals at the same time, thus opening up the possibility for an emergency rescue. Otherwise, if he made a move only after something had happened, it would already be too late. Hoo. As the vine began making its way toward the unpaved regions, Xianxia heightened his attention to keep a closer eye on things. Teacher, the young lady moaned. Her body was shivering intensely from the excruciating pain drilling through her body. It was at a scale far beyond what she had felt before. Even death had not left her as frightened as this. If not for her sheer willpower pushing her on, she might have already fainted. Grit your teeth and hold on. The meridians here will be useful for your future cultivation. Xianxia bellowed. I will hold on. Xiaoya nodded feebly. Good. Hearing that Xiaoya could still respond to him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as he continued driving the vine forward. Hong Long. As the vine finally pushed through a bottleneck, the aura emanating from Xiaoya's body suddenly warped into a foreign form. It was tinged with sharpness and ferocity, reminiscent to the aura of a gladiator charging toward his enemy. This aura pierced right into Xianxia's soul, shaking him at his core. This is the aura of an otherworldly demon? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in shock. This aura was simply too familiar to him. It was something that only otherworldly demons should possess. He could emulate it using his Heaven's Path Xianxia, but even his emulation was not able to reach this level of purity. It was as if Xiaoya had suddenly turned into an otherworldly demon emperor, possessing a bloodline that was even stronger than vicious. Could it be because of the involvement of the otherworldly demon's meridian network in the compiled meridian network? Zhang Xian's face turned livid. The new meridian network that he was paving for Xiaoya was compiled out of the books that detailed not only human meridian networks but those of saint beasts and otherworldly demons too. The area that the vine was paving open did not exist in the human meridian network, but it was present in the otherworldly demon meridian network. Zhang Xian thought that a similarity in meridian network should not mean anything at all, but contrary to his expectations, it actually caused the warping of her aura. Xiaoya, how are you feeling right now? Zhang Xian asked nervously. I am fine. Xiaoya's voice was very soft and strained. It seemed like she had to exert all of her strength in order to squeeze out those 3 words from her mouth. Hearing that Xiaoya was fine, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he swiftly analyzed the situation before him. Otherworldly demons do possess vastly different meridian networks compared to that of humans. Could the reason behind the difference in the level of existence between humans and the otherworldly demonic tribe be due to the difference in their meridian network? Otherworldly demons possess strength equivalent to transcendent mortals at birth, and their lifespan was far longer than any human. As long as they were not killed due to some external event, they could easily live for tens of thousands of years. This was something that even ancient sage human cultivators were unable to achieve. Just from that in itself, it could be seen that otherworldly demons were beings that were more biologically advanced than humans. Just by altering Zhao Ya's meridians to resemble those of an otherworldly demon, her aura swiftly changed from that of a docile human to that of a ferocious otherworldly demon. Was that not evidence that it was the difference in meridian networks that resulted in the difference in the level of existence of the 2 races? If that was the case, were humans able to accept the meridian network of the otherworldly demons? If it was possible for the meridians of a human cultivator to be reconstructed in likeness of the otherworldly demons, and the method to do so was propagated throughout the modern teacher continent, would the human race not grow far stronger and live far longer? As this thought surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind, he quickly established a mental connection with Vicious in the Book of Heaven's Path, and soon he received his answer. Master, there's indeed a fundamental difference between the meridian networks of humans and otherworldly demons. However, I fear that there won't be too many of the vine you have in the world. Furthermore, you are probably the only person in the world who is able to save a cultivator whose meridians have collapsed properly. Even that Xianxia fellow from before wouldn't be able to pull something like that off. Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed. I guess you're right. Indeed. He only had the single vine from the Dongshu gourd, and judging from what Xianxia had said, it seemed like the vine in his possession was an anomaly as well. Furthermore, the only reason Xiaoya was able to survive even after having all of her meridians shattered was due to Zhang Xian spending an entire day infusing his Heaven's Path Xianxia into every single part of her body. Without either of those 2, it would be impossible to replicate this miracle. Besides, the utter collapse of meridians and the excruciating and lengthy reconstruction process. Honestly, this was not something that a normal cultivator could endure. It seems like it will be impossible to spread this procedure throughout the master-teacher continent. Zhang Xian shook his head in pity. If humans could possess as much potential and as long a lifespan as the otherworldly demonic tribe, Kong Shi's goal of a strong mankind could very well be achieved. Even if the master-teacher pavilion ceased to exist, mankind would still wield the power to protect itself. However, it was a pity that the vision would never come to be. Furthermore, it was still too early to tell whether the new meridian network would truly be beneficial or not. If Xiaoya became as brutal and callous as the otherworldly demons as a result of the altered meridian network, then the creation of the new meridian network might not necessarily be a blessing for mankind. Until the results were conclusive, it was best to just wait and see. Continue. Despite the risks of the new Meridian network, Xianxia knew that it was already too late to back out. Thus, he continued driving the vine to pave a way forward in Xiaoya's body. And slowly, the aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe that the latter emanated grew stronger and stronger. All of a sudden, a loud bellow echoed throughout the entire hall, causing even the roof to shudder. Xianxia, come out and accept your death. Sila. Following which, the seal placed over the hall was torn apart by a powerful force. What? Xianxia raised his head, only to see the first elders of the Zhang clan and the Glacier Plain court, Zhang Wuheng and Yu Ruoxin, floating in the air, gazing down on him coldly. Without a doubt, the attack that had destroyed the seal had been executed them. The seal that Xianxia had left behind would have had no trouble withstanding the attack of St. Nindan cultivators, but under the devastating force of two top-notch experts who had already surpassed St. Nindan, there was no way it could possibly stand a chance. You sure know how to disguise yourself well. If not for your otherworldly demon aura leaking out, even I would have had trouble trying to recognize you. Zhang Wuheng sneered coldly as he glared fixedly at the young man within the hall, seemingly fearing that the latter would disappear from his sight if he averted his gaze for a moment. Xianxia, what else do you have to say for yourself? As he spoke, a powerful aura burst forth from him, crushing the hall beneath so heavily that it almost seemed as if the ground would be reduced to dust. Standing right in its face, Xianxia felt his body freezing in place. The surrounding air suddenly grew so heavy that it suffocated him. Despite having achieved a breakthrough to St. Eight-Dan Dimension Sundering Realm, he still was not close to being a match for the First Elder. The other party had definitely already reached the level of a great sage, or else he could not possibly have survived a cultivation ordeal that had already surpassed the scale of a macrocosm ascendancy ordeal. Seeing the confident looks on the faces above, he knew that the other party had seen through his disguise too. Thus, he reverted to his original appearance and gazed upward. I have nothing to say for myself. However, I plead for you all to just give me 4 more hours. I have something important that I have to finish. Xiaoya was currently in a crucial phase in the reconstruction of her meridians. If he halted right now, even if she survived this ordeal, the wounds that she would sustain as a result would be irrecoverable. In any case, after her meridians were healed up, he would be able to slowly deal with the Zhang clan, Glacier Plain court, and the Sanctum of Sages. For hours? To give you time to escape? Do you take us for fools? Dream on. Zhang Wuheng sneered coldly as he turned around and gestured grandly. The rest of you can appear now. If you harbored any doubts toward my previous report, I believe that this should be more than enough to prove the authenticity of my words. The thing in front of him is emanating such concentrated killing intent. Even if it isn't an otherworldly demon, it's bound to be some kind of precious artifact of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Despite being a master teacher, he dares to collude with the otherworldly demonic tribe to conspire against mankind. Surely, I need not say more about the implications of his actions. Right? Voila! Right after those words were spoken, multiple bursts of wind echoed in the surroundings as 15 master teachers flew over from all around. Each of them emanated a powerful aura that paled nowhere in comparison to that of Yu Ruoxin or Zhang Wuheng. As their auras weighed down on the entire blacksmith guild, it created a sensation that felt as if the world was collapsing on one. They are all 9-star master teachers? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in horror. Each of these master teachers had a 9-star emblem pinned on their chests, just like Elder Chu. In fact, even without their emblems, their esteemed standing was apparent just from their strength that they commanded. For 15 9-star master teachers to appear in a single area simultaneously, just to apprehend him, they sure held him in high regard. While he had caused quite the uproar in the Zhang clan and the Glacier Plain court, considering how Zhang Wuheng and Yu Ruoxin were already around, it would be an impressive lineup with just another 1 or 2 9-star master teachers with them. Yet, for 15 to appear along with them, when did 9-star master teachers become so cheap and commonplace? It could not be that the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters had actually dispatched all of its experts to deal with him, could it? Are you Xianxia? In his moment of shock, a voice suddenly sounded from above. It was from an elder in the sky who was gazing down on him with a look of incomprehension and lamentation. Deputy Pavilion Master Ren Qingyuan. After hearing the reports from the three powers, Ren Qingyuan had thought that the fellow who had been causing trouble all around would be some kind of formidable figure. As such, he was a little bewildered to see that the person in question was just a 20-year-old young man with a perfectly ordinary appearance. His cultivation was only at dimension-sundering realm primary stage, and honestly, there did not seem to be anything particularly outstanding about him. If one really had to point out something that was extraordinary about him, it would be how calm he was able to remain despite standing in the face of all of them. In terms of mental resilience, he could already surpass some of the 9-star master teachers. I am indeed Xianxia, Xianxia replied with a nod. I have looked through your records. You have successfully crashed 2 pavilions and conquered the Tower of Master Teachers as well. You have shown outstanding talent in many of your supporting occupations, and you also managed to foil the ploy of the otherworldly demonic tribe's Qingtian lineage. There is no denying that you have made outstanding contributions to mankind. However, as a master teacher, virtue should always come first. You wreaked havoc in the Zhang clan, Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court, and that is more than enough to strike off any contribution that you have made. Why are destroying your own future? Ren Qingyuan said. A person as talented as the young man before him was bound to achieve great things in the future. But why did he have to ruin everything for himself? Before Zhang Xian could speak, Zhang Wuheng interjected with a cold sneer. Pavilion Master Ren, why are you wasting your breath on him? You aren't intending to cover up for him just because he's a master teacher, are you? Cover up? First Elder, I have to ask you to watch your tongue. Be it master teachers or ordinary cultivators, as long as he has sinned, he would be punished. All are equal before the law, Ren Qingyuan said. Humph, that would be for the best. Zhang Xian has wreaked havoc in the Zhang clan, destroying countless buildings and injuring many of our elders. The sins that he has committed are more than enough to put him to death many times over. Since Pavilion Master Ren has agreed that he should be punished, I won't stand on ceremony. Men, seal the area. Make sure that he can't get away. Zhang Wuheng waved his hand grandly. Voila! Another 8 more men dressed in robes imprinted with the Zhang clan insignia rose into the air. They were experts from the Zhang clan, and their cultivation had all reached St. Nine Dan. With their combined strength, they swiftly sealed the surrounding space firmly, rendering even teleportation formations unusable within this space. He destroyed our Sanctum of Sages and showed blatant disrespect to me and my elders. The Sanctum of Sages will not turn a blind eye to this matter either. Someone bellowed from the distance. So. Deputy Sanctum Head Xianxia of the Sanctum of Sages swiftly flitted over with more than a dozen experts from the Sanctum of Sages following behind him. They took their stance above the Blacksmith Guild as well as they gazed down at Zhang Xian with menacing eyes. Despite being a student of the Sanctum of Sages, he had willfully destroyed the Sanctum Head Hall and its surrounding buildings. Not only so, he had even openly defied and injured Xianxia and the others. This had gone far beyond what they could tolerate. Zhang Xian, it's one thing for you to destroy our Glacier Plain Court, but how dare you kidnap our young court chief as well? There's no way we are going to forgive you for this. Yu Ruoxin also stepped forward as an imposing aura burst forth from her. That fellow had acted as Yang Xian and sneaked their young court chief away, destroying countless buildings of the Glacier Plain Court in the midst of doing so. If not out of deference for Pavilion Master Ren, she would have dashed right forward to tear that fellow into pieces. Paying no heed to Zhang Wuheng and Xianxia, Zhang Xian turned his gaze toward Yu Ruoxin and scoffed. Kidnapped your young court chief? Are you really saying that I have kidnapped Xiaoya? To think that the Glacier Plain Court would have a habit of spinning lies to your convenience. He was willing to admit that the fault was with him for what happened at the Zhang clan and the Sanctum of Sages, but for the Glacier Plain Court to claim that he had kidnapped Xiaoya, that was truly ridiculous. If not for them resorting to depraved means in order to awaken their purine body, cornering Xiaoya to the point where she had to turn to him for help, those subsequent events would not have happened. If they looked back to the root of the matter, the primary culprit was the Glacier Plain Court. Yet, they actually twisted the story to suit their purpose, claiming that he had kidnapped Xiaoya instead. Preposterous. To allow the other powers to spout such blatant lies. Had the Master-Teacher Pavilion really turned so lax? Or perhaps, just like what Xianxia had said, the truth mattered not to them as long as they could achieve their personal motives. At this point, Zhang Xian raised his head to look at the 9-star master-teachers above him with wintry eyes. What irony! I thought that the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters would be able to remain a neutral and impartial party on the Master-Teacher continent. But right now, it appears to me that it has already chosen to align itself with the Glacier Plain Court and become its spokesperson. Just how much lower can the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters fall? Audacious! Upon hearing those words, the 9-star master-teachers in the sky immediately bellowed furiously. The Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters was the top power on the Master-Teacher continent, and it had always been known as the embodiment of impartiality and justice. Yet, the young man spoke as if they were acting in collusion with the Glacier Plain Court. In an instant, all of the 9-star master-teachers flew into rage. You said that I'm audacious? So be it. You are already determined to pin all of those crimes on me anyway. So what difference would one more make? Zhang Xian shook his head as he spoke with a voice filled with desolation. It was no wonder Xianxia was so disappointed in the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters and refused to return there. Their actions were truly hard to accept. It should not have been too difficult for the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters to find out that Xiaoya was actually his direct disciple. And that should cast some doubts on the Glacier Plain Court's claims that he had kidnapped Xiaoya. Yet, without bothering to clarify the matter, they had simply chosen to go along with the Glacier Plain Court simply for their own convenience. This was truly an embarrassment to all master-teachers. Since you know your guilt, you should just surrender straight. You Ruoxin harumphed coldly. Where is our young court chief? Where have you hidden her? Your young court chief is in here. Zhang Xian harumphed as he gestured to the cocoon in front of him. What did you say? Yu Ruoxin's heart skipped a beat. The cocoon made of Xinqi threads did have the shape of a human. But from the killing intent emanating from within, it was apparent that an otherworldly demon lay within. Yet, the other party had actually said that their young court chief was inside. Could it be that the other party had used some secret art to turn their young court chief into an otherworldly demon? But was there really such a technique in the world? Was one's race not decided at birth? Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just stalling for time, waiting for an opportune moment to escape. Let's just attack him all at once and apprehend him first. We can slowly interrogate him once we've sealed his cultivation. Zhang Wuhing bellowed loudly. Indeed, we should apprehend him first before deciding on anything else. That fellow has simply too many tricks up his sleeves. The longer we wait, the more likely it is that he'll try to pull something. Elder Chu yelled in consent amid the crowd. While the young man's prowess was nothing much to fear, he had powerful tamed beasts and possessed the ability to manipulate the lightning tribulation. After all that they had been through, they knew better than to underestimate the young man. If the young man brought out some unbelievable trump card and successfully escaped right before their eyes, the lot of them would really become the laughingstock of the entire continent. After saying those words, Elder Chu turned around and clasped his fist. Pavilion Master Ren. Just seal his cultivation. Don't go too heavy on him. Ren Qingyuan gave his word of approval. Since the Master-Teacher Pavilion had already gone to the extent of issuing an arrest warrant, naturally, they could not just this matter go without doing anything. As for interrogation and the like, that could come after they grasped control of the situation. Yes. Voila. Elder Chu turned to Zhang Wuhing and said, First Elder, you have heard it. Make your move. All right. A cold smile crept onto Zhang Wuhing's face as he waved his hand grandly. Hula! The 8 experts of the Zhang clan immediately encircled Zhang Xian. They gathered their strength together in order to form an energy barrier around the young man, slowly tightening it as they walked closer and closer to him. Knowing that the meridian reconstruction process would be forcefully halted if he was captured by them, Zhang Xian's face turned livid. He flicked his wrist and released the Inferno Qilin as he bellowed, Inferno Qilin, stop them! He was bound to the spot at the moment, so he could only rely on his tamed beast. It was fortunate that he had used medicinal herbs and his Heaven's Path Xianxia to heal the Inferno Chilen's injuries over the past 2 days. Otherwise, he would have been completely helpless at this moment. Hong Long. As soon as the Inferno Chilen appeared, it let loose a resounding roar before swiping its claw ferociously at the surroundings. Sila. Perhaps it was because it had seen through the flaws of their collaboration, or maybe its might was simply that great, but the Inferno Chilen successfully tore apart the energy barrier created by the 8 Zhang clan experts instantaneously, forcefully pushing them back. While they were all at St. Nine Dan, the Inferno Chilen still wielded an advantage due to its superior strength and physique. With its strength, unless the opponent was a great sage, ordinary St. Nine Dan cultivators would not stand a chance against it at all. You ungrateful scoundrel! The Zhang clan fed you for 3 years, yet you chose to conspire with others to deal with us. You are courting death. Knowing that Zhang Xian would bring out the Inferno Chilen to protect him, the first elder took a step forward and thrust his palm forward. Hula! He tossed an artifact reminiscent of a fishnet outward, and it swiftly grew larger and larger in midair. Roar! Upon seeing the fishnet, a hint of fear surfaced in the eyes of the Inferno Chilen. It immediately retreated, attempting to flee. However, the artifact in the air seemed to have sealed space in a manner such that no matter how the Inferno Chilen tried to retreat, it was still unable to escape from the fishnet. To think that the first elder would actually bring the dragon snare along with him. That's the artifact that our clan head used to capture the Inferno Chilen back then, right? If I recall correctly, it's a Saint Pinnacle artifact, right? Paired by the first elder's strength. There's no way the Inferno Chilen will be able to get away no matter how powerful it is. Upon seeing the fishnet-like object falling toward the Inferno Chilen, the experts of the Zhang clan heaved a sigh of relief. The dragon snare was an artifact that could even trap saint beasts that possessed the dragon bloodline. While the Inferno Chilen was powerful, its strength was still lacking in comparison to beasts that possessed the dragon bloodline. Voila! While the crowd was still discussing the matter, the dragon snare fell right on the Inferno Chilen, trapping it in place. The latter struggled desperately in the hope of fleeing, but it was unable to free itself from the dragon snare. Come over! Zhang Wuheng waved his hand, and the dragon snare began contracting in size as it flew over to his palm. On the other hand, the Inferno Chilen appeared to have been sealed in another parallel dimension. It roared in fury, but there was nothing that it could do at all. Not expecting Zhang Wuheng to have such a powerful artifact in his possession, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. With his current strength, without making use of the power from lightning tribulations, he was completely helpless against experts of Zhang Wuheng's caliber. Now that his greatest trump card has been nullified, there's no need to fear him anymore. Continue, Zhang Wuheng commanded as he threw the trapped Inferno Chilen into his folded space. Hula! The 8 experts swiftly got to their positions and gathered their strength together to form an energy barrier around Zhang Xian once more, limiting his area of movement. Surrender right now, and you can be spared from some pain. One of the experts of the Zhang clan sneered coldly as he thrust his finger toward Zhang Xian's glabella. In face of that attack, Zhang Xian's body stiffened. If he was struck by that finger strike, his cultivation would swiftly dissipate, rendering him completely helpless. At the same time, the meridian reconstruction process would be interrupted as well. However, he was in no state to avoid the attack either. While he could still multitask to some extent, he could not afford to channel his energy elsewhere or even move away, or else it would disrupt the meridian reconstruction process, and that would likely result in adverse consequences for Xiaoya. From the looks of it, he had no choice but to release his clone and Vicious together to fend off those Zhang clan experts for the time being. It was a small matter for him to be apprehended, but if the meridian reconstruction process was disrupted, Xiaoya could very well lose her life. That was not an outcome that he could accept. However, releasing Vicious would really be the final straw. Once he brought it out in public, there would be no way that he could explain it to the Master Teacher Pavilion without revealing his Celestial Master Teacher identity anymore. Also, he was a little apprehensive about bringing his clone out. After all, it was a god-tier artifact, and it could serve as a powerful trump card in times of emergency. Forget it, there's no choice anymore. At this point, there's no backing down anymore. Seeing that the finger strike of the Zhang clan expert was about to reach him, and that there was not any time to be wasted, Xianxia gritted his teeth and flicked his wrist, intending to let Vicious out. However, in this crucial moment, a voice rumbled furiously from afar. "Who dares touch my teacher?" Boom! The next moment, the energy barrier created by the 8 experts abruptly dissipated. Following which, the Zhang clan expert that was making a move on Xianxia suddenly started convulsing, causing him to crash right into the ground. Blood spurted wildly from both his mouth and nose. What? The other Zhang clan experts also did not expect to meet with such a turn of events, and they hurriedly turned their heads over to see the culprit who had made a move on them. However, before they could see the other party's face, they suddenly started convulsing and plummeted to the ground as well. Poison Hall's Right Guardian Shinju, Toxic Hand Eminence He Guangyu, and Myriad Poison Eminence Lin Zhonghai have come under orders to offer Xianxia our aid. We implore Xianxia to pardon us for arriving late. So. 3 silhouettes suddenly appeared right before Xianxia, and they swiftly kneeled down on a single knee. Why are the lot from the Poison Hall here? It's said that the new head of the Poison Hall is the reincarnation of their founder. As a possessor of the innate poison body, she possesses fearsome means. Just a while ago, the Master Teacher Pavilion dispatched a 9-star Master Teacher to scout out the Poison Hall, but he ended up being knocked out by poison instead. I don't understand. Why are they getting involved in this conflict as well? I have read Xianxia's records, and it seems like he once met the Poison Masters in a Poison Hall and integrated them into the ranks of the Combat Master Hall. Could they be repaying the debt from there? That's a rather low-tier Poison Hall over there. Surely it wouldn't warrant the Right Guardian and 2 of the 4 eminences personally heading over to protect him, right? Just a moment ago, I heard someone shout, "Who dares touch my teacher?" Could it be that these Poison Masters are actually Xianxia's students? The abrupt turn of events caused a huge commotion amid the crowd. Everyone had thought that Xianxia was doomed, but who could have thought that 3 top brass from the Poison Hall would actually arrive at this moment to save him? These 3 men were figures who could cause the entire Master-Teacher continent to rattle with just a stomp of their feet. There was a famous quote in the Master-Teacher continent that if a 9-star Poison Master was locked in the same room as a 9-star Master-Teacher, the one who would walk out alive would likely be the 9-star Poison Master. And these 3 men happened to be the cream of the crop of 9-star Poison Masters. That should be more than enough to show how fearsome they were. The Poison Hall has always been a reclusive power, holding itself within the depths of a mountain range and refusing to submit to the Master-Teacher Pavilion's control. Since they dared step out of their self-exile, why don't we just... Elder Chu whispered to Pavilion Master Rinqingan as he pulled his thumb across his neck, making a gesture for death. Over the last few years, many things have happened to the Poison Hall. The Left Guardian, who Iwei, was taken in by Xianxia as his butler, and the other 2 eminences have been killed. Ren Qingyuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. This is indeed an ideal opportunity to take them down once and for all. However, these 3 can be considered as the strongest experts in the Poison Hall aside from their hall master. Even if we make a move on them, we'll have to move very carefully. It would be pointless if we sustain heavy losses while apprehending them. The Poison Hall's reputation had never been good. It was only because they had chosen to hold themselves up in a mountain range filled with all kind of traps and shrouded by a poisonous mist that the Master-Teacher Pavilion hadn't been able to launch a large-scale invasion on them just yet. However, since they dared step out from their home base to wreak havoc there, they could very well make use of this opportunity to encircle and eliminate them once and for all. Rensure, rest assured. The Poison Hall has always been an unstable factor on the Master-Teacher continent, and we have long made preparations to encircle and eliminate them. If they had continued holing up in their mountain valley, we might still have had problems dealing with them. However, since they have decided to run out here, humph! Today shall be their death date. Elder Chu spat with a cold glint in his eyes. All right then. Ren Qingyuan nodded before waving his hand lightly. The 15 nine-star master teachers in the air swiftly understood his gesture and discreetly spread around the surroundings, sealing all paths of escape from the area. On the other hand, oblivious to the movements of the master teachers above and the impending danger that loomed just ahead of them, Xinju, Lin Jianghai, and He Guangyu raised their gazes to look at the young man ahead of them. They were interested to see just who the man worthy of being their hall master's teacher and winning her absolute loyalty was. To be honest, they were slightly disappointed by what they saw. The person standing before them was younger than they had expected, and while his cultivation was exceptional for his age, it came nowhere close to matching to their hall master. They did not think that the young man was worthy of having their hall master mobilize their entire poison hall just to save him. It was truly hard for them to understand why their hall master would think so highly of the young man before them. But despite the doubts in their hearts, they dared not allow it to show on their faces. That lass, not expecting that poison hall to actually dispatch men to save him, Zhang Xian felt a little moved and helpless at the same time. The poison hall had always been on bad terms with the master-teacher pavilion. He was indeed thankful for their timely arrival, but at the same time, this could also lead to unnecessary complications. While continuing to reconstruct Zhao Ye's meridians, he gazed at the trio kneeling before him and asked, "Where is your hall master?" He was certain that he had heard Wei Ruiyan's voice earlier, even though it had been quite some distance away. However, since she had come to save him, why did she disappear all of a sudden? Reporting to Xianxia, our hall master said that the master-teacher pavilion's acts of encircling and assaulting you are deplorable and utterly shameless. She ordered us to rush over to protect you first while she takes a trip to the master-teacher pavilion in the vicinity to repay the favor to them. Lin Jianghai clasped his fist as he reported. She is going around the master-teacher pavilions in the vicinity to repay the favor? Wei Ruiyan had been in a sickly state from a very young age, living a life that could hardly be counted as a life. Those difficulties had left her with little regard for rules and convention. If it was her, she really might go around poisoning master teachers just to vent anger against the master teacher pavilion on his behalf. Hearing those words, the master teachers in the area nearly plummeted to the ground from a mixture of horror and rage. You cowards! This was especially so for Ren Qingyuan. He nearly exploded on the spot. Possessing the innate poison body, the head of the poison hall was as good as a walking calamity. Even 9-star master teachers would not be able to withstand the poison that she emanated, let alone ordinary master teachers. If she made a move personally, this would really end in a widespread massacre for all of the master teachers in the vicinity. Unable to hold back his rage anymore, Ren Qingyuan bellowed in fury. Take down Zhang Xian and those 3 fellows right now. It was in consideration of his identity that he had been unwilling to have the master teachers make a move previously. After all, it would be dishonorable for 9-star master teachers like them to gang up on a junior. However, with the head of the poison hall on the loose, he could not care that much anymore. They had to quickly apprehend those 4 so that they could devote their forces to dealing with the head of the poison hall. A second wasted could mean the deaths of 100 more master teachers. Aside from that, they would also be able to use those 4 as hostages in order to force the head of the poison hall to stop what she was doing and cure the master teachers that she had poisoned. Yes. Upon hearing the orders, the master teachers immediately released furious roars and rushed forward. Elder Chu charged ahead of the group and kick-started the duel with a palm thrust toward Xinju. Sila. In an instant, the surrounding air suddenly grew incredibly viscous, and overwhelming might poured down like a raging waterfall, threatening to bore a hole into the ground. Elder Chu could not be considered too strong among the 9-star master teachers in the master teacher pavilion headquarters, but he was still unmistakably a great sage expert. Powerful shockwaves rippled out from his furious palm thrust, and unable to take the impact, the blacksmith guild abruptly collapsed into rubble. Facing Elder Chu's devastating attack, Xinju's lips curled up. Do you think that you alone will be enough to kill me? Think again. With a cold harumph, he retaliated with a palm strike of his own. As the right guardian of the poison hall, as well as an individual who had almost succeeded in becoming the hall master, Xinju's strength was definitely not one to be underestimated. The moment that the two palms collided with one another, Elder Chu felt the power that he commanded being swiftly corroded by some intangible force, to the point where he could almost feel a burning sensation on his skin. It's lethal poison. Elder Chu narrowed his eyes in realization as he quickly flicked his free wrist and took out a jade bottle. Without any hesitation, he crushed the jade bottle into bits. Boom! A gush of water shot out from the bottle, and it swiftly dissipated Xinju's Jinqi as soon as it came into contact with it. Tianyun Divine Water? The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters sure is extravagant. Xinju sneered with an awful look on his face. The Tianyun Divine Water could be said to be the closest thing that the Physician Guild headquarters had created that could be termed as an all-cure panacea to poison. However, it was also incredibly difficult to concoct, making it a priceless treasure. However, Elder Chu did not hesitate to use a large quantity at once, and as a result of that, Xinju's poison art was severely weakened. Of course, it's important to be prepared before dealing with underhanded scoundrels like you. Seeing that the divine water had effectively neutralized Xinju's attack, Elder Chu bellowed loudly, "Comrades, hurry up and make a move as well. This is a good opportunity to rid the Master Teacher continent of the vermin known as the Poison Hall. Charge!" The morale of the Master Teachers was raised tremendously, and they swiftly whipped out all kinds of treasures to enter the fray. Voila! In an instant, attacks from all directions rushed toward Xianxia, forming a frightening storm. Facing the onslaught of the Master Teachers, Lin Zhonghai's face turned livid as he furiously roared, "Protect Xianxia at all costs." Very well. The other two swiftly moved their focus to defense, and they hurriedly drove their Jinqi to form a protective barrier around them to ward off the attacks. Hong Long Long. As powerful as the three of them were, there was no way that they could stand a chance against 15 Master Teachers together with Zhang Wuheng, Yu Ruoxin, Zhan Shi, and the others simultaneously. In just 2 breaths, a crack had already appeared in their barrier, and the three of them spurted mouthfuls of blood simultaneously. The situation was truly disadvantageous for them. Seeing that the 3 poison masters were swiftly reaching their limits, Zhang Xian shook his head and said, "Abandon the energy barrier and heed my commands." The offensive prowess of the simultaneous assault from 15 9-star Master Teachers was simply too frightening. Putting aside the 3 poison masters, even if Xianxia was around, he would also have succumbed swiftly. Heed your commands? Xinju and the others were surprised to hear such words from Zhang Xian. Even they were helpless against so many 9-star Master Teachers, so what could a mere Saint 8 Dan cultivator possibly do? That's right, Zhang Xian replied as he met the gazes of the 3 of them one by one. Seeing that the young man was not joking around, the 3 poison masters traded gazes as deep frowns appeared on their foreheads. The opponents that they were facing were 9-star Master Teachers. Every single one of them was unimaginably powerful. If they followed the young man's commands on this matter, they could very well be wiped out. Lin Zhonghai sent a telepathic message to Xinju and He Guangyu. "Guys, let's just listen to him. Our hall master instructed us to hold him in higher regard than her." Xinju and He Guangyu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. From their interactions with the hall master, they also knew how highly the hall master viewed her teacher. If something happened to him today, she would surely have them killed in a moment of fury. The current situation was already bad enough as it was. Since they did not have any better ideas in mind, it could be worth gambling on the young man. He might just hold the key to leading them out of this crisis. Forcefully holding the barrier up to fend off the barrage of attacks, Lin Zhonghai quickly asked Zhang Xian, "Zhang Shi, what do you want us to do?" Zhang Xian's voice echoed by the ears of the crowd. "Dissipate the energy barrier. Xinju, drive your golden yang poison art. Take 20 steps forward, and flick your left hand. I know that there's the venomous essence of dust-breaking twilight in your fingernails, so flick them out. Lin Zhonghai, take 27 steps to your right and prepare to release your crimson consonants. There's no need to aim at any specific person. Just scatter it lightly into the surroundings and you'll see its worth. He Guangyu, nicknamed the Thousand Hands Poison, I know that you bring a huge variety of lethal poison on you, or more specifically 54 poisons. Remain where you are and scatter 8 of them toward the sky. After which, shoot 17 of them right ahead of you. Then, remain on standby and await my next orders. You can decide then whether it's worthwhile to continue following my orders or not. Why you know of my dust-breaking twilight? Shenju's body clearly stiffened upon hearing Xianxia's words. He was certain that this was the first time that he had met Xianxia, but even if that was not the case, the dust-breaking twilight was a lethal poison that he had concocted not too long ago. Not to mention that he had just decided on a name for it on his way there. Not even the hall master would be aware of it, yet the young man was able to name it and point out that it was hidden in his left fingernail. Shenju was not the only one who was shocked. With a look of disbelief on his face, Guangyu exclaimed in shock, "You know that I have 54 different poisons on me?" As those poisons were his trump card, not even the closest people to him knew the number of poisons that he carried with him. On top of that, he reserved 2 of them for only the direst of situations, vowing to keep them hidden unless the situation truly called for them. Despite that, the young man had still been able to accurately point out how many poisons he had with him. And that was not all. Each poison had an optimal way of planting them, depending on their properties and forms. There were exactly 8 poisons in his possession that were discreet enough to be scattered upward without anyone noticing, and similarly, there were exactly 17 of them that could be fired as swift projectiles, making them suited for direct defense. In other words, there was no doubt that the young man really knew what poisons he had in his possession. Was the young man actually a mind reader? Seeing that the 3 poison masters were still dawdling around after hearing his commands, Xianxia growled in displeasure. "If you still treasure your lives, hurry up and get to it." Yes. Knowing that this was not a good time to allow their thoughts to wander, the trio swiftly acted according to Xianxia's instructions. While they could not fathom what the purpose of making those moves was, the fact that the young man was completely aware of their trump cards was more than enough to say that he was not messing around and had a plan in mind. Shenju swiftly drove his golden yang poison art before he decisively abandoned the energy barrier and dashed forward. He took exactly 20 steps forward, just as commanded. Sila. Barely after he stopped his footsteps, he felt a powerful force sweeping way. The attacks of 2 master teachers were already right before him. He flicked his left finger lightly and shot out the dust-breaking twilight venomous essence that he had hidden beneath his fingernail. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the venomous essence came into contact with the master teacher's attacks, their Jinqi immediately began corroding. "This is bad. It's lethal poison." Narrowing their eyes in shock, the 2 master teachers immediately retreated in a fluster. At this moment, Lin Zhonghai had already taken 27 steps right at this point and scattered the crimson consonance powder outward, and the 2 master teachers happened to step right into its area of scatter. As soon as they came into contact with the crimson consonance, their Jinqi immediately began bubbling as if it was boiling. Pooh! Pooh! The 2 master teachers immediately spurted blood out. In no state to attack anymore, they quickly retreated out of the area of battle and sat on the floor to suppress the poison running through their veins. The 15 master teachers were moving as a whole in a formation, so with the abrupt disappearance of 2 members, the formation swiftly collapsed. Guangyu's lethal poison dispersed into the surroundings, forcing the master teachers to back off 100 meters away. It was almost as if a vacuum had been created in an instant. All of a sudden, the master teachers who had been ferociously attacking a moment ago dared not approach. This, seeing how the crisis that they had been facing was resolved with just a few simple movements, the 3 poison masters traded incredulous glances with one another. They were confident of their strength, but the enemy had the Tianyun divine water to suppress them, which placed them in a highly disadvantageous position. If the fight had dragged on, it was only a matter of time before they sustained heavy injuries. However, by following Xianxia's commands, not only did they manage to avoid direct confrontation with the divine water, they also managed to incapacitate 2 master teachers and successfully drive back the others. This was a result that they could brag about for many years and pass down to their descendants. At the same time, it would also serve as a testimony of the might of the Poison Hall. Xianxia, unable to hold back their agitation, the three turned intrigued gazes to Zhang Xian. They had simply followed the young man's orders, but even at that moment, they were unable to comprehend how it had produced the effect that it did. Knowing that the three poison masters were curious about what had just happened, Zhang Xian explained the earlier happenings to them. Earlier, there were 59 star master teachers attacking us simultaneously, and 3 of them only managed to clear the 9-star examination in the recent decade. As such, their state of mind and fighting prowess were clearly a notch lower as compared to the rest of the group. Of the remaining 12, 7 of them have sustained some traumas in their long years of battle against the otherworldly demonic tribe, and they haven't fully recovered even now. 4 of them were serving as the linchpins of the formation, so they could not move too quickly or else they would have risked the formation collapsing. Xinju's advancement of 20 steps forward happened to be where the 3 newly promoted 9-star master teachers were stationed. By sending them into a fluster, an opening was created in the formation for He Guangyu to drive away the 7 injured master teachers and force the linchpins to swiftly retreat. With that, there was no way for their formation not to collapse. Of course, as master teachers, it would be foolish to underestimate their flexibility in adapting to their situation and their fighting prowess. The key to the earlier maneuver actually lay in Lin Jianghai's 27 steps to the right. That area happened to be the point of convergence for their zhenqi in the formation. In other words, your maneuver effectively poisoned all of them with the crimson consonants. While they might appear to be completely fine on the surface, the truth is that they are currently busy suppressing their poison. Of course, given that the poison was distributed among all 15 of them, its effectiveness has been reduced considerably. Nevertheless, it still managed to scare them off for the time being. At the very least, they will not dare attack recklessly anytime soon. Well, given the lack of time, I couldn't come up with a wholesome plan. That's all I could come up quickly. Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed. Is that still not considered a wholesome plan to you? To think that you can calculate all of that in the spur of a moment. Timing, formation, analysis of the opponent. You were actually able to achieve an impeccable evaluation on all of those with just a swift look. Xinju and the others trembled as if they had seen a ghost. As members of the top echelon in the Poison Hall, and this was especially so for Xinju, in order to find the legendary tome of poison legacy that their founder had left behind, they had spent most of their days roaming the world. On their journeys, it was inevitable that they would meet with several powerful master teachers, and there were even some occasions where they had exchanged blows with the grand elders of the master teacher pavilion headquarters. Even so, they had never heard of any master teacher being able to analyze everyone's condition accurately with just a look and devise strategies on them in just a few seconds. This was not just at the level of being discerning anymore but being omniscient. It isn't a good timing for us to attack yet, so just focus on defense for the time being. I have a few surges of zhenqi here, and I want you all to discreetly plant them in the area. Make sure that no one notices them. Once you are done, return here and sit down, Zhang Xian instructed as he flicked his finger. The 3 poison masters each received several surges of zhenqi. These surges of zhenqi were rich in spiritual energy, and they harnessed a nourishing aura, contrasting sharply to their destructive, poisonous zhenqi. While Lin Jianghai and the others had no idea why Zhang Xian was issuing such instructions, they still followed his orders and discreetly planted those surges of zhenqi around the area. A poison master's strength lay in planting poison in their victim without the latter noticing anything at all, let alone that these surges of zhenqi were completely attributeless, making them even less detectable. It did not take them long to finish planting the zhenqi, and they swiftly sat down in front of Zhang Xian. They closed their eyes and started meditating, paying no heed to the menacing glares from the master teachers above. It did not take long for the master teachers in the air to successfully dispel the poison in their bodies, and they quickly turned their sights in Zhang Xian's direction. Upon seeing how defenseless the 4 of them were, frowns appeared on their foreheads. To be honest, they could have made use of their moment of panic to escape earlier, but not only did they choose not to do so, they had even sat down and meditated on the spot. Just what were they up to? Humph! They are just putting on a front. The only reason we suffered a setback earlier is because we were unprepared for their attacks. As long as we proceed carefully, we will surely be able to slaughter them. Elder Chu spat coldly. Indeed. If we can't even subdue 3 poison masters, what right do we have to lead mankind against the otherworldly demonic tribe? Another master-teacher growled in agreement. While the Poison Hall had always been considered vermin on the master-teacher continent, in truth, the master-teacher pavilion headquarters had never considered it as a threat. They felt that as long as they were willing to devote their forces to deal with them, they would be able to destroy them anytime they wanted to. As such, they had charged into the battle expecting to be able to subdue those 3 poison masters with ease, especially given the powerful forces that they had present. Who could have thought that the other party would suddenly make such a bizarre maneuver that ended in all of them getting poisoned instead? In the end, the only powerful threat that they have is poison. I happen to be a 9-star physician specializing in the treatment of poison, so I have quite a few antidotes with me in my storage ring. Allow me to serve as the vanguard and pave a way forward for the rest of you. With a cold bellow, a master teacher stepped forward. He flicked his wrist and popped an antidote into his mouth. Without waiting for Ren Qingyuan's approval, he strode toward Xianxia and the others and thrust a powerful palm strike downward upon them. His power was colossal, as if numerous mountains were falling from the sky. But then, it came into contact with one of the surges of Jinqi that the poison masters had planted around the area. This surge of Jinqi swiftly flowed against the master teacher's Jinqi, and in the blink of an eye, it had already dived into the master teacher's body. If it was lethal poison, the protective layer of Jinqi that maintained around him would have automatically filtered and deflected it away. Even if it managed to breach his defenses and slip into his body, the antidote that he had swallowed earlier would also have immediately moved to neutralize it. However, the surge of Jinqi just happened to be pure and attributeless. It successfully bypassed all defensive mechanisms and entered the master teacher's meridians before swiftly making its way toward his vital organs. Voila! The next moment, the master teacher's face abruptly warped in pain, and the might behind his palm strike dissipated entirely. Putong! He plummeted from the sky and curled up from excruciating pain on the ground. This? Elder Chu widened his eyes in shock. He hurriedly rushed up to check the master teacher's condition before uttering in alarm. Elder Bai has been poisoned. He had also encountered this condition back at the Glacier Plain Court. Zhang Xian, disguising as Yang Shi, had managed to poison him using some means that remained a mystery to him even now, stripping him of his strength. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the young man to act as he pleased and destroy the Glacier Plain Court's long heritage. Poisoned. Everyone hurriedly turned their sights over, only to see Elder Bai trembling non-stop, seemingly placed in immense pain. The antidote that he had swallowed previously did not seem to be working at all. What kind of poison is that? Ren Qingyuan was stunned. He knew how skilled Elder Bai's medical skills were, and it was not as if he had been unprepared at all. He had even gone to the extent of swallowing an antidote in advance. Yet, he had still ended up being incapacitated by the other party's poison. Just what kind of poison could be that lethal? I have no idea either, the trembling Elder Bai explained through clattering teeth. It's no different from ordinary Jinqi, but as soon as it slipped into my body, it swiftly turned into lethal poison, making it impossible to guard against. Ordinary Jinqi, could this be will of poison? This? Ren Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. He immediately turned to the other 9-star master teachers and commanded, "Everyone, stand back. Don't launch an assault recklessly. Wait till we have found a countermeasure before making any moves." Will of poison referred to the poisons that were harmless usually, making cultivators lower their guard around it. However, it would turn into the most lethal of poisons at the poison master's will, making it a frightening tool of assassination. If the poison masters had planted such a formidable poison in the area, the tables could swiftly turn on them if they charged in recklessly. Thus, they had to find a countermeasure first before making a move. I have come into contact with this poison before. Without a doubt, it's indeed formidable, but it's also very easy to deal with as well. Come, let me help you. With a flick of his finger, Elder Chu sent a surge of Jinqi into Elder Bai's body. Having experienced such poison in the Glacier Plain Court, he knew how to resolve. While it did inflict great pain on the ones afflicted with it, it could not hurt one's core. As expected, with his help, the master teacher managed to resolve the poison within just 3 minutes. However, after seeing what had happened to the master teacher, the others did not dare approach Xianxia and the others easily. Let's try finding the areas where the poison is planted and uncover what kind of poison it is. We won't make any progress just waiting idly here. Don't worry. As long as this area is sealed, they have nowhere to escape to. Besides, there's a time limit to how long a poison can be exposed to open air before it loses effectiveness. I don't believe that the poison can continue remaining as potent as it is. The crowd discussed their next course of action. No one dared to attack, but no one left the area either. Xianxia is actually a master at poison too? Seeing how the young man was able to render the 15 9-star master teachers and a deputy pavilion master helpless, the gazes that Lin Jianghai and the others directed at the young man changed. Unlike before, they were filled with respect and awe. As poison experts, they knew how powerful the will of poison was. What was even more formidable was how the young man was able to infuse his normal Jinqi with the will of poison and bring out formidable prowess. They had never seen such an incredible use of poison in their life before. Previously, they had thought that the hall master was only respectful to the young man due to the gratitude that she had for him in her earlier years, but after witnessing this sight, it seemed like that was not all. In terms of mastery of poison, the young man was definitely above them, possibly on par with or even exceeding their hall master. It was no wonder the young man was their hall master's teacher. At this point, they had no doubt that their hall master's poison art had truly originated from him. As long as we can buy enough time for the hall master's return, we will be able to turn the tables on them. Seeing how the master teachers dared not approach despite how infuriated they were, Lin Jianghai and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If they could buy sufficient time till the arrival of their hall master, their danger would be resolved. What's going on here? Which one of you is Xianxia? In this moment of silence, a voice suddenly sounded in the air, following which a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It was an elder with a white, flowy beard. It's the first elder of the Luo clan, someone amid the crowd exclaimed. Upon seeing that man, Ren Qingyuan's eyes lit up in agitation. Ha ha ha! Luo Qingchen, you arrived at a timely moment. This is bad. In contrast to Ren Qingyuan's excitement, Xinju's face turned livid upon seeing the arrival of the elder. What's wrong? Lin Jianghai and the others turned doubtful gazes toward him. Luo Qingchen is the first elder of the Luo clan, and he possesses exceptional aptitude toward the manipulation of space. The poison that Xianxia instructed us to plant around the area might be able to fend off most cultivators, but I fear that he will be able to overcome it easily. Xinju explained. What do we do then? Grave expressions surfaced on Lin Jianghai and He Guangyu's faces. In this world, every single existence had its own nemesis. No matter how formidable a poison was, there would definitely be a way to deal with it. While they knew that the poison Jinqi that Xianxia had left around the area would not stop the 9-star master teachers for too long, they did not expect them to overcome the problem so swiftly. They had been banking on it lasting till their hall master came back, and everything would have been resolved swiftly. Who could have thought that the first elder of the Luo clan would arrive at this moment? That's how it is. Elder Qingchen, I beseech you to lend us your strength. Ren Qingyuan swiftly explained the matter to Luo Qingchen before clasping his fist to make a formal request. That isn't a problem at all. Luo Qingchen chuckled softly as he reached out and grasped at the space before him. Sila. The next moment, Xianxia felt as if the space around him had been isolated. The Jinqi and lethal poison that they had planted around the area previously seemed to have been severed by some mysterious power and stored in another dimension, causing him to lose control over them. Thank you. Seeing how easily Luo Qingchen resolved the problem they had been plagued with, Ren Qingyuan delightfully relayed his gratitude. With sufficient time, they could have achieved the same as well. However, if they wanted to achieve the same level of precision and accuracy as Luo Qingchen in carrying out the feat, not harming the surroundings in the least, that would have been truly difficult. Let me do it. After all of the surrounding poison had been spatially isolated, Zhang Wuheng chuckled as he raised his hand and dashed forward. When he started saying those words, he was still in the sky, quite some distance away from Zhang Xian and the others. However, by the time he spat out his last word, he was already standing right before Shinju and the others. The instant that he thrust his palm down, it felt almost as if the heavens had been overthrown, completely eradicating the concepts of time and space. There was almost no time lapse in between Luo Qingchen's separation of space and Zhang Wuheng's move, making it nigh impossible for Zhang Xian and the others to respond to the situation. Block him! Shinju bellowed as he flicked poison gas off from his fingertip to engage Zhang Wuheng. Humph! Without bothering to dodge, Zhang Wuheng simply heightened the might of his palm strike. Kacha! The poisonous gas was immediately forced back by the overwhelming might of the palm strike, seeping through Shinju's pores. Pooh! Shinju spat a spurt of blood as black patches appeared all over his face. He quickly took out an antidote and consumed it before feeling a little better. However, by the time all of it was done, it was already too late for him to dodge Zhang Wuheng's palm strike. His chest caved in under the latter's attack, and his entire body was knocked into the ground. Seeing how Right Guardian Shinju, the most powerful man of the group, was swiftly incapacitated under the collaboration of the duo, Ren Qingyuan could not help but nod. It's no wonder the Zhang clan and the Luo clan want to ally with one another. The combination of temporal and spatial powers is indeed fearsome. Individually, the Zhang clan and the Luo clan paled far in comparison to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, but if the two of them allied with one another, even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would have to think twice before challenging them. I think there's no need to trouble Elder Wuheng any further than this. Ren Qingyuan turned to the 9-star Master Teachers behind him and ordered, "All of you, take those two down as well." Yes, Elder Chu, Elder Bai, and the other elders quickly flew forth. Previously, it had been due to Zhang Xian's arrangements and the sudden onslaught of many unseen lethal poisons that their encirclement had failed tragically. However, with their eye of discernment, they were able to swiftly analyze the mistakes that they had made and the properties of the poisons that they had just faced, thus putting them in a much better position this time around. Pong pong pong. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jianghai and He Guangyu were already exchanging blows with Elder Chu and the others. The difference in the fighting prowess of both sides is simply too big. Zhang Xian thought anxiously. His means could only induce fear in the 9-star Master Teachers temporarily, making them dare not attack them. However, it was unfortunate that it had been foiled by the first elder of the Luo clan. Even though those 3 poison masters were among the top echelon of the poison hall, ultimately, it was nigh impossible for them to challenge the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, which had dominated the Master Teacher continent for many years. Not to mention the fact that they could only stand their ground in order to protect him, or else they might still have been able to try other maneuvers. Pooh! Pooh! In less than 10 blows, Lin Jianghai and He Guangyu had already sustained considerable damage. Just like Shinju, they were forced to the ground by a compelling force, completely sealing off their movements. Don't kill them yet. If the head of the poison hall really dares to make a move on our Master Teachers, we'll use them as chips to negotiate with her, Ren Qingyuan said with a wave of his hand. While the newly inaugurated head of the poison hall might be young, the terrifying reputation of the innate poison body had been passed down from generation to generation. With her unparalleled mastery of poison, if she really made a move on the Master Teacher pavilions in the vicinity, there was no way that they would be able to stop her. Besides, it was too late for them to rush over to save them. More likely than not, they would be blindly chasing after her tail, thus putting them in an even more disadvantageous position. Rather than that, it would be better for them to capture her subordinates so that they would have something over her. All right, Elder Chu nodded as he quickly walked over to Shinju's side to place him under control first. All of a sudden, he felt a dangerous aura assaulting him, and he hurriedly backed away in fright. But before he could get too far away, his face suddenly turned black, and he found himself losing control over the Xianxia within his body. Put on. He was unable to sustain his flight any longer and collapsed to the ground. What happened? Alarmed by the sudden twist, Ren Qingyuan, Zhang Wuheng, and the others immediately tensed up as they assessed their surroundings carefully. A quiet but imposing voice echoed in the air. I shan't trouble Master Teacher Pavilion to take care of my poison masters. Following which, a young lady dressed in red robe slowly descended from the sky. She was not too old, probably only around 17 to 18, and she had a skinny and not too tall stature. However, there was a pink aura rippling around her, covering a radius of 10 meters or so. Be it plants or Xianxia, anything that came within its range would be swiftly corroded into nothing. Ren Qingyuan attempted to extend his spiritual perception toward the young lady in order to assess her closely, but before his spiritual perception could come close to reaching her, it was abruptly severed. In fact, the lethal poison around her even traversed through his spiritual perception toward him and would have afflicted his primordial spirit if not for his decisive severing of the connection. What formidable poison! Ren Qingyuan's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. To be able to become the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. His strength could be considered to be the cream of the crop among the elders. He still could not compare up to the distinguished Grand Elders who had been around for a long time, but without a doubt, his strength was ranked amid the top of the Master Teacher continent. Yet, despite his strength, he was not even able to peer into the young lady's strength. This was too fearsome. Are you the newly appointed Hall Master? Ren Qingyuan asked. To be honest, he was really caught off guard by how powerful the new head of the Poison Hall was. He was not certain if he could defeat her even if he used his full strength. On the other hand, the red-robed young lady continued descending silently from the sky, paying no heed to Ren Qingyuan's question at all. Seeing how disrespectful the other party was, one of the 9-star master teachers furiously howled, You lass! Are you deaf or mute? Can't you hear our Deputy Pavilion Master is talking to you? Hearing those words, the young lady shot a cold glance over to the 9-star master teacher before flicking her hand lightly, as if swatting a fly. Ah! The next instant, the complexion of the 9-star master teacher turned pitch black, and he clasped his neck tightly as if he could not breathe at all. Following which, he fell from the sky to the ground as well, just like what had happened to Elder Chu earlier. Ren Qingyuan quickly rushed over to the 9-star master teacher and fed him an antidote, and only then did the latter's condition improve slightly. However, terrified by the previous experience, the 9-star master teacher no longer spouted any nonsense anymore. To be able to poison him with just a casual swat of her hand. Just what kind of ability was that? He was not the only one in such a state. The other 9-star master teachers also tensed up as they gazed at the young lady in front of them warily with ugly complexions. For an individual to induce such fear in 16 9-star master teachers and the leaders of 3 major powers, no one would dare believe such a thing to be possible. This was the innate poison body, one of the strongest unique constitutions in the world, an existence deeply feared by even Kong Shi back then. Who? Before everyone's fearful gazes, the red-robed young lady landed on the ground, and she swiftly kneeled with both of her knees. Teacher, please pardon Wei Ruyan for arriving late. Seeing how the sickly young lady who could only afford to live from day to day, never daring to imagine what would come in the future, had already grown to become a powerhouse of the Master Teacher continent, capable of inducing fear even in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Zhang Xian's eyes reddened in agitation as he nodded with a heartened smile. He reached out his hand and lightly patted the young lady's head. Not bad. You have finally grown up, Zhang Xian said as he gazed deeply at the young lady before him in reminiscence. The first time that he met the young lady, she had still been lying unconscious on a bed. Just so that her sickly body could last a little longer, her father had cast aside his morals and committed many atrocities. In the end, despite knowing that it was a sure-death journey, he had unrelentingly hiked up the cloud mist ridge, which was filled with saint beasts far stronger than him, and in the end, he never did find his way down. After entering the poison hall, She had many capable poison masters working tirelessly to help her awaken her unique constitution. In a matter of months, her disposition and strength had undergone massive changes. From a weak young lady who wielded not even the strength to snap the neck of a chicken, she had become someone who commanded deference even from 9-star master teachers. If Wei Chongfeng was looking down from above, he would surely be gladdened to see how she was doing. Jai. While Zhang Xian was stroking the young lady's head as his thoughts wandered into the past, Shinju, Lin Jianghai, and He Guangyu were looking at the shocking sight with absolute fright. That person whose head was being fondled was their founder. Possessing the innate poison body, she commanded absolute authority in the poison hall. Anyone who dared stand against her in the poison hall would swiftly be reduced to ash. It was with such overwhelming strength that she had been able to gain full control over the fractious poison hall within just a few months. Even as a guardian and eminences of the poison hall, they still had to tread carefully around her, fearing that a single mistake would bring her wrath upon them. Yet, that fellow actually reached out to fondle her hair, as if doting on a young child. Is our hall master not angry? They cowered backward in fright, fearing that the hall master would fly into a rage and implicate them as well. But contrary to their expectations, there was not the slightest hint of rage in her eyes. Instead, they could see agitation and longing in her eyes, similar to that of a reunion with close kin. As they came to realize what was going on, the trio thought, it seems like Zhang Shi isn't just our hall master's teacher. He's her benefactor as well. We must relay these words to the others when we return. Cross the hall master rather than cross Zhang Shi. If they offended the hall master, perhaps they might still be able to defuse the situation by apologizing. However, if they offend Zhang Shi and the hall master learned of it, it was very likely that the hall master would kill them without bothering to listen to their explanation. The head of the poison hall is Zhang Xian's student? So, the reason she spared Gong Shi back then was out of consideration for him? The fact that a student that he raised was able to become the head of the poison hall means that he is a formidable poison master as well. It's no wonder he was able to wreak havoc in the Zhang clan, Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court despite his low cultivation realm. The way of poison is unorthodox and depraved. Those who practice it can't possibly be of honorable character. With deadly poison in their possession, the master-teacher continent will remain threatened as long as they live. We have to deal with them promptly. Otherwise, if they ever decide to use their strength for evil, it would end in a bloodbath for the master-teacher continent. Watching the sight in front of them, an uproar broke out amid the 9-star master teachers. The head of the poison hall had made a domineering entrance, and her every movement and gesture further created her image of invincibility. Yet, as soon as she arrived before Zhang Shi, she immediately kneeled down and allowed the latter to fondle her head as he pleased, as if she was just a little girl before him. While they were shocked by the matter, it had also made them further their resolve. Without a doubt, Zhang Xian would be an even more frightening force if he matured. If they could not control him now, the world would be a mess in the future. We must try to pull them over to our side, and if that doesn't work out, we'll have no choice but to destroy them, Ren Qingyuan told the 9-star master teachers telepathically with a grim look on his face. Prodigies were indeed the greatest treasure of mankind, but only obedient prodigies were useful prodigies. Those who refused to bow down to command and simply did as they pleased would eventually culminate into a calamity. Over the past tens of thousands of years, countless geniuses had risen in the master-teacher continent, and there was no lack of cases where they had turned into demons due to the occurrence of an event in some point of their life. As such, the master-teacher pavilion had come to take only 2 stances when it came to them. The geniuses could either choose to submit to the master-teacher pavilion's authority and come under its command or choose death. To protect mankind from the threats surrounding it for many years, the master-teacher pavilion could not afford to be all good and virtuous. Ideals and morals were only for the privileged. When the fate of mankind was on the line, they would have no choice but to compromise their morals for the sake of the greater good. Elder Chu and the others nodded in agreement to what Ren Qingyuan said. After issuing his instructions, Ren Qingyuan glanced at the teacher-student pair beneath and began speaking in an amiable voice. Xianxia, the fact that you have chosen the path as a master teacher means that you feel a belonging to the master teacher pavilion. As long as you surrender and face the consequences of your actions, I'll ensure your safety. Perhaps you might still have an opportunity to become a master teacher once more in the future. However, if you continue struggling, not only will you be cornering yourself, even your student could very well lose her life because of you. The poison hall and the innate poison body are admittedly powerful, but you should know that the Master Teacher Pavilion didn't remain as the top power of the Master Teacher continent with just those petty means that we have shown you. Pavilion Master Ren. Hearing that Ren Qingyuan was going to ensure his safety, Zhang Wuheng and Yu Ruoxin immediately turned their heads over anxiously. But before they could say anything else, Ren Qingyuan had already interjected. I know what you want to say, but the Master Teacher Pavilion has its own considerations in making this judgment. As long as he agrees to our conditions, I'll give you all a satisfactory answer. All right then, we'll put our trust in you. Since Ren Qingyuan had already said so much, even though the two of them were still a little indignant at letting Zhang Xian off the hook so easily, they still reluctantly nodded in agreement. How about it? I'll give you 10 minutes to consider the matter, Ren Qingyuan said. Face the consequences of my actions? Zhang Xian directed a deep gaze at Ren Qingyuan as he repeated the words that the latter had said earlier. What kind of consequences will there be for my actions? While you did cause a huge uproar, given that no lives were lost, I believe that there's still some ground for reconciliation. Since I have already made this guarantee on your behalf, the other powers also won't go too overboard with their demands, Ren Qingyuan replied. I trust your words, Pavilion Master Ren, but what I am curious about is how the Master Teacher Pavilion intends to deal with me, Zhang Xian replied. If the Master Teacher Pavilion guaranteed his safety, the Zhang clan, Glacier Plain Court, and the Sanctum of Sages certainly would not dare to go too far against him. No good would come from snubbing the most powerful organization in the world, after all, and they still had their future to consider. At most, the Master Teacher Pavilion would just compensate them by helping rebuild their infrastructure, formations, and giving them some treasures. That should placate those three powers considerably. The key to this matter still lay in the Master Teacher Pavilion. In the past, the Master Teacher Pavilion did not hold him in high regard, thinking that he was just an ordinary prodigy whose death would be inconsequential to the Master Teacher continent. However, now that it had been shown that even the head of the Poison Hall was his student, without a doubt, he had already become a dangerous figure in their eyes. As the ones governing the Master Teacher continent, the Master Teacher Pavilion would not wish to see the rise of individuals beyond their control. So, while Ren Qingyuan had spoken of allowing him to become a Master Teacher once more, in truth, his goal was simply to bring him under control so as to prevent the situation from running amok. You are a person of great talent, and I believe that you will eventually become a pillar of support for mankind. You can trust the Master Teacher Pavilion to do everything we can to ensure your safety for this matter. In fact, we are willing to offer you the best resources that we have so that you can raise your strength swiftly. However, you'll have to imprint your soul on the Pavilion Master Seal. Ren Qingyuan flicked his hand, and a token appeared in his grasp. It was roughly the same size as the Sanctum Head token, but it had a peculiarly ethereal presence, almost as if it would vanish at any moment. Even when using the Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian was unable to discern what tier of artifact it was. This is an artifact that Kong Shi left behind after founding the Master Teacher Pavilion, and it serves as the insignia of authority for the Deputy Pavilion Masters. Only a true Pavilion Master is able to tap into its true strength, but as a Deputy Pavilion Master, I'm still able to wield a tenth of its might. With just that, it already grants me power that makes me unmatched against any men beneath Ancient Sage, Ren Qingyuan said as he gently stroked the Pavilion Master Seal and infused his Jinqi into it. The next instant, a heavy pressure suddenly crushed down on the crowd, trembling their souls. It felt like as long as Ren Qingyuan willed it, he could destroy the souls of any of them present in an instant. This was the tremendous power harnessed within the Pavilion Master Seal. Other than the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, The Pavilion Master Seal could be said to be the #1 treasure of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. While the Deputy Pavilion Masters could only wield 1/10 of its true prowess, it was more than enough to solidify the Master-Teacher Pavilion's standing on the continent, making all of the major powers deferential to its authority. Granting the Deputy Pavilion Master might that was unmatched beneath ancient sage, even experts of Xianxia's caliber would not dare clash head-on with him. Your student might be powerful, but with the Pavilion Master Seal in hand, I will be able to crush her soul directly, and not even her innate poisoned body will be able to stop me, Ren Qingyuan said as he allowed the Pavilion Master Seal to float freely in front of him. The carrot and the stick. Since he had already shown them a possible way out of the dilemma that they were in, he should also let them know that the prowess of the Master-Teacher Pavilion did not just stop at words so that they knew the decision that they had to make. Wei Ruyan glanced at the seal before turning to her teacher. However, before she could speak, Zhang Xian had already shaken his head and interjected. You won't be a match against it. The Pavilion Master Seal floating in front of Ren Qingyuan was many times stronger than his Sanctum Head token. If Ren Qingyuan really tapped into its power, they would indeed stand no chance at all. Since that's the case, may I ask how imprinting my soul on it will affect me? Zhang Xian asked. Don't worry. The effects will only be beneficial to you. Firstly, it ensures that you'll never be able to turn your back on the Master-Teacher Pavilion, so no one will be able to doubt your loyalty to mankind. Secondly, if you are in any danger, you'll be able to communicate with the Master-Teacher Pavilion through your soul imprint on the Pavilion Master Seal, and we'll be able to bring reinforcements to you in the fastest time possible. Ren Qingyuan replied. It ensures that I'll never be able to turn my back on the Master-Teacher Pavilion? In other words, I will be signing a soul contract and putting my soul under your control. Won't I? Zhang Xian asked. Based on what he had heard, it was similar to the contract between a beast tamer and their tamed beast. If he imprinted his soul on it, that would be as good as placing his life in the hands of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. The only reason I am asking you to imprint your soul on it is just to avoid the possibility of you ever committing treacherous acts against mankind. You can rest assured that I won't force you to do anything at all. Ren Qingyuan replied. The reason he was asking Zhang Xian to put his soul imprint on the Pavilion Master Seal was in case the worst-case scenario ever happened. It was not to make things difficult for Zhang Xian. This procedure was just to forge an inseverable link between the other party and the Master-Teacher Pavilion so that they would not have to worry about him anymore. This would be a win-win situation for both sides. The Master-Teacher Pavilion would gain a powerful, reliable ally, and the other party would have the full backing of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. My apologies, but even if you won't use the soul contract against me, I'm unwilling to entrust my life to you. Zhang Xian shook his head. As long as his soul imprint remained on the Pavilion Master Seal, even if Ren Qingyuan said that he would not force him to do anything, there was no guarantee that his promise would last. Should Ren Qingyuan ever decide to go against his word, he would be forced to do whatever Ren Qingyuan commanded him to do, as if a human-tamed beast. How could he possibly agree to such derogatory treatment? Their grounds were simply not equal. It would be an irreversible decision, and it could very well haunt him for life. For one, what if Ren Qingyuan ordered him to cripple Wei Ruyan and destroy the poison hall right after he imprinted his soul on the Pavilion Master Seal? In the eyes of the world, that would simply be the duty of a master teacher, and very few would criticize Ren Qingyuan for making such a call. In such a case, Ren Qingyuan would have nothing to lose whereas he had everything to lose. Are you turning down my offer? Ren Qingyuan's face darkened. Do you understand the consequences of your decision? No matter what, he could not allow someone who wielded as much influence as Zhang Xian to remain uncontrolled. In his view, it was only a matter of time before he became a threat to the world. I do. Zhang Xian nodded before turning to the young lady before him with an apologetic look. I'm sorry. It seems like I have implicated you this time around. If he refused to submit, the Master-Teacher Pavilion would surely choose to eliminate him. Considering that Wei Ruyan was there to save him, the stance that he had chosen would be equivalent to placing Wei Ruyan on the opposing side of the Master-Teacher Pavilion as well. Teacher, please don't say that you have implicated me. You are the one who gave me a new life, so there's no need for such words between us. Wei Ruyan replied with a tender smile, following which, she stood up and gazed coldly at Ren Qingyuan and the other 9-star master teachers before continuing. However, if they really want to make a move against us, they should first prepare themselves to lose half of their personnel. With a flick of her wrist, countless people materialized in front of her. They were all dressed in master teacher robes, and one thing that the crowd immediately noticed was that their faces were all pitch black. Despite having lost consciousness, they were still writhing on the ground in agony. It would not take a genius to figure out that they had all been poisoned. They are our master teachers? She actually poisoned so many of our master teachers? Shocked gasps echoed from here and there. Ren Qingyuan's complexion also turned extremely ugly. He recognized some of those master teachers lying on the ground. They were the top experts of the master teacher pavilions within a 60,000 li radius of the Glacier Plain Court, and many of them were 8-star master teachers. In their respective master teacher pavilions, they were powerful figures who could determine the fates of countless people with just their words. But against the head of the Poison Hall, they stood no chance at all. It was inevitable that they would be captured by her. What do you want? Ren Qingyuan spat coldly with narrowed eyes. Nothing in particular. If you wish to make a move on me and my teacher, be my guest. However, I can promise you that if we die here today, the poison masters of the Poison Hall will immediately leap into action, and at least half of all master teachers across the master teacher continent will lose their lives in the time to come. Wei Ruyan replied haughtily as she placed her hands behind her back in emulation of her teacher's usual posture. A few months ago, she had still been a young lady reliant on her teacher, but at this very moment, she was already a true leader who could stand her ground on the master teacher continent. Even the master teacher pavilion headquarters no longer wielded the power to kill her at will. Outrageous! This is completely outrageous! How dare you threaten us? It seems like the master teacher pavilion has really erred by not destroying you miscreants sooner. Upon hearing those words, the 9-star master teacher in the air trembled from sheer rage. As the #1 occupation on the master teacher continent, they were used to being treated with the utmost respect and honor. No one had ever spoken to them like that. Glaring coldly at Wei Ruyan, Ren Qingyuan said, "Every single one of our master teachers has already resolved themselves to lay down their life for mankind when they became a master teacher. It's futile to threaten me with their lives. Your poison masters are indeed a difficult bunch to deal with, but know that your poisons aren't omnipotent. As long as we devote our effort to it, the master teacher pavilion will be able to find a way to nullify all of the poisons that you have." Back then, the treacherous soul oracles were a powerful force as well, but the master teacher pavilion still managed to destroy them at their very roots. It's only in view of the fact that the poison master's unique insight into medicinal herbs could aid the advancement of mankind that we have tolerated you all so far. I advise you not to end the Poison Hall's long legacy due to your own selfishness. Seeing how Ren Qingyuan was devoid of fear, Wei Ruyan burst into laughter. You said that your master teachers are willing to lay down their lives for mankind? Wonderful. I have always wanted to see how deep their resolve is. Let's see which of us is the first to cave in then. With a wave of her hands, the poisonous air that shrouded her immediately diffused into the surroundings. The closest 9-star master teacher to her failed to escape in time, and his face immediately turned pitch black as he collapsed to the ground and vomited nonstop. Ah! Seeing how fearsome the poisonous air was, Zhang Wuheng, Yu Ruoxin, and the others hurriedly fled in fear. The prowess of the innate poison body was really as fearsome as its reputation made it out to be. Since you are courting death, I'll fulfill your wish, Ren Qingyuan uttered coldly. The poisonous air that Wei Ruyan was diffusing could very well reduce the entire Empire Alliance into a state of living hell. Unable to watch such atrocities being committed right before his eyes, Ren Qingyuan reached out and tapped the pavilion master seal ahead of him. Wang! The pavilion master seal buzzed softly in response, and following which, a dizzyingly immense force burst forth from it, intending to obliterate Wei Ruyan's primordial spirit straight. Hong Long Long! Wei Ruyan's eyebrows shot up as she quickly gathered all of her Jinqi to defend against that attack. Hong Long. Just as Wei Ruyan was about to reach her limits, a wintry voice echoed in the air. You speak of soul oracles in contempt, and yet, you use the very soul arts that you frown upon to deal with my teacher and my junior. Just how far can the hypocrisy of the master-teacher pavilion go? A massive soul abruptly appeared right in the sky, looming over the crowd. With a slight wave of his finger, the pavilion master seal flew right into the hands of the soul. The seal struggled intensely to escape, but it was unable to break free from the grasp of the massive soul. That is, a soul oracle? Wasn't the entire lineage of the soul oracles destroyed many millenniums ago? How could there still be one around? The soul oracle said something about dealing with his teacher and junior earlier. Could it be that he's Xianxia's student as well? Not only did Xianxia teach a poison master, he even groomed a soul oracle? Everyone's face distorted in shock. Even the 9-star master teachers who could remain calm before the worst of turmoil looked as if they had seen a ghost. It was one thing for him to have taught a hall master who possessed the innate poison body, but for such a massive soul oracle to claim to be his student too. Was this for real? Even though the heritage of the soul oracles had already vanished many millenniums ago, the person was still able to steal the pavilion master seal from Ren Qingyuan in a single move, rendering him helpless. Without a doubt, it was apparent that he was an expert too. For the students that he had taught to actually be stronger than him, and more importantly, there were actually 2 of them. Let go of the pavilion master seal. Ren Qingyuan roared furiously as he rushed upward to snatch the pavilion master seal back. He had been so focused on Wei Ruyan that he let his guard down for a moment and allowed a soul oracle to approach him and snatch the pavilion master seal. The pavilion master seal represented the very dignity and standing of the master-teacher pavilion. He could not allow anything to happen to it. Sila. Ren Qingyuan moved so quickly that the surrounding space actually distorted under his movement. As the deputy pavilion master, Ren Qingyuan's strength was significantly above that of Zhang Wuheng and Yu Ruoxin. With him exerting his full strength, the crowd felt as if someone had robbed the surrounding sound and light, leaving them with nothing but despairing darkness. It was almost as if the world had been torn into 2, and they had fallen into a crevice of nothingness. Of course, it was all just a misperception of the senses. Nevertheless, this move was already powerful enough to send one's primordial spirit into a disorientated state, making it nigh impossible for one to set reality apart from illusion anymore. Powerful, I'll admit. However, you are too naive if you think that you can catch me like that. The soul oracle in the sky chuckled as his silhouette swiftly turned ethereal before phasing out altogether, as if he had never been there in the first place. It's the long-lost art of soul traverse. Luo Qingqian narrowed his eyes in shock. Soul traverse? The confused Zhang Wuheng asked. In the first place, souls are formless and intangible. As long as one's will is strong enough, it's possible for a soul to break the restrictions of space and traverse freely through space, bypassing all restrictions that stand in its path. Of course, due to the limitations of one's strength, it's impossible for a soul to conduct long-distance teleportation similar to that of teleportation formations, but still, the ability to pull off short-distance teleportation can bring one a massive advantage in battles. Luo Qingqian explained. Due to the Luo clan bloodline flowing through his veins, he had a higher grasp over the spatial laws compared to the other cultivators gathered in the area, so he was able to see through Lu Chang's maneuver swiftly. Teleportation was extremely taxing on one's body, as one had to bear the brunt of the spatial storm while moving from one place to another. But due to the intangible and formless nature of souls, the effects of the spatial storm were significantly reduced for soul oracles, thus making it more feasible for them to traverse through space. Ren Qingyuan was indeed very powerful, but against an opponent capable of spatial traverse, it would not be easy for him to catch the other party. Who? Right after those words were spoken, the disappeared soul oracle suddenly phased back into existence, right in front of a 9-star master teacher. Boom! As soon as he appeared, he immediately channeled a powerful burst of energy right toward the chest of the 9-star master teacher. Pong! Before the 9-star master teacher could even react, He was struck squarely in the chest and knocked flying, destroying countless buildings in his path. It was fortunate that Ren Qingyuan had been concerned that a huge commotion would break out while apprehending Xianxia, so he had ordered the local master-teacher pavilion to evacuate ordinary citizens away from this area. Otherwise, who knew how many innocent lives would have been lost from that single attack? You redirected my attack? Ren Qingyuan hurriedly withdrew his attack as he glared at the Soul Oracle in front of him with fiery eyes. With his eye of discernment, he could tell that the other party had swept away a portion of the might of his attack using his spatial traverse, which was how the other party had managed to severely wound his companion in a single strike. Not too bad. Come, let's continue. I see that there are still many 9-star master teachers around, so I'll be counting on your help to knock all of them out, the Soul Oracle said with a chuckle. You? Ren Qingyuan clenched his fists tightly together as he tried to suppress his rage. The fact that the Soul Oracle was able to traverse through space swiftly meant that his attack would not be of much use. Not only so, if the other party redirected it toward his companions, would he not actually be harming his own comrades instead? In order to achieve Soul Traverse, one has to be a 9-star Soul Oracle at the very least, but wasn't the heritage of the Soul Oracles completely destroyed by the Master Teacher Pavilion? Who in the world are you? Where did you come from? Ren Qingyuan roared furiously. Strength of the other party's level could not be molded in just a day or two. If there was still a settlement of Soul Oracles existent in the world, there was no way that the Master Teacher Pavilion could have remained oblivious to it for so long. The Master Teacher Pavilion did utterly destroy the Soul Oracle Guild back then, but they didn't manage to wipe away all traces of their heritage. Alright, hurry up and make up your mind whether you want to continue attacking me or not. Otherwise, I don't really want to be wasting time on an old fart like you, the Soul Oracle mocked in a contemptuous tone. Hand the Pavilion Master Seal over, or else the Master Teacher Pavilion won't mind destroying the Soul Oracle Guild a second time. Ren Qingyuan bellowed as he dashed toward the Soul Oracle furiously once more. Sila! The space around the Soul Oracle suddenly solidified as if someone had encased it in ice, preventing him from making any movement. Battle technique, frozen space. This was a technique that could seal all disturbances in space, thus rendering even teleportation formations completely ineffective. The reason he had wasted so many words on the Soul Oracle earlier was to gather sufficient energy in order to cast this technique. Let's see where else you can escape to this time around. After sealing the Soul Oracle in place, Ren Qingyuan flicked his wrist and whipped out a sword. Without any hesitation, he brandished the sword right toward the Soul Oracle ahead of him. This sword carried an intense killing intent, such that even before the blade had arrived before its target, the killing intent was already stifling its target. Such an attack could easily inflict grievous wounds even to a Soul Oracle. In face of the powerful sword strike, the Soul Oracle knew that he would not be able to escape, but he did not panic. Instead, with a mysterious smile, he swiftly compressed his massive body into the size of the Pavilion Master Seal before hiding right beneath it. Wang! Ren Qingyuan did not expect the Soul Oracle to compress himself at this point in time. At this rate, his sword strike would definitely land on the Pavilion Master Seal. Thus, he hurriedly redirected his attack and pulled back his sword. As the redirection of his might happened too quickly, it resulted in a reflux in his Jinqi, causing an aching pain to strike his chest. Following which, fresh blood spewed out of his lips. The Soul Oracle knew that Ren Qingyuan would try to grab the Pavilion Master Seal right after, so as soon as the latter's sword flew past the Pavilion Master Seal, he immediately reverted to his original size, grabbed the Pavilion Master Seal, and retreated before Ren Qingyuan could do anything else. Ha ha ha! The Soul Oracle chuckled triumphantly. Feel free to make your move, but as long as the Pavilion Master Seal remains with me, you won't be able to kill me. You! Ren Qingyuan narrowed his eyes in fury as his chest puffed up and down from rage. His face was so red that it reminded one of a volcano on the verge of eruption. First, the Poison Masters who had not dared to leave their headquarters for at least 10 millenniums, and now, an occupation that should have already vanished in the annals of history. Nothing was really going his way that day, and words could not begin to describe how frustrated he was feeling. Had someone told him that this would happen in the past, he never would have believed it. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qingyuan suppressed his rage and said with forced composure, "The Pavilion Master Seal contains the will of generations of deputy Pavilion Masters. You might have used your soul energy to snatch it away and sever my connection with it, but you will never be able to truly control it. In fact, you have to constantly guard against it, fearing a rebound from it. I know that despite your leisurely appearance, the Pavilion Master Seal is searing your soul as if you are grasping onto lava itself." The Pavilion Master Seal was the symbol of authority for the Master Teacher Pavilion. If anyone could snatch it away that easily, what would that say about the Master Teacher Pavilion? While the Soul Oracle might seem as if he was holding it with ease, in truth, he was under constant attack from the wills of preceding Deputy Pavilion Masters, placing great strain on his soul. "Well, I'll admit that your thing is indeed hard for me to handle," the Soul Oracle chuckled. "However, it isn't time for me to return it to you yet." After saying those words, he turned his sights away from Ren Qingyuan and headed down toward the young man and the young lady standing in the midst of the rubble below. He kneeled onto the ground and said, "Teacher, Lu Chong has returned." "Good, good." Xianxia watched as the Soul Oracle before him reverting to the size of an ordinary human, and the appearance of the slightly reclusive young man came clearly into his sight. He could not help but nod in gladness. The Soul Oracle before him was none other than the student of his that had headed to the ancient domain of the Soul Oracles previously, Lu Chong. When he had first taken the young man in as his student, the latter had been quiet and reticent. In fact, he had gone on not speaking a single word for years, fearing that his enemies would find him. Yet, he had become a man who dared mock even the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Master Teacher Pavilion. That was a sign that he had finally walked out from the trauma resulting from the massacre of his clan. To be honest, Xianxia was not bothered about the talents or even the strength of his students. With him around, no matter how strong his students currently were, he was confident that he could groom them into powerhouses of the world. As such, what he was the most concerned about was their character. A person's character would ultimately determine their path and their fate. Only a person driven to surpass themselves would be able to reach the peak and even beyond. To Xianxia, that was really the only criterion that he felt one needed to become an expert. On the other hand, a person who was unmotivated and indolent, spending precious time thinking only of how they could brag to others instead cultivating, such a person would never become an expert even with the best teacher and best resources. The person whom he was speaking about was, of course, Sun Chong. Sun Chong had followed him for the longest period of time and used the largest bulk of his resources. Yet, in the end, he was still the weakest of them all. Hearing his teacher's compliment, Lu Chong's eyes lit up in agitation as he clasped his fist. "Teacher, I have successfully awakened the combat soul constitution." "I've seen," Xianxia replied with a smile. Back then, in order to save him, Lu Chong had charged into harm's way and ended up being severely wounded by the crown prince of the Shenyuan kingdom, thus ending in a deep sleep. It was after going through much trouble to wake him from his coma that he had found that Lu Chong's soul was incomparably large. Once it was awakened, there was no doubt that it would surely grant him tremendous strength. Given how the current Lu Chong was able to fool around with even Ren Qingyuan, it was apparent that he had already successfully awakened his combat soul constitution and gained full control over it. There was no other way that he could have advanced his cultivation so much within the span of a single year. Seeing his teacher's smile, Lu Chong suddenly felt fulfilled within, as if the hard work that he had put in over the past year had finally come to fruition. Nodding, he quickly passed over the Pavilion Master Seal that he had taken from Ren Qingyuan. "Teacher, I'll leave this with you for now. If that old fogey gets it back, we won't stand a chance against him anymore." Understanding the logic behind that, Xianxia reached out to take the Pavilion Master Seal from him. The reason Lu Chong had been able to snatch the Pavilion Master Seal from Ren Qingyuan was not because he was stronger than him. Rather, when soul oracles intentionally hid their presence, it would be difficult for any cultivator to find them. On top of that, Ren Qingyuan's attention had been completely focused on Wei Ruyan then. It was due to these two factors that Lu Chong had managed to catch Ren Qingyuan off guard and seize his pavilion master seal. Had Ren Qingyuan been guarded against him from the very start, even if Lu Chong had been 2 times stronger than he currently was, he still would have been unable to seize the seal from Ren Qingyuan's grasp. As soon as Xianxia came into contact with the pavilion master seal, he immediately felt a feeling of intimacy to it. It was almost as if the seal was made just for him, and he could tame it for his own use at any moment. Xianxia was taken aback. What's going on? He was certain that this was his first time coming into contact with the pavilion master seal, and he had thought that it would be difficult for him to control an artifact so much stronger than him. Yet, when he held it in his hand, it felt almost as if it was an artifact that he had personally forged. It was filled with fondness and affection for him. Should I try assimilating it? Xianxia wondered as he placed his hand over it, wanting to try to fuse his blood into it. However, just as he was about to do so, he suddenly felt a heavy pressure weighing down from above. Raising his head, he found all of the 9-star master teachers gathering together as one, collaborating with one another to form a formation that manifested in the form of a massive light barrier in the air. Teacher, that's the city defense formation of the Empire Alliance. It's built with the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion at its very center, and it was constructed to defend against enemies that threaten the security of the Empire Alliance. It seems like the 9-star Master Teachers have activated it, Wei Ruyan said grimly. After learning that her teacher was in Empire Alliance, she had swiftly gathered all of the intelligence available on the Empire Alliance so as to heighten the chances of success for the rescue operation. City Defense Formation? The formation isn't really too powerful by itself, but with so many 9-star master teachers augmenting it with their jinqi, it has formed a powerful force that we can't afford to underestimate, Wei Ruyan explained. For many years, the Master Teacher Pavilion had succeeded in keeping the otherworldly demonic tribe off the Master Teacher continent. The strength of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters did play a part to that end, but more than that, the Master Teacher Pavilion had also set up many branches across the continent, and each of those branches had constructed massive formations in the cities that they resided in. Those massive formations had lain dormant for many years, nourished by the spiritual energy in the surroundings, such that when an invasion finally happened, they would be able to call forth devastating might once they were activated. Such was the case at that moment. In the first place, the Empire Alliance was not a weak power, so its city defense formation was of considerable power. With so many 9-star master teachers working together to augment it, once it was activated, it formed a formidable force that even Xianxia would have found hard to deal with. Teacher, rest assured. With my soul traverse and Junior's poison art, no matter how strong their formation may be, they won't be able to keep us in here easily. Lu Chong replied with a confident smile. The journey to the ancient domain of the soul oracles had made him mature considerably as well. He was no longer the helpless young man that he had once been. Just like Wei Ruyan, he had also become a powerhouse on the Master Teacher continent, and his every word and gesture carried an imposing air to it that commanded respect of others, making others dare not cross him. Indeed, their formation might be powerful such that it would be impossible for me to face it straight on. But if it's just escaping, that won't pose a problem for me at all, Wei Ruyan replied as the poison aura around her billowed, seemingly ready to sweep into the surroundings and corrode everything in its path. Seeing how confident his students were, Xianxia replied with a smile, I have never been worried about escaping. While my cultivation might not be too high at the moment, if I really intend to escape, there's no way they would be able to keep me here. His cultivation might have been far beneath his students, but formations, to him, were really not much different from a free gift from the enemies. Ever since he walked out from the Tianxian kingdom, he had never seen a formation that could truly trap him before. Then, perplexed looks surfaced on Wei Ruyan and Lu Chong's faces. Since their teacher was able to escape from the encirclement by himself, why was he still idling around the area? While they were able to hold their ground for the time being, the situation was really not in their favor. I can't afford to leave right now. Your senior Xiaoya is at a crucial period in her cultivation, and if we leave now, it'll be one thing for her efforts to be rendered futile, but she might even lose her life as a result of that, Xianxia explained. Senior Xiaoya? Cultivating? Where? Hearing that their senior was here as well, the two of them were taken aback. Xianxia had wrapped Xiaoya tightly using his jinqi, forming something resembling a cocoon around her. Even the two of them could not fathom that the cocoon-like item emanating the killing intent of the otherworldly demons would actually be their senior. She's in there. Something happened with her meridians, and in order to increase the chances of success, I used the blueprint of a more efficient meridian network to reconstruct the meridians in her body, but a side effect of that is that she emanates such an aura. Xianxia explained. Reconstruct the meridians in her body? Used the blueprint of a more efficient meridian network? Wei Ruyan and Lu Chong gasped in astonishment. They had never even heard of such a thing before. Indeed, only their teacher would have the guts and ability to do something as bold as that. Since our senior is here, we'll have to protect her even at the cost of our lives, Wei Ruyan declared as she straightened her back imposingly. Since their teacher was willing to face an army of so many master teachers fearlessly for the sake of their senior, as his students, what did they have to fear? At most, they would just die together. I also swear to protect teacher and senior, Lu Chong declared resolutely. I understand your feelings. Don't worry, it won't be easy for them to kill us even with the formation they have over there. For the time being, I need the two of you to protect me while I study this seal over here. I think that I might just be able to use this seal to get us out of our current quandary, Xianxia instructed before turning his sight back to the Sanctum Head token. Since it was the Pavilion Master Seal, it should have some kind of ability that allowed it to rally or command the Master Teachers. If he could tame it, he might just be able to find a way out of their difficult situation without causing bloodshed. Grasping the token tightly, Xianxia willed. Flaws. Who? A book materialized in his head. The Pavilion Master Seal of the Master Teacher Pavilion. An artifact forged by an ancient sage. It's created by fusing 3 droplets of Kong Shi's divine blood, and it wields formidable offensive prowess against souls. Flaws? Undetectable. Xianxia froze on the spot. Undetectable? How could this be? On his journey, he had seen a diverse range of weapons. Regardless of whether the weapon had been forged by a formidable master or a rookie blacksmith, he would be able to find the flaws in it easily. There were no secrets that they could hide from the Library of Heaven's Path. Yet, the book compiled on the Pavilion Master Seal actually reflected the flaws as undetectable. What was going on? A thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. Could Kong Shi be of the discarnate constitution of divination as well? The seers found those with the discarnate constitution of divination unreadable, and even the Library of Heaven's Path would have difficulties trying to peer into it. Both he and Luo Ruoxin possessed the discarnate constitution of divination, and that would explain why the Library of Heaven's Path did not work on either of them. Considering that the Pavilion Master Seal was made from 3 droplets of Kong Shi's blood essence, perhaps the reason that the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to find a flaw in the token was because of his discarnate constitution of divination affecting the results. Xianxia pondered for a while before nodding. That should be the case. Considering how even the young prodigy of the Zhang clan possessed such a constitution, surely it should not come as a shock that a man as great as Kong Shi would possess such a constitution as well. That was also probably how he had managed to dominate the land, overcoming the countless traps that the otherworldly demons had laid for him, and eventually ushering in an era of prosperity for mankind. But if I don't know the flaws in the seal, how am I to tame it? Xianxia frowned. In the past, whenever he tamed a weapon, he would first find a flaw in it before exploiting the flaw in order to tame it. Otherwise, going by normal means, even ordinary saint artifacts would require a year or 2 before pledging their servitude. Clearly, he did not have that much time to waste. Let me try my blood. Xianxia tapped his finger, and a droplet of blood dripped from the fingertip onto the seal. Halala! As if a smooth lotus leaf, his droplet of blood simply flowed around on the surface of the seal, showing no signs of being taken in. After flowing for a while, the seal fell onto the floor. Xianxia's eyebrows leaped up. Ordinary artifacts would swiftly absorb any blood that they came into contact with, thus taking in the will that was infused into the blood as well. However, for some inexplicable reason, the Pavilion Master Seal was not taking in his blood at all. This was the first time that Xianxia had seen such an artifact. It expresses intimacy toward me, but it refuses to take in my blood. How in the world am I supposed to tame this artifact? He had thought that given the surprising intimacy between him and the Pavilion Master token, he should be able to tame it with ease. Yet, who could have known that it would turn out to be even more troublesome than any artifact he had seen before? Hong Long. While Xianxia was still distressed by the lack of response from the seal, he suddenly heard a resounding explosion, and raising his head, he saw that the city defense formation had already fully formed. Ren Qingyuan and the others stood loftily in the air above, and they gazed down on them with such coldness in their eyes that it almost seemed like they were helpless goats waiting to be slaughtered. Forget it, there's no time to tame it anymore. I'll just have to look into it later, Xianxia thought as he placed the Pavilion Master Seal into his storage ring. In response to his act of putting it away, the Pavilion Master Seal obediently entered his storage ring, not resisting at all. This reminded Xianxia of an occurrence in his previous world. An ordinary-looking fellow fell in love with a diva, and he could ask her out and chat with her. However, whenever he wanted to further their relationship, he would be heartlessly pushed back. In the end, what he thought was love was actually just a backup plan for the diva. Such was the case with the Pavilion Master Seal. It was very obedient to his touch, and it did not resist even when he tried to stow it into his storage ring. However, when he tried to tame it, it simply refused to respond at all. Xianxia, if you still have the slightest nostalgia for your identity as a master teacher, I ask you to hand the Pavilion Master Seal over. Otherwise, I shall make sure that the Poison Hall and the Soul Oracles become a thing of the past today, Ren Qingyuan bellowed coldly. Previously, he had still been considering the possibility of capturing Xianxia alive and forcefully putting him under control. However, the fact that the other party dared to snatch his Pavilion Master Seal and even stow it into his storage ring, there was no longer any room for reconciliation. To have the Pavilion Master Seal snatched away in public was a huge disgrace to the Master Teacher Pavilion, and to make the situation worse, his two students were influential figures. One of them controlled the Poison Hall while the other one had inherited the heritage of the Soul Oracles. If he did not exact swift punishment upon them, things could really blow up. For one, the enemies of the Master Teacher Pavilion could seek to ally themselves with the Poison Hall after hearing that they had succeeded in snatching the Pavilion Master Seal, thus bolstering their might. At the same time, the failure of the Master Teacher Pavilion in protecting their insignia of authority could result in their allies losing confidence in them, and that had to be avoided at all costs given the impending crisis looming ahead of them. Make us a thing of the past? Try it then. Let's see how many people you are willing to offer as tributes for our deaths. Wei Ruyan harumphed coldly. She flicked her wrist once more, and the poisonous aura around her swiftly diffused around the area to form something reminiscent of a barrier around her and the others. Regardless of whether it was weapons or jinqi, anything that came into contact with the light barrier would be afflicted by the poisonous aura. Not even 9-star master teachers would be spared from that. Fools! Ren Qingyuan sneered coldly as he raised the sword in his hand. Master teachers, activate the Kuei Xing formation. Hula! The 9-star master teachers swiftly got to action, and in the blink of an eye, an unimaginable amount of energy was channeled from the surrounding buildings and the formation into the tip of his sword, imbuing it with the air of a conqueror. Break! The energy focused on the tip of the sword shot forth as a golden ray of light, tearing a massive rift in space as it crushed downward. When it came into contact with the barrier of poisonous aura, it visibly paused for a brief moment, but the next instant, it pierced right through it as if tearing a sheet of paper in two. Humph! With a furious bellow, Lu Chong expanded his soul to several dozen meters large once more, and he swiftly traversed through space consecutively, using his soul energy as a thread to forcefully stitch up the spatial rift so as to forcefully stop the ray of light. Using your soul energy to stitch the spatial rift? As expected of a soul oracle, you do have some unique means. However, I would like to see how long you can last. Ren Qingyuan jeered as he pushed the sword in his hands downward along the ray of light. Sila! The sword descended with overwhelming might. Pooh! Lu Chong's face turned crimson as the stitches made out of his soul energy creaked under the immense pressure of the sword, visibly reaching the limits of its durability swiftly. He was not weak by any means, but the formation that consisted of 16 nine-star master teachers, including Ren Qingyuan, was simply something far beyond his league. At the same time, the sword was also attempting to forcefully drill a way through the poison barrier that Wei Ruyan had formed, causing her face to turn pale and sweat to flow profusely from her forehead. "Teacher, we are already reaching our limits," Wei Ruyan exclaimed anxiously as she shot a swift glance toward Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian nodded. While his two direct disciples were defending against the attack from the formation, he had not been slacking around either. He had made use of the time that they had bought to examine the formation closely, and he had managed to find quite a number of flaws that he could exploit. However, those flaws were some distance away, and given his current circumstances, he was not able to reach them. "I'll point a direction out to you too, and one of you will have to rush out to strike it hard. Once that's done, the formation will immediately be undone," Zhang Xian said. But halfway through his words, a resounding boom filled the air, as if something had broken. Following which, the imposing Ren Qingyuan from a moment ago suddenly lost all of his momentum, causing him to nearly plummet from the sky. The abrupt dissipation of energy from his sword caused his Jinqi to go into turmoil, and he spurted a mouthful of blood out. Ren Qingyuan forcefully calmed down his jolted Jinqi before turning around to bellow, "What happened?" Just a moment ago, the energy that the formation was supplying to him had suddenly halted. If not for his powerful cultivation, he could very well have died from the rebound. Reporting to Pavilion Master Ren, "We aren't too sure either." A master teacher flew over and exclaimed with trembling lips. The master teacher pavilion that stands at the center of the formation suddenly ran away. Kuei Xing refers to Dubhe, the handle of the Big Dipper constellation, and at the same time it's also known as the god of examination in Chinese mythology. The master teacher pavilion ran away? Ren Qingyuan's body jolted at that completely unexpected answer. "Can you repeat that?" The others also could not help but freeze upon hearing those words as well. How in the world could the master teacher pavilion run away? Not to mention at such a crucial juncture. Even if the master teacher was pulling their legs, pulling like that was a bit much. "I saw it with my own eyes." The master teacher pavilion ran at a very fast speed, heading toward a specific direction as if it was obeying someone's orders. Seeing that the complete lack of trust from the surrounding crowd, the master teacher quickly explained himself anxiously. "It even grew legs. If you don't believe me, take a look at it for yourself." As he spoke, he pointed into the distance. Everyone quickly turned around, and the first thing that they saw was a huge sandstorm that seemed to be heading their way. Upon closer examination, they realized the sandstorm was actually caused by countless buildings sprinting in their direction, as if cavalry charging toward an enemy on a battlefield. Even the earth began trembling in fear at their imposing charge. "The heck? Is that a cluster of houses? Those buildings are actually charging right at us. What in the world is going on? Is this a building stampede? What the heck is a building stampede? I have only heard of beast stampedes before." All of the 9-star master teachers felt as if mini explosions had occurred in their minds, threatening to blast apart their rationality. Even Zhang Wuheng, Luo Qingqian, and the others were completely dumbfounded before that scene. They did not even realize that their beards were being blown up by their shocked gasps. They had seen alarmed beasts running amok, and they had seen schools of fish and flocks of birds escaping frenziedly from their predators. However, this was the first time that they had seen an army of buildings charging in a neat formation. At this point, they could not help but remember the old adage, "As long as you live long enough, there is nothing that you will not see." Someone has enchanted those buildings. Ren Qingyuan was the first one to realize what was going, and he immediately bellowed out to inform the others. Of course, there was no way non-living things like buildings could possibly stand up and run of their own accord. The very fact that they could prance around and even make catcalls at them like street ruffians meant that someone had enchanted them to life. "No, wait a moment. Those buildings over there. Aren't those our master-teacher pavilions? Now that you mention it, that is indeed the case. That's the City of Glacier Master-Teacher Pavilion, the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion, the Thousand Leaf City Master-Teacher Pavilion, and the Violet Aroma Quarters Master-Teacher Pavilion. I have been to those places before. To think that a day would come when I would see them coming to life. Wait, that particularly gigantic thing over there, why does it look so familiar? Isn't that the city wall of the Empire Alliance? As the buildings came closer and closer, the crowd managed to get a closer look at the buildings within the sandstorm, and their eyebrows immediately began twitching. As if their lower jaws had dislocated, they could not close their gaping mouth at all. There were master-teacher pavilions from within tens of thousands of li of the Empire Alliance amid the army. These towering master-teacher pavilions were symbols of the highest authority within a region, and they were often viewed with deference. Yet, for those buildings to be making catcalls and even shaking their bottoms provocatively as they charged over, it must be the Spirit Awakener Guild. Just what kind of insanity has come over those women? Ren Qingyuan cursed furiously. Other than the Spirit Awakener Guild, there was no other power on the master-teacher continent that was capable of creating such a huge army of enchanted master-teacher pavilions. But had the Spirit Awakener Guild not always lain low, trying to stay out of sight wherever possible? Due to the nature of their occupation, their members numbered very few, and they were severely lacking in offensive prowess. In fact, they even had to ally themselves with other powers in order to protect themselves. Given so, they had always tried to stay out of conflict, never daring to offend any of the major powers, let alone the master-teacher pavilion. So, why would they suddenly enchant so many master-teacher pavilions and wreak havoc here? The master-teacher pavilions are made out of resilient materials, and each of them is shrouded by a massive formation, giving them a wholesome building structure. As a result, unlike most buildings, which would swiftly collapse soon after they started moving around, the master-teacher pavilions are significantly easier to enchant and maneuver around. But why did the Spirit Awakener Guild suddenly choose to do something like this? Aren't they afraid of offending the master-teacher pavilion? Indeed. What in the world are those bunch of women up to? I've heard that the Spirit Awakener Guild has just elected a rather young lady as their new guild leader. Could this matter have anything to do with this? I have heard of that matter as well. If I recall correctly, her name seems to be Wang Ying. I have even relayed my congratulations to her over her inauguration. Could it be that their new guild leader intends to oppose the master-teacher pavilion? Aren't they thinking too highly of themselves? The other master teachers also swiftly understood the situation, and they could not help but fall into a state of confusion. While Spirit Awakeners wielded the ability to enchant spirits into all beings, there was really nothing commendable about their fighting prowess. Spirit enchantment was a very consuming technique, and the long recovery period did not make things any better. Furthermore, the stronger an artifact was, the harder it would be to enchant it. Sometimes, it might even take dozens of enchantments in order to fully enchant an artifact. To make matters worse, most of the more powerful offensive artifacts of the Spirit Awakener Guild were highly consuming and had to be re-enchanted frequently, or else they might just return to being inanimate in the midst of a battle. For such reasons, the Spirit Awakener Guild had always been one of the most docile and peaceful groups on the Master-Teacher continent. It was really hard to understand why they would suddenly be so brazen as to make a move on the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Hula! In the midst of their hesitation, the Master-Teacher Pavilion building charging at the forefront of the army finally arrived before them, and without any hesitation, it banged its roof down upon one of the 9-star Master Teachers. You! Facing the attack of the Master Teacher Pavilion building, the complexion of the 9-star Master Teacher turned rather awful. He raised his palm and thrust it toward the building before him. Hula! His palm strike caused an entire half of the building to collapse to the ground. But even so, the building did not seem to be discouraged by its sudden weight loss. Instead, it rammed its body forward, cloaking the 9-star Master Teacher in a thick layer of dust. With the weight of the Master Teacher Pavilion, even St. 5 Dan cultivators would sustain severe injuries under such a ram. Despite that, it was still far from being sufficient to deal with a full-fledged 9-star master teacher. Looking at how one of the master teacher pavilions had been reduced to rubble just like that, Ren Qingyun could not help but anxiously bellow. "Don't make a move on those buildings, otherwise we might just end up destroying all of the local master teacher pavilions at this rate." Those buildings were the face of their master teacher pavilion. Even if it was their own master teachers destroying it, it would not reflect well on them at all. How humiliating would it be if others heard of the matter? "But those buildings are attacking us. Are we to allow those buildings to do as they please?" A 9-star master teacher protested as he was struck in the face by one of the catcalling master teacher pavilions. Those enchanted buildings would not stop their attacks just because the master teachers were willing to make peace. Of course, those buildings could not possibly kill them due to the limits of their offensive prowess, but it would not look good on them to be chased around by a cluster of buildings either, not to mention the collateral damage that it would cause the Empire Alliance. "I know that. These buildings are bound to be controlled by spirit awakeners, or else they wouldn't charge right at us either. As long as we can find the spirit awakeners behind this, we will be able to force them to stop this farce," Ren Qingyuan said as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Based on his deductions, it was likely for the spirit awakeners responsible for this mess to be in the vicinity as well. As long as he could find the spirit awakeners and apprehend them, he would be able to resolve this problem. While scanning his surroundings, his gaze suddenly halted on a specific location, and a glint flashed through the depths of his eyes. There they are. He raised his palm in preparation to launch an attack against them. Who? But before he could even make his move, a building suddenly rammed right into him, and its massive roof crushed right down on his body, pinning him forcefully onto the ground. "You!" Ren Qingyuan's rage immediately flurried at being treated in such a manner. He raised his hands and released the entirety of his strength without reservation. Sila! The building exploded, sending countless rock shards shooting out into the surroundings. Hoo! Right after that building was destroyed, another 8 more buildings rushed right up to Ren Qingyuan. It was almost as if those buildings were facing their archenemy. Countless tables, chairs, beds, and every type of furniture that one could think of were furiously tossed out of the windows and gates of the buildings, bombarding Ren Qingyuan. Despite Ren Qingyuan's tremendous strength, he still flew into a brief fluster while trying to cope with the furious onslaught of so many buildings at once. "The Spirit Awakener Guild? Are you trying to start a revolt?" Unable to hold back his fury any longer, Ren Qingyuan roared with a deafening voice that reverberated throughout the entire Empire Alliance city. The Master Teacher Pavilion has always been preached on the importance of respecting one's roots and lineage. Someone is trying to frame my teacher for a crime that he hasn't committed, and some ignominious organization is even seeking his life without bothering to conduct a thorough investigation of the incident. It's precisely out of respect for Kong Shi and the noble values that he has passed down that I have come here to save my teacher. Has Master Teacher Pavilion forgotten the teachings of the great Kong Shi to view my actions as a revolt? The powerful voice of a female responded. Following which, on the great walls of the Empire Alliance city, a figure stood up. It was a young lady dressed in a long purple robe that flowed along with the wind. The swirling dust around her did not diminish her disposition in the least. On the contrary, the sharp contrast made her seem as if she was the valiant goddess of war descending upon a battlefield. Is she the newly appointed guild leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild? Wang Ying? That's definitely her. I've met her before. She might be young, but her talent in spirit enchantment is definitely peerless in this world. It took her only a few months in order to raise her mastery in spirit enchantment to a level where she could clear even the Spirit Awakener Tower. She mentioned that she came here to save her teacher. Does that mean that Zhang Xian is her teacher too? To this, first, the head of the Poison Hall, then, a soul oracle expert, and now, the new guild leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild. All of the master teachers could not help but shudder as they lowered their gazes to look at the young man sitting on the ground beneath. No words could describe the shock in their hearts. As 9-star master teachers, they knew very well just how difficult it was to groom a student to become an expert. Each of them had countless students all over the world, but hardly any of their students had succeeded in reaching the top echelon of the master-teacher continent like them. This was apparent just by seeing how low the number of individuals who had reached a proficiency of 9-star in any occupation was. Yet, the young man below, despite being only at St. 8 Dimension Sundering Realm, actually had multiple powerhouses as his students. Just how in the world was this possible? More importantly, those students were willing to even defy the powerful and influential master-teacher pavilion in order to save him. Just how deep did their feelings for him run? While the prevalent culture on the master-teacher continent prompted one to remain loyal to one's lineage, there were still plenty of cultivators who paid it no regard. Furthermore, given that Xianxia had been condemned by even the master-teacher pavilion headquarters, no one would blame them for not coming to the rescue of their teacher. They could have simply feigned ignorance and steered clear of this mess. After all, the verdict of the master-teacher pavilion headquarters was absolute on the continent. But for their teacher, those people were willing to disregard all rules and risk the bright futures that they had ahead of them to dive right into this mess. If things went wrong, they could very well lose their lives. Just what in the world did Xianxia impart to them for them to be so loyal to him? Gritting his teeth tightly, Ren Qingyuan harumphed with an utterly cold voice. Guild leader Wang, do you understand who you are going against at this very moment? I do, but I am heavily indebted to my teacher. Whoever dares lay a finger on my teacher, no matter who they are, I'll pit my life against them without any hesitation. The young lady replied calmly. So, if I understand your words correctly, you are saying that Xianxia is your teacher. Is that right? Ren Qingyuan asked. Indeed. Xianxia is the name of my teacher, and he's the person who made me the person I am today. The young lady replied once more. The person who had just arrived with a huge army of buildings was none other than Wang Ying. All of the buildings within a 30,000 li radius from the Glacier Plain Court had been enchanted by the elders of their Spirit Awakener Guild, and together, they formed a massive army that even 9-star master teachers would have trouble dealing with all of a sudden. Xianxia has willfully wreaked havoc in the Zhang clan and injured dozens of their elders, including the first elder Zhang Wuheng, after which, he went to the Sanctum of Sages and severely wounded its deputy sanctum head, Zhan Shi. Following that, he ran over to the Glacier Plain Court, kidnapped their young court chief, and destroyed many of their buildings while doing so. Ren Qingyuan spat coldly. Even if we put all that aside for the moment, just the fact that he is the teacher of the vicious head of the depraved Poison Hall and a deplorable soul oracle, along with the existence of the otherworldly demonic tribe artifact that is placed right in front of him, is more than enough for the master-teacher pavilion to deem him an enemy of mankind. He might be your teacher, but his sins are unpardonable. Vicious? Deplorable? Ha ha ha! Wang Ying sneered coldly upon hearing those words. You claimed that my junior Wei Ruyan is a vicious person. Very well, why don't you tell me what vicious deeds she has done? Has she massacred millions in cold blood? Look at the poisoned master teachers in front of her. Is that not sufficient evidence to prove her vicious character? Ren Qingyuan sneered. They might be poisoned, but aren't they still alive? In fact, if my junior Wei Ruyan hadn't incapacitated them and used them as a chip to protect her and my teacher, you would have been the ones to murder them in cold blood. You claimed that my junior is vicious, but can you name anyone whom she has killed to date? I reckon that there's probably more blood on your hands than hers. Wang Ying snapped. Wang Ying's outburst left Ren Qingyuan speechless for a moment. The head of the Poison Hall had indeed gone around poisoning their master teachers one after another, but she had only knocked them out. Despite the terrible states that they were in, it did not seem like anyone had lost their life yet. Even though they were on the opposing side, looking at it once more, it did appear that the head of the Poison Hall was not intending to kill any of their master teachers, at least not yet. You also mentioned that my junior Lu Chong is a deplorable individual. Very well, why don't you tell me what deplorable deeds he has committed? Just what great sin has he committed for the impartial master-teacher pavilion to denounce him so? Wang Ying asked imposingly. Once again, Ren Qingyuan was rendered speechless. To be honest, he would not even have known that there would still be a living soul oracle in the world if Lu Chong had not appeared there. From the fact that he had never heard of the young man before alone, it showed that the young man had not done anything wrong that was worthy of the master-teacher pavilion's attention. Why aren't you speaking? After all the suffering that her teacher and juniors had gone through, Wang Ying was not intending to let Ren Qingyuan off just like that. With a cold sneer, she continued. The master-teacher pavilion has always prided itself on being just and impartial. Just when did it become so presumptuous as to state its own opinions as facts and pass judgment on others based on its own biases? You claimed that my teacher kidnapped the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, but let me ask you one question. Do you know whom the young court chief is? Whom the young court chief is? Ren Qingyuan frowned. She's a cultivator who possesses the rare pure Yin body. The Glacier Plain Court went to great lengths in order to find her. Seeing that Ren Qingyuan really did not know anything at all, Wang Ying did not have the patience to listen to him speak any longer. I don't know what lengths the Glacier Plain Court has gone in order to find her, but there's one thing I do know, and that is, placing her hands behind her back, she said, she's my senior. Your senior? You mean to say that the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court is Xianxia's student as well? Ren Qingyuan narrowed his eyes in shock. He quickly turned his gaze toward Yu Ruoxin and asked lividly, is this true? The Glacier Plain Court had not mentioned this when they reported the matter to them back then. Xianxia was indeed Zhao Ye's teacher for a period of time, but it's also a fact that he impersonated Yang Shi, took away our young court chief, and wreaked havoc in the Glacier Plain Court. Furthermore, the fact that he's the teacher of a poison master and soul oracle shows that he's a person of questionable character. Pavilion Master Ren, I ask of you not to be blinded by the words of despicable scoundrels. Yu Ruoxin quickly spoke up. Questionable character? Despicable scoundrels? How dare you use such words on my teacher and senior? Hula! Before Yu Ruoxin could finish speaking, a furious bellow suddenly echoed from afar, following which, a spear burst forth from the distance, and before she knew it, it was already right before her chest. Ah! Yu Ruoxin's face turned pale, and her eyes widened in absolute fright as she desperately retreated. As powerful as she could tell that the might of that spear had already far surpassed her means to deal with. Even before the spear could reach her, she could already feel the force that it commanded threatening to pierce right through her heart. Hoo. While retreating, she anxiously formed over 100 hand seals in the blink of an eye, following which, a transparent barrier reminiscent of crystal materialized right in front of her. The strongest defensive technique of the Glacier Plain Court, immaculate glacial Yin wall. Kacha! The next instant, the flying spear collided head-on with the wall, but the wall did not even last for a breath before cracks began appearing throughout it. Yu Ruoxin could tell that the barrier that she had created would not be able to withstand the might of the spear, and once the spear penetrated her barrier, even if she survived the ordeal, she would be crippled for good. Thus, she turned to Ren Qingyuan and shrieked, Pavilion Master Run! Save me! Humph! Ren Qingyuan harumphed coldly, and as if he had teleported, he appeared instantaneously before the spear with a powerful leap. He immediately swung the sword in his hand toward the tip of the spear, intending to forcefully change its trajectory. Ding 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 ding. However, there was some kind of bizarre vibration to the spear that caused it to continuously strike down on his sword with incredible force, and every single tremor held such tremendous force that it felt as if entire mountains were ramming into his sword one after another. Dang 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 dang. Ren Qingyuan was forced to retreat several steps under the formidable might of the spear, but fortunately, he still succeeded in altering the spear's path. However, he was in no mood to celebrate at all. Shaking his numbed hand, he stared at the deflected spear with a look of disbelief on his face. That spear had come from a distance away, but even after piercing through Yu Ruoxin's immaculate glacial Yin wall, it still wielded enough strength to force him back. Just how powerful was the man who threw the spear? His doubt did not last for too long. A young man flitted in from the distance, stopping right before the crowd. He stood with a perfectly upright figure in the air, emanating an aura of sharpness that seemed as if it could pierce the heavens. The young man raised his hand, and the spear that Ren Qingyuan had just deflected flew into his grasp. Following which, he turned his gaze toward Ren Qingyuan and said, "Pavilion Master Run, I'll be taking my teacher back. I presume that you have no objections." Progeny of combat. What do you mean by this? Recognizing who the other party was, Ren Qingyuan's face twitched uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he said, "You have to remember that everything you have now was given by the Master Teacher Pavilion. As long as we will it so, the Master Teacher Pavilion can take away everything that you have anytime we wish." "Take away everything I have?" Completely unfazed by what Ren Qingyuan had said, Xianxia waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, "Do whatever pleases you," after which he descended toward Zhang Xian. Progeny of combat Xianxia. "Just what kind of attitude do you think you are showing us?" Unable to tolerate the young man's unconcerned reaction, Elder Chu dashed forward and blocked his path. Even though he had been poisoned by Wei Ruyan earlier as a 9-star master teacher, he had a deep understanding of medicine, and on top of that, he was also a powerful cultivator himself. After recuperating for a moment, he had already recovered enough to move around without any trouble. "Don't block my way." Xianxia glanced at the elder standing before him with narrowed eyes. "Scram! Audacious! Is this how you address a 9-star master teacher?" The infuriated Elder Chu snapped as his face turned crimson. Every single one of Zhang Xian's student was more arrogant than the last. "We might not have the influence to interfere in the affairs of the Poison Hall, Soul Oracles, and Spirit Awakener Guild, but the Combat Master Hall is a subsidiary of the Master Teacher Pavilion. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? Then how do you want me to address you? Shall I kneel to you?" Xianxia scoffed. "You don't have to kneel to me, but you should understand that the strength and influence you possess right now is all due to the credit of the Master Teacher Pavilion. You are indebted to us. Don't bite the hand that feeds you and ruin your own future." Halfway through Elder Chu's words, he suddenly felt his goosebumps rising up. The next instant, he saw a spear piercing right in his direction, and the powerful aura that it commanded seemed as if it would tear his primordial spirit to shreds. "You?" Alarmed, Elder Chu quickly whipped out a sword to defend against the spear. Ding! As the tip of the spear and the sword collided with a metallic clang, Elder Chu felt overwhelming might surging up his arm, seemingly threatening to jolt his meridians into shreds. Pooh! The sword flew out of his hands, and he spurted a mouthful of blood as he was forced back a couple of steps. But before he could regain his footing once more, he saw the body of a spear flicking forcefully in his direction. He instinctively cowered in fear, and he hurriedly raised his palms to defend himself. Kacha! Kacha! Under the astounding might of the spear whip, Elder Chu's body slammed right into the ground, creating a huge pit beneath him on impact. "I am already sparing your pride, but you still want to lecture me?" Xianxia scoffed as he clapped the dust off his hands and put his spear back leisurely, as if he had just done something insignificant. "Elder Chu, progeny of combat, just what in the world are you doing?" Not expecting the other party to knock Elder Chu flying without the slightest hesitation, the surrounding master teachers flew into an uproar. They rushed forward to surround Xianxia, seemingly intending to lynch him. "Are you thinking of making a move on me?" Despite the precarious situation that he was in, Xianxia did not show the slightest hint of anxiety. Instead, he lifted his gaze and bellowed, "These people are thinking of killing your progeny of combat. If you don't wish to be without a hall master, stop them." Voila! Right after those words were spoken, the master teachers saw the scene before them blurring. The surrounding space distorted for a moment before revealing 8 elders. Each of them emanated an aura of bloodshed, reminiscent of valiant warriors who had just walked out of a battlefield. Wang! The 8 elders drew their swords simultaneously, and a massive spatial rift created a gap between the master teachers and them. One of the 8 elders swept his gaze across the master teachers before saying in a firm voice, "I'll have to ask you all not to advance any further than this. It wasn't easy for the Combat Master Hall to find a progeny of combat, and we don't wish for anything to go wrong at this point." Hearing the words of the elder, Ren Qingyuan felt blood rushing into his head as he roared, Preposterous. This is utterly preposterous. Are you all starting a mutiny here? Ever since the founding of the Master-Teacher Pavilion many millenniums ago, it had always taken the role of the leader of mankind, standing in a position that commanded respect and deference from the masses. There had never been a single power who dared oppose it. Yet, in the course of a single day, four powers had raised their arms against them. Mutiny? Just like how water can float the boat, it can also devour it whole as well. If the Master-Teacher Pavilion is just and impartial, no one will question its judgment. But if it has strayed from the principles that it embraced, it'll find many standing up to oppose it. Xianxia replied coldly before turning his attention away from the master-teachers altogether. He descended to the ground and kneeled on the floor. Disciple Xianxia pays respect to teacher. Zhang Xian looked at his student from head to toe and nodded with a warm smile. Get up. Over the past few months, Xianxia had grown far more than he had expected, reaching a level that even he could hardly see through. Teacher, I heard that the Master-Teacher Pavilion has issued an arrest warrant on you due to the Zhang clan reporting that you have utilized an artifact of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Xianxia stood up and asked respectfully, May I know if that's true? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xian nodded. That seems to be the case. To be honest, he was not too sure why the Master-Teacher Pavilion had chosen to release an arrest warrant on him, but the cause should be tied to the incident that had happened back at the Zhang clan. Back then, he had been in a rush to save Xiaoya, so he had ended up borrowing vicious strength to deal with Zhang Wuheng. That could be the reason the Master-Teacher Pavilion had ended up taking such a severe stance against him. After all, the Master-Teacher Pavilion had always been wary of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and when the security of mankind was at stake, it was understandable that they would rather be safe than sorry. Teacher, you have fought against the otherworldly demonic tribe and single-handedly destroyed an entire otherworldly demon emperor lineage. Yet, due to an inkling of doubt that had to be verified, the Zhang clan insisted that you are guilty and demanded your punishment. Years of holding onto their title as the #1 sage clan sure has inflated their guts. They seem to think that they can do as they please without facing the consequences. Xianxia sneered coldly before clasping his fist and bowing grandly to Zhang Xian. Teacher, please allow me to vent your anger for you. You want to help me get back at them? Knowing Xianxia's hot temper, Zhang Xian sighed deeply before nodding. Don't take anyone's life. It will do just to teach them a lesson. I understand, teacher. Nodding, Xianxia slammed the spear in his hand onto the ground, causing the ground to tremor. He turned his gaze upward and scanned the crowd above before saying, Ruyan and Lu Chong, the Zhang clan, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court have framed our teacher and attempted to take our teacher's life. Are you willing to help me exact vengeance for our teacher and bring honor and dignity back to his name? Of course. Wei Ruyan took a step forward. It's my responsibility to do so, Lu Chong replied as he walked forward, too. Good. Xianxia replied heartily. He directed a cold and severe glare toward an old man amid the crowd above and bellowed, Zhang Wuheng, not only have you injured my teacher, you even issued an order to have him surrounded and killed. For the humiliation that you have caused to my teacher, I, Xianxia, shall challenge you to a duel in the stead of my teacher. Do you dare accept my duel? Hula! Xianxia flicked his spear to the side, and spatial ripples appeared along the movement of his spear. You are challenging me to a fight? Not expecting a young lad who was not even in his 20s yet to dare challenge him to a duel, Zhang Wuheng sneered in disdain. Very well, come. Boom! Before Zhang Wuheng could finish his sentence, a piercing shrill like a sharp blast of wind suddenly echoed from above. He quickly raised his head, only to see a massive figure falling from the sky, heading right in his direction. Kacha! Before he could even react, a massive bottom had already slammed him down all the way into the ground, causing several of his ribs to fracture. A huge number of his teeth scattered all over the ground as he coughed mouthful after mouthful of blood. Seniors and juniors, how can you leave me out for a gathering like this? It seems like I have arrived late to the party, the owner of the massive bottom said with a bright smile, revealing his gleaming, white teeth. Seeing the familiar face on the figure sitting on top of Zhang Wuheng, Zhang Yang replied with a heart chuckle. You came at the perfect time. With his eye of discernment, he could tell that Yuan Tao was far from a match for Zhang Wuheng. However, it seemed like while the rest of them had been protecting their teacher from the master teachers, this junior of his had not been slacking. The latter had flown to the highest altitude possible given the limits of his strength, likely tens of thousands of meters up in the sky, and he had dived all the way down from that height toward them. By the time Yuan Tao reached them, the speed of his fall had already reached several times the speed of sound. As the attack had come too quickly from an unexpected angle, not to mention that his attention had been captured by Zhang Yang, Zhang Wuheng had been caught off guard by the attack from above. This brief lapse in attention had been more than enough for the swiftly plummeting Yuan Tao to get him. The impact of the fall from someone who had been accelerating furiously for tens of thousands of meters was not one to be underestimated. While it was not enough to kill Zhang Wuheng, it had inflicted grievous injuries that would incapacitate him in the short run. Who could have thought that the first elder of the Zhang clan, one of the top experts in the world, would actually end up being incapacitated by someone's bottom before he could even use his bloodline ability? This would really be a huge smirch on his reputation. That's a relief. Yuan Tao patted his bottom before getting to his feet. Then, as if suddenly realizing that someone was beneath his bottom, he turned around and exclaimed with an exaggeratedly shocked expression, Elder Wuheng, what are you doing under me? You, pooh! Seeing the innocent look on the fellow who had nearly crushed him to death, Zhang Wuheng spurted another mouthful of blood out of indignation. Elder Wuheng, our Yuan clan has always been on close terms with Zhang clan, and we have never crossed one another before. Why would you appear beneath my ass of all places? Do you know how many days it has been since I last washed my ass? Furthermore, I went to the toilet before this, and I couldn't find any toilet paper. How embarrassing it is. Quick, come out. Come out. I'll heal you up right now. With an anxious look on his face, Yuan Tao stretched his hand forward to grab Zhang Wuheng's head, and as if pulling a radish out from the earth, he plucked the latter out from the hole that he was in. Pooh! Feeling as if his neck was on the verge of snapping apart, the first elder spurted another mouthful of blood. The sheer embarrassment from the situation made his eyes red in anger, and he was on the verge of erupting at any moment. He was the most authoritative individual in the Zhang clan other than the clan head. How could he tolerate being humiliated by such a brat so much younger than him? In a state of rage, Zhang Wuheng was just about to drive his Xianxia to teach the brat a lesson when the latter suddenly turned to Xianxia and said, Teacher, it seems like the first elder's injuries are really quite severe. I remember that you have a pummeling healing therapy technique. Can I ask you to impart it to me so that I can treat him so as to make up for my previous mistakes? Pummeling healing therapy technique? Hearing those words, Zhang Wuheng nearly choked on his saliva. Just that bottom landing on him had nearly knocked him out of shape. If the other party pummeled him on top of that, is this how you treat an elder from a clan that is close with your Yuan clan? Junior Yuan Tao, your memory is really failing you. That skill is called beast taming pummeling technique, not pummeling healing therapy technique. No matter how formidable a saint beast it was, as long as our teacher gave it a good beating, it would submit to him obediently. Zhang Yang kindly reminded by the side. Ah yes, you're right. This beast taming pummeling technique. Huh. How did I remember it wrongly? My apologies. I guess it might be because he doesn't look too humane to me, but back to the topic at hand. I came out in such a hurry that I forgot to bring any recovery medicine with me. Yuan Tao turned his sight to the young lady not too far away and asked, Junior Ruyan, do you have any good ointment or the sort that you could lend me? You poison masters often concoct all sort of stuff, so you should have quite a few with you, right? I do have quite a few incredible pills with me. Within 10 breaths after consumption, the patient will be permanently relieved from all pain and suffering. Wei Ruyan replied with a sweet smile as she passed a jade bottle over. You really are my savior, Junior Ruyan. I can tell that it's an incredible medicine with just a glance. Elder Wuheng, I really didn't do it purposely earlier. Elder Wuheng? Don't run away. I haven't treated you yet. After grabbing the jade bottle, Yuan Tao was intending to feed the pill to the first elder when he found that the fellow whom he had just plucked out of the ground had already fled far away with a frenzied look on his face. If not for the fact that he was severely injured, he would have torn Yuan Tao apart right there and then. What a pity! You do know this is really good medicine, don't you? You sure don't know how to appreciate good stuff. Yuan Tao grumbled with a look of pity on his face. Shaking his head, he turned to Xianxia and asked, "Since I'm not late, whom shall I face? You can just sit by the side and enjoy the show. That woman is mine to deal with." With an imposing wave of her hand, Wei Ruyan directed a piercing gaze at the first elder of the Glacier Plain Court and said, "Elder Yu Ruoxin, you framed my teacher and incited the Master Teacher Pavilion to issue an arrest warrant on him. I'll officially challenge you to a duel right now. Since you have the guts to harm my teacher, I believe that you should have the gut to face me in a battle too. Right?" Yu Ruoxin's face paled. She had already witnessed the young lady's prowess earlier, and her poison art was truly indomitable. Yu Ruoxin had confidence in her own strength, but she was not so arrogant as to think that she would be able to match someone who could poison even a 9-star master teacher to death with ease. "Why? Getting scared now?" Wei Ruyan scoffed in disdain before turning her sights to Xianxia. "What about you then?" "I." Xianxia's lips twitched, but he did not dare reply to Wei Ruyan's provocation. He was only at St. Nindan primary stage, a long way off from matching up to Elder Chu and the others. If the young lady really made a move, he would probably be defeated in a heartbeat. "Very well, I won't take advantage of you all." Wei Ruyan flung her sleeves and declared majestically, "Your Glacier Plain Court and Sanctum of Sages can rally all of your experts together. I'll face them all at once." Unable to take the provocations anymore, Yu Ruoxin bellowed, "Hall Master Wei, don't go too far." "Are you saying that I'm going too far? When you brought so many people to encircle my teacher, did you ever think that you were going too far? Whether you like it or not, none of you will be getting away from here unscathed." Wei Ruyan harumphed coldly as she dashed right for Yu Ruoxin. Before she even arrived, her poison aura had already scattered into the surroundings in the form of a pink mist. "Don't think that I'll be scared of you. Your poison art might be formidable, but I won't allow you to humiliate me that easily." Knowing that there was no way out of this, Yu Ruoxin bellowed furiously as she thrust a finger forth. The surrounding temperature suddenly plunged along with her movement, and it almost felt as if everything within a radius of tens of li would be frozen. She knew that Wei Ruyan would be a powerful adversary, so she had no intention of holding back at all. She drove her pure Yin energy to its very limits and released it all at once. "Seems like you can at least put up a fight," Wei Ruyan scoffed. Without paying any heed to the chilling energy that Yu Ruoxin was emanating, she continued dashing forward. When she was only 200 meters away from the ladder, she suddenly raised her hand and clenched it. Boom! A light yellow shockwave burst forth, and when Yu Ruoxin's chilling energy came into contact with it, it was first forcefully pushed back before abruptly sinking into the ground, as if infused with lead. What a formidable poison art that is! The surrounding crowd felt a numbing sensation on their scalps. To be able to render even one's Xianxia immobile, the reputation of the innate poison body truly was not unfounded. "These children have really grown up." Zhang Xian nodded with a heartened smile. The previous time that his students had helped him exact vengeance was back when they were still in the Tianxian kingdom. It had taken every single one of them to collaborate with one another before they had been able to defeat Lu Sun then. But now, they had all grown into powerhouses that could fight toe-to-toe with even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. The rate that they had changed had left him feeling a mixture of happiness and nostalgia. "At least, it seems like the effort that I have devoted toward them wasn't wasted," Zhang Xian remarked. As a teacher, there was probably no happier occasion than seeing one's student maturing. In that moment, it would feel as if all of the hard work that one had put in was worthwhile. All of a sudden, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. He flicked his wrist, and a seal appeared in the middle of his palm. At this moment, the seal was trembling excitedly, such that it felt searing to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian frowned doubtfully. "It didn't take in my blood, and I have unable to delve my consciousness into it either. Why would it suddenly grow so hot? Previously, he had been thinking of all sorts of ways in order to tame the seal, but no matter what he did, there was no response at all. Why would it suddenly grow so hot after being placed inside his storage ring? It was the greatest treasure of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and it had been snatched away by Lu Chong so that Ren Qingyuan could not use it to deal with him. No matter how the matter was resolved, he would likely have to return it in the end. If the Master-Teacher seal was ruined in his hands, it might really result in a full-blown war with the Master-Teacher Pavilion. While it might seem that his direct disciples had managed to one-up the Master-Teacher Pavilion, the unfortunate truth was that they still came nowhere close to matching it. For countless years, the Master-Teacher Pavilion had been the de facto leader of the entire Master-Teacher continent, and given its accumulation and influence, the couple of them there would still be far from sufficient to oppose it. Since placing it in my storage ring, it has been completely silent. It was only when I was thinking of my student's growth that it suddenly grew warm. Xianxia pondered for a moment before a thought came to his mind. Could it be that the Pavilion Master Seal is not tamed through blood but through the virtues of a teacher? If that's the case, it should be easier for me to tame it if I use the Celestial Master Teacher aura, right? The Celestial Master Teacher was an individual who was recognized by the heavens, such that even Xianxia dared not pull his weight before one. If the token was really related to the virtues of a teacher, who would be more qualified than a teacher recognized by even the heavens? Let me give it a try. With this thought in mind, he discreetly drove his Celestial Master Teacher aura and infused it into the token. Due to the increment of his soul depth, he commanded a greater control over his aura compared to before. Through careful manipulation, he was able to limit the emanation of his Celestial Master Teacher aura to the area in contact with the Pavilion Master Seal, thus making it nigh impossible for any 9-star Master Teacher or even Xianxia to detect it. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the aura came into contact with the Pavilion Master Seal, the latter immediately became even hotter. There was an abrupt burst of wind, and Xianxia suddenly felt the weight in his hand disappearing entirely. He hurriedly lowered his gaze, and it was indeed the worst-case scenario. The Pavilion Master Seal had vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there in the first place. In an instant, goosebumps rose all over Zhang Xian's body, and his vision turned dark as he nearly fainted on the spot. He quickly released his spiritual perception and searched his surroundings, but it was completely empty. There was no sign of the token anywhere at all. It's over. Zhang Xian nearly burst into tears. The Pavilion Master Seal was supposed to be some ancient sage artifact forged using Kong Shi's blood essence, and even Xianxia would have trouble dealing with it, right? Yet why would it suddenly disappear after he grasped it for a moment, as if an ice cube? Just by its name alone, Pavilion Master Seal, even a fool could figure out its deep significance to the Master Teacher Pavilion. Even when Lu Chong took it while Ren Qingyuan did panic, he could tell that it was out of apprehension that the Master Teacher Pavilion would be humiliated rather than the worry of never getting it back. But now that the Pavilion Master Seal had disappeared into thin air, how was he supposed to give it back to the other party? While he did cause a huge fuss with the 3 powers, it was still something that could be resolved eventually. However, if he took away the Pavilion Master Seal as well, he would really be eaten alive. What the heck was this? Hurry up and come out. Stop messing around. Zhang Xian muttered anxiously as he searched his surroundings frantically. Soon his eyes fell on his palm, and he froze. He found that 3 conspicuous crimson droplet imprints had unknowingly appeared on his palm, and it felt like they harnessed some kind of mysterious power. What is this? Zhang Xian pondered as he tapped on one of the crimson droplets lightly. Wang! All of a sudden, with a resounding buzz amid a slight moment of disorientation, Zhang Xian suddenly found himself being teleported into a void dimension. In this dimension, the concepts of time and space did not seem to exist. All that could be seen around him was a glaring white background and a smiling elder. Zhang Xian jolted in astonishment upon seeing the elder's face. There was no way he could not recognize the other party when his sculpture could be found in every single Master-Teacher Pavilion across the continent. Kong Shi. At that moment, Kong Shi had a gentle and warm look on his face. A hint of agitation could be seen in depths of his eyes as he said, "Finally, after so many years, pleased to meet you, the new celestial master teacher." Junior Xianxia pays respect to Kong Shi. Xianxia clasped his fist and greeted the elder before him. Kong Shi stroked his beard and nodded with a kind smile, acknowledging Xianxia's greeting. "The Pavilion Master Seal is an artifact that I forged with 3 droplets of my blood essence after founding the Master Teacher Pavilion. Only a true celestial master teacher will be able to tame it. The fact that you can activate the seal and summon my will proves that you have met this condition." Kong Shi, pardon me for saying this, but would you allow me to speak first? There's something urgent that I have to ask you. Seeing that Kong Shi was about to jump into his usual long speech once more, Xianxia immediately interjected into his words and stopped him anxiously. From past experience, he had come to learn that despite Kong Shi's great achievements, he was actually a particularly unreliable person. Each and every time that he managed to speak to Kong Shi, the other party would vanish right before getting to the main point. If he allowed Kong Shi to go first this time, chances were that the same would happen. Having learned his lesson, Xianxia was determined to go first this time around. "Oh!" Noting Xianxia's anxiety, Kong Shi looked at the young man for a moment before raising his hand. "Please, feel free to speak. I am afflicted with the innate fetal poison, and I heard that you underwent the same experience back then as well. May I know how you managed to resolve it?" Xianxia asked anxiously. "Innate fetal poison?" Kong Shi frowned as he examined Xianxia intently. A moment later, he nodded and said, "It's indeed the innate fetal poison. The poison itself isn't too difficult to cure. But, the thing that is hidden inside the innate fetal poison might not be that easy to get rid of," Kong Shi said with a grim look on his face. "The thing that is hidden inside the innate fetal poison? What's that?" Xianxia asked in confusion. He had noticed the innate fetal poison early and used his Heaven's Path Xianxia to have it suppressed in a corner, rendering it immobile. But from Kong Shi's tone, it seemed like there was more to the innate fetal poison than met the eye. "There's no point talking about it now. You will come to know of it yourself once you cure yourself of the innate fetal poison. It's not that I want to conceal this matter from you, but there could be adverse consequences if I tell you in advance, so I can only seek your understanding for that. For the time being, let me tell you the method to resolving the innate fetal poison first," Kong Shi said. "Please enlighten me." Xianxia clasped his fist. While he still had some years before the triggering of the innate fetal poison, he still hoped to cure himself of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be unable to shake off the tension coming from the feeling that he was already standing in death's jaws. The innate fetal poison is planted into the body of an expecting body in order to strip a fetus bloodline or to destroy its vitality. As the poison is planted during a fetus developmental phase, it's viewed to be an inherent condition by the body, so ordinary medicines are ineffective on it. There's only one way to resolve it for good, and that's to become a 9-star master teacher and undergo the tribulation of heavenly flames. If you can draw the flames into your body and use the heat to sear the poison aura, you'll be able to resolve the poison easily. Of course, the heavenly flames are a violent and dangerous power to deal with, and the slightest carelessness could result in one being reduced to ash. I had to pay quite a heavy price in order to resolve the innate fetal poison back then, Kong Shi explained. The tribulation of heavenly flames. Got it. Thank you, Kong Shi. Xianxia clasped his fists once more. Given that these words had come from Kong Shi himself, the tribulation of heavenly flames should be effective. With this, he would finally have a concrete direction to work toward. Given his current strength, he still had some way to go before becoming a 9-star master teacher. Nevertheless, with his rate of cultivation, it should not be too difficult for him to get there before 30. The innate fetal poison only triggers after stepping into your 30s, but still, it would be best for you to resolve it as soon as possible. You have just reached your 20s not too long ago, and if you can resolve it before 25, you can avoid having your strength and potential compromised by it. Kong Shi warned grimly. Xianxia nodded. I understand. Indeed, this matter should be resolved as soon as possible. After wrapping up the current mess that he was in, he should put his attention solely into raising his cultivation and strive for a breakthrough to 9-star master teacher within 2 months. Once he succeeded, everything would swiftly fall into place. Now that we have resolved your problem, I would like to talk to you about the Pavilion Master Seal. This artifact is forged using 3 droplets of my blood essence, and once you tame it, it'll assume the form of droplets on your palm. By touching it, you will be able to... Who? Kong Shi's figure suddenly flickered. Will be able to? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this sight, and he hurriedly urged Kong Shi to finish his sentence. Able to... Hula. Reaching his limit, Kong Shi's silhouette dissipated into thin air. Hong Long. Xianxia's mind jolted, and he found himself still sitting right before Xiaoya. Up in the sky, Wei Ruyan and Yu Ruoxin had barely begun their battle, and everyone was still where he remembered them to be. Nothing seemed to have changed at all. It was as if that conversation had occurred in frozen time. It was fortunate that was the case, or else it could have ended in a disaster for Xiaoya. That fellow didn't finish his words again. Everyone says that he's the world's teacher. But who in the world disappears halfway through passing down important information? Xianxia grumbled furiously beneath his breath. How many times had this happened to date? To think that the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion, a figure respected by so many people, would actually be so unreliable. Forget it. Xianxia glanced at the crimson droplets on his palm and murmured curiously. He mentioned something about touching it earlier. If I really touch it, what will happen? When he touched it previously, a Kong Shi had popped up. Even if he touched it once more, nothing bad would happen, right? With such a thought in mind, Xianxia tapped his finger on the crimson droplet once more. Hong Long. As soon as his finger came into contact with the crimson droplet, immense power suddenly began surging into his body, following which, the crimson droplet that he touched began shrinking at a visible rate before vanishing without a trace. For this, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment at the changes in his body. His entire body was filled with power, and he felt as if he could command and destroy the world at his will. What strength is this? Xianxia thought in disbelief. He was a Saint 8 Dan primary stage cultivator, but after taking in the power from the crimson droplet, he found himself far surpassing his limits, reaching a level that was beyond his imagination. Even though he could not clearly assess how powerful he was at the moment, he could feel that he wielded enough power to crush the space around him with ease. Could this be what Ren Qingyuan said earlier about a level that is invincible among those beneath ancient sage? Previously, when Ren Qingyuan first took out the Pavilion Master Seal, he had said that those who were able to tame it would be able to command strength invincible among those beneath ancient sage. He had thought that the other party was simply exaggerating, but to think that it would be true. The crimson droplets in his palm seemed to be the blood essence that Kong Shi had infused into the Pavilion Master Seal, and by touching one, he would be able to take in the energy in the blood essence and command devastating power. However, this power ultimately still isn't mine, so there should be a time limit to it, Xianxia concluded after some thought. As strong as this power was, it was different from cultivation impartation. Rather than saying that it had raised his cultivation, it was more like a cloak of power that he donned temporarily. For a set amount of time, he would wield tremendous power. However, as time passed, the power would swiftly diminish, and once it had been depleted, he would return to how he originally was. 3 crimson droplets, that should mean that I can use this ability thrice. Having made sense of the matter, Xianxia finally understood what Kong Shi wanted to say before disappearing. Most likely, Kong Shi was going to explain how the Pavilion Master Seal worked, but his unexpected question about the innate fetal poison resulted in him not having enough time to talk about the matter. No matter how powerful one was, as long as one successfully tamed the Pavilion Master Seal, one would have 3 opportunities to wield strength invincible beneath ancient sage. As expected of the world's teacher, the artifacts that he created were indeed on a whole new level. No matter what kind of mystical effects an artifact could have, nothing was safer than raw power. With this trump card in his possession, his safety would be assured. With such strength at my disposal, the Zhang clan, the Glacier Plain Court, and the Sanctum of Sages won't pose a threat to me anymore. Xianxia thought with a soft chuckle. He had still been wondering how he should resolve the problem before him, but with such strength at his disposal, he had nothing to fear anymore. In the worst-case scenario, he would just have to force all of them to submit to him. However, I still need to resolve the problem with Zhao Yu's meridians first. As excited as Xianxia was, he knew that his priority should be the tightly wrapped young lady before him. He continued to forge the pathways for Zhao Yu's meridians, but in the midst of doing so, he realized that due to the rise in his strength, he was able to control his Jinqi more finely, allowing him to hasten the process significantly. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It should have taken at least 2 more hours, but with this, I should be able to complete it within 10 minutes. While Xianxia was treating Zhao Yu, the battle in the sky came to an end as well. Yu Ruoxin's face had turned completely black from poison, and her convulsing body plummeted to the ground. Be it in terms of poison art or even just raw power, she was far from a match for Wei Ruyan. In fact, had it not been for Xianxia instructing his students not to kill anyone, she would have already been dead by now. Seeing that her junior, Wei Ruyan, had dealt with one of the culprits, Wang Ying turned to Xianxia and said, "If I recall correctly, Xianxia, you issued an instruction to have my teacher arrested and killed as well, right? I reckon that you wouldn't like it if my other juniors such as Zhang Yang and Wei Ruyan were to challenge you, so you won't turn down a fight from a spirit awakener like me, right?" Xianxia's face twitched in fright upon hearing those words. Considering how Zhang Yang and Wei Ruyan were able to stand squarely against Ren Qingyuan, he would indeed stand no chance against those 2 monsters. However, the young lady in front of him was not a weakling either. She was the head of the Spirit Awakener Guild, and it would be foolish to underestimate the means that she had at her disposal. If you are unwilling to fight, there's another way out of this. Apologize to my teacher now and retract your orders. Wang Ying harumphed coldly with a fling of her sleeves. Apologize? That's impossible. Xianxia roared resolutely. Even if I die, I won't stand for anyone humiliating the Sanctum of Sages. I see. I'll fulfill your wish for a valiant death then. Seeing that the other party's mind was set, Wang Ying could not be bothered to waste her breath anymore. She raised her palm, and one of the master-teacher pavilions immediately charged toward Xianxia. Hula! A huge gale roared under the master-teacher pavilion's charge. The charge of something as colossal as an entire master-teacher pavilion was a rather imposing sight. Xianxia stood his ground and gathered his Jinqi to form an 8-meter-large palm print, and he thrust it right into the charging master-teacher pavilion. Kacha! The palm strike burst right through the master-teacher pavilion, causing it to collapse entirely. However, Xianxia was also forced to retreat under the impact as well. Stop it! That's our Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. An 8-star Master Teacher yelled in despair by the side. If you want to fight, do it somewhere else. Why do you have to use our buildings and property as collateral damage? Sure. I can't care that much at this point, Xianxia replied helplessly as he leaped forward and dashed for Wang Ying. Kill a cavalry by shooting down its horse. Destroy a band of thieves by nabbing its leader. If the situation continued, it would only be a matter of time before he was worn down by the endless assault of buildings. In order to get out of this quandary, he would have to nab Wang Ying first. Do you really think that my strength only comes from my enchantments? Wang Ying scoffed as she looked at Xianxia's swiftly approaching figure. Unlike Zhang Yang and Wei Ruyan, she had not met with any fortuitous encounters, nor did she possess a unique constitution. But as the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, she had amassed the strength of her predecessors. No longer was she that naive and powerless girl of the past. She raised her hand and thrust her palm forward. Her movements were not fast, but they carried fearsome might. In the midst of his charge, Xianxia suddenly felt a shudder run down his spine. Knowing that he would not be able to withstand the attack head-on, he quickly leaped upward. But following his movement, he suddenly found his surroundings turning dark. Turning his gaze upward, he saw a massive puppet towering above him, and it was in the midst of swinging its fist toward him. It's the guardian artifact of the Spirit Awakener Guild, the Empyrean puppet, Ren Qingyuan bellowed in shock. Hula. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. There was no way that Xianxia could avoid the massive fist of the Empyrean puppet anymore. Once it struck him, even though he was a Saint Nindan primary stage expert, he would be inflicted with severe injuries that would leave him incapacitated for months on end. At that crucial moment, a sharp, cold glint flashed across the sky, deflecting the puppet's fist, accompanied by an imposing voice. Stop! That sword chi was powerful and magnificent, carrying a wholesome intent to it. Even though it had come from afar, it did not seem to be restricted by the concept of time. It seemed to have abruptly materialized right before the puppet's fist, thus saving Xianxia in the nick of time. That was a full might attack from the Empyrean puppet, yet it had easily been deflected by the other party. An expert. Wang Ying narrowed her eyes warily. She hurriedly turned her gaze in the direction that the sword chi had originated from. At the same time, Zheng Yang also tightened his grasp on his spear, prepared to make a move at any moment. To be able to deflect Wang Ying's attack from such a long distance away, the person's strength was at least on par with Ren Qingyuan's. In fact, in the field of swordsmanship, that person might even have surpassed Ren Qingyuan. It's the speed sword quintessence. Zhang Xian, who was still in the midst of reconstructing Zhao Yu's meridians, suddenly spoke up at this point. With a nod, he answered the doubt that was in everyone's mind. It's probably the head of the Zhang clan, the father of the young prodigy, Sword Saint Xing. He had already learned the essence of the Zhang clan swordsmanship back in the Zhang clan, and he knew its capabilities very well. It was capable of allowing one's sword chi to break free from the restraints of time and reach one's opponents in an instant. However, the only one who could pull off such fine control of it even from a long distance away was the legendary head of the Zhang clan, Sword Saint Xing. I was intending to challenge him back when I was still at the Zhang clan, but he was nowhere to be seen. Since he's here, it's a good opportunity to see if he's really as strong as the others make him out to be. Zhang Xian thought with a smile. During his trip to the Zhang clan, he had managed to make an appointment to duel with Sword Saint Xing, but in the end, he did not get to meet the other party. Who could have thought that they would come by one another here? Since that was the case, he could use the other party as a sparring partner to try out his newfound strength while exacting vengeance for Elder Jin. More importantly, he would make it clear to the other party that if his son wanted to marry Luo Ruoxin, he would have to get past him first. Hula! Barely after those thoughts surfaced in his head, the space ahead of him suddenly rippled, and two figures came into appearance. A middle-aged man and a middle-aged lady. They were the couple who had been going around in search of their son, Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Meng. Those two had been going in the opposite direction from the Empire Alliance when they received Xianxia's message and rushed over. Clan head. Upon seeing the two of them, Zhang Wuheng immediately rushed up to them in agitation, as if he was looking at his savior. First Elder, what happened to you? Sword Saint Xing's eyebrows twitched in astonishment. As the number one clan on the Master Teacher continent, even the Master Teacher Pavilion would have tread carefully around the Zhang clan. Yet, for its first elder to be pummeled to such a state, not sparing any heed for the Zhang clan's dignity at all, just who could the culprit be? It's all because of that darn Zhang Xian and his students. Zhang Wuheng spat as he pointed at the young lad below. Clan head, you must redress my grievances. Otherwise, what will others think of our Zhang clan? If we don't deal with this promptly, we'll become the laughingstock of the Master Teacher continent. Zhang Xian. Upon hearing Zhang Wuheng's words, Sword Saint Meng immediately followed the first elder's finger, and soon after, a young man gazing in her direction appeared in her field of vision. In that instant, her body began shuddering uncontrollably. It must be him. Dear, I am certain about it. It must be him. Sword Saint Meng turned to her husband and exclaimed passionately through Jinchi telepathy. Even she had no idea why she was so certain that the young man before her was her son. She was aware that her claims were unfounded, but she had always trusted her intuition, and she could feel an inexplicable connection with the young man. Fearing that his wife might run amok, Sword Saint Xing hurriedly grabbed her hand and squeezed it. Calm down, dear. As long as he's our son, we'll surely be able to reunite with him today. He had no idea what was going on, but given the fact the first elder could still be pummeled to such a state despite the presence of so many 9-star master teachers, it would appear that Xianxia was no ordinary figure. It was one thing if the other party was really their son, but if he was not their son and they still rushed over to acknowledge him, that would really make things awkward. In the first place, it was already a huge embarrassment for the Zhang clan to be forced to such a position. If they made a mistake at this point, the Zhang clan's reputation might really be lost for good. Seeing right through her husband's concerns, Sword Saint Meng bellowed telepathically with gritted teeth. Are you doubting my words? There's no way I would fail to recognize my own son. Even if he has matured, my blood still flows in his veins. I know what you are feeling. As much as he's your son, he's my son as well. You are anxious to reunite with him, but so am I. However, it's precisely at a time like this that we must remain calm and ensure nothing goes wrong. Isn't there a scarlet birthmark on our child's bottom? I'll find an excuse to ask about it later on, and as long as we can verify that, we'll reunite with him right away, all right? Sword Saint Xing appeased his wife. Even though their son was a Khanate saint, that did not change the fact that he had only been an infant when he left their side. Furthermore, the other party seemed to have a slightly different soul aura from their son, which made it more important to verify the matter. And the easiest and least intrusive method to do so was through his birthmark. All parts of a person's body could change over time, but one's birthmarks would never disappear. Very well. Knowing that there was some sense in what Sword Saint Xing was saying, Sword Saint Meng nodded and composed herself. Seeing how the couple had been mumbling between themselves intimately ever since arriving, Zhang Yang's eyebrows shot up, and he walked forward. Are you the head of the Zhang clan? You came at the perfect time. I haven't had a chance to make a move yet, so do you want to be my opponent? Fearing that Sword Saint Xing would not recognize the young man, Zhang Wuheng quickly reported telepathically. That young man is Zhang Xian's student, as well as the progeny of combat, Zhang Yang. So, you are the progeny of combat, Zhang Yang. I have long heard your name, but I didn't think that you would be Zhang Shi's student. Sword Saint Xing clasped his fist and greeted the young man. Don't bother wasting your breath on crap like that. You just have to say whether you wish to fight or not. Your Zhang clan has humiliated my teacher, but your first elder still refuses to apologize for his misdeeds. If you don't wish to have a duel with me, I'm willing to drop the matter at an apology from you as well. Zhang Yang looked at Sword Saint Xing haughtily as he raised his spear imposingly, causing the air to moan under the pressure of his movement. He knew that Sword Saint Xing was a formidable expert who had made his name ages ago, but as the progeny of combat, he had already resolved himself not to back down from any opponent. Courage and tenacity would be his strongest weapons. Since he had gone there to vent his teacher's anger, he would have to make sure to beat the three powers into submission so that they would not dare utter another word. I'm fine with having a duel with you as well, but Sword Saint Xing paused for a moment as a smile surfaced on his lips. I happen to have an appointment for a duel with your teacher. Since the both of us are here, I would rather settle that matter first before dealing with whatever you have for me. Do you think that any random person on the street is qualified to duel with my esteemed teacher? Zhang Yang harumphed. Of course, if you can get past me, there will be nothing I can say about you challenging my teacher. But if you can't, just know that I won't stop until you finally apologize. Your words do make sense. It's perfectly normal for a student to stand up on his teacher's behalf, and there's nothing I can say about it, Sword Saint Xing said. However, the perpetrator behind the grudge with the Zhang clan is your teacher, and only when he resolves it personally can others accept the outcome. As a student, don't you think that it might be too disrespectful of you to meddle in every single one of your teacher's affairs? If word spreads, people will think that the matter was resolved only because Zhang Shi took in a good student, and that wouldn't look too good, right? That? Zhang Yang was put at a loss for words. His mind had been preoccupied with how he could vent his teacher's anger, so he had not thought too deeply about the possible implications for his teacher as a result of his actions. He hated to admit it, but Sword Saint Xing was right. Of course, there was no issue with a student stepping forward to protect their teacher, but if they went overboard, it would make the teacher appear incompetent instead. And incompetence was one word that no master teacher would ever want their name to be associated with. Teacher, I. Realizing all of these, Xianxia turned to his teacher in seek of his opinion, only to see the latter chuckling softly. It's fine, I can handle this matter. It's true that I had an appointment for a duel with the head of the Zhang clan, and since he wishes to proceed with it, I'm more than willing to entertain him. Teacher, your current cultivation realm, Xianxia exclaimed anxiously. His teacher was only at dimension-sundering realm primary stage, whereas the fact that the head of the Zhang clan was able to execute a burst of sword qi to deflect Wang Ying's puppet from such a long distance away showed that his cultivation was surely above Saint Nine Dan. Considering the huge disparity in their cultivation, how were they supposed to fight with one another? Making use of the crimson droplets formed from the pavilion master seal, Zhang Xian currently wielded strength far beyond his limits, but due to his high soul depth, the nature of the heavens path Xianxia, and the fact that he had not showcased it at all, not even Xianxia was aware of the massive change in his teacher's fighting prowess over the past few seconds. Knowing what Xianxia was worried about, Sword Saint Xing added with a smile, I can lower my cultivation to Zhang Shi's level, and it'll only be a simple duel of swordsmanship, so you can rest assured that I won't injure your teacher. If I lose, I'll apologize to you on behalf of the Zhang clan and not pursue everything that happened before. However, if I win, I'll have to ask Zhang Shi to abide by the agreement that we made previously. When Zhang Xian challenged Sword Saint Xing to a duel back then, he had promised that he would join the Zhang clan as an elder if he lost the duel. Of course, I won't renege on my promise. Zhang Xian nodded. However, since it's a duel, I won't take advantage of you either. There's no need for you to suppress your cultivation. Just bring forth your strongest move against me. You want me to use my strongest move against you? Sword Saint Xing was taken aback. Given his cultivation realm, if he used his strongest move, even Pavilion Master Ren Qingyuan would have trouble dealing with it. Did the dimension-sundering realm primary stage young man really mean the words that he said? Has that fellow gone mad? Ren Qingyuan, Zhang Wuheng, and the others were perplexed by Zhang Xian's words as well. They had seen the young man's strength earlier, and other than his many means and powerful students, there was really nothing spectacular about him at all. To actually ask Sword Saint Xing to use his strongest move against him without suppressing his cultivation, that was as good as asking to be killed. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. On top of that, I'll sit here and fight you with a single hand. If my body moves in the slightest or my other hand is utilized, I'll admit my defeat. Sword Saint Xing's face twitched uncontrollably upon hearing those words. He had two reasons for challenging Zhang Xian to a fight. Firstly, he wanted to check if the young man was his son. Secondly, he could better resolve the enmity between the young man and the Zhang clan through this manner, appeasing the elders of the Zhang clan while carefully controlling his strength to ensure that the young man did not sustain any grievous wounds. It was one thing for the young man not to reciprocate his goodwill, but to utter such arrogant words on top of that. He sure is like you. Just as Sword Saint Xing was just about to explode from rage, he suddenly heard his wife's voice in his ears, and his body twitched in horror. Am I really that arrogant? You were even more arrogant than him when you were younger, Sword Saint Meng replied with a smile. This? Sword Saint Xing scratched his head before looking at Zhang Xian helplessly. All right then. Since that's your request, I'll do just that. After saying those words, he descended from the sky to the ground. But the moment that his foot came into contact with the ground, the telepathic voice of his wife echoed in his mind. If you so much harm a single strand of hair on my son, do not dream of getting into my bed in the future. Sword Saint Xing staggered upon hearing those words, and he nearly burst into tears. Just what have I done so wrong to warrant such a fate? Could the young man have expected this outcome when he proposed to face his attack with one hand while sitting on the ground? Teacher. In contrast to Sword Saint Xing's tearfulness, Zhang Yang, Wei Ruyan, and the others directed worried gazes at Zhang Xian. Each of them had a fortuitous encounter of their own that had allowed them to improve swiftly. However, their teacher had not been lucky enough to have such an encounter, so his cultivation had ended up lagging behind them at dimension-sundering realm primary stage. With his current strength, there was no way that he could stand a chance against the full-powered sword Saint Xing. There was absolutely zero chance of victory at all. Don't worry. When has our teacher waged a war that he's unconfident of winning? Since our teacher has said such words, he definitely has a plan in mind, Yuan Tao said with a smile. I guess that's true. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. Wei Ruyan had come under Zhang Xian's lineage a little late, so she was unaware of many of his past exploits. Nevertheless, she still had a rough grasp of the latter's temperament and character. If there was one thing that she was certain about, this teacher of hers would never take the short end of a stick. Those who dared challenge him would only end up tragically defeated. Wait a moment. Have any of you realized that our teacher's aura seemed to have changed? Wang Ying suddenly spoke up. I could still roughly gauge the depth of his strength earlier, but right now, no matter how I look at him, it's like staring into an endless ocean, unable to see the end of it no matter how one squints. Those words prompted Zheng Yang, Wei Ruyan, and the others to take a good look at their teacher once more, and indeed there were some significant changes with the latter. Even though he was still seated on the spot, the energy within his body appeared to have been amplified many times over, reaching a level that even they could not accurately gauge anymore. Our teacher might have made a breakthrough again, Lu Chong suggested uncertainly. As a soul oracle, his sensitivity to his environment was much higher than the others. Just a moment ago, his teacher had still been at a level that he could defeat easily. But right now, just by standing in the vicinity of his teacher, he felt a powerful pressure pressing down on him, suffocating him. He had no idea just what could induce such a massive change in his teacher within such a short period of time, but considering that it was his teacher whom they were talking about, even the impossible did not seem too impossible anymore. Seeing that his teacher was prepared, Zhang Yang was finally able to put down the worries in his heart. With a light chuckle, he ushered the others to the side and said, Since that's the case, there's no need for us to worry then. Let's just sit back and watch our teacher teach Sword Saint Xing a lesson. Remembering dearly his wife's threat, Sword Saint Xing took a deep breath before he flicked his wrist and whipped out his sword. Make your move. I fear that I might accidentally injure you if I wield my sword. Since it's a friendly duel, I'll pass on using my sword. Zhang Xian glanced at Sword Saint Xing and spoke composedly. You aren't going to wield a sword? How are you intend to fight then? In that moment, Sword Saint Xing felt like clawing his hair out. There was really no way to communicate with such arrogant fools. Fine, he admitted that he had been pretty egoistical when he was younger, often trying to humble-brag whenever the opportunity arose. However, even he had not reached this level of boastfulness before. It was almost as if the young man was trying to slap his face with his every sentence. Anyone else in his shoes would have already turned irrational from rage at this point. But somehow, toward the young man sitting before him, he could not get angry even if he wanted to. He still was not too sure whether the young man was truly his son or not, but he could grasp what his wife was saying. It was hard to put it into words, but it felt like there was an inseverable connection between him and the young man. I'll just fight you like this. Oblivious to the thoughts running through Sword Saint Xing's mind, Zhang Xian flicked his finger, and a surge of sword qi exactly 3 qi long gathered at the tip of his finger, emanating a cold glint. Very well then, do whatever pleases you. Just try to avoid getting hurt. All right? It was hard to tell if it was out of rage or frustration, but Sword Saint Xing heaved a deep sigh, following which, he flicked his sword and pierced it right toward Zhang Xian. He had only used 1/10 of his might, but he did not hold back on his sword intent at all. The moment that the sword stabbed forth, it transcended through space and appeared right in front of Zhang Xian's glabella the next moment. Not bad. I have to say that your swordsmanship is quite decent. Zhang Xian chuckled softly, as expected of the #1 expert of the Zhang clan swordsmanship. As soon as he made his move, it was immediately apparent that his swordsmanship had reached a much higher level than Zhang Su and the others. Without bothering to dodge, Xianxia remained seated on the spot. He continued to reconstruct Zhao Yu's meridians with his left hand while raising his right hand and tapping the space in front of him. A burst of sword chi shot forth from his fingertip, and it transcended the limitations of space in an instant. Be it the initiation move, the intent, or the release of the technique, the sword art that Xianxia had just executed was completely identical to that of Sword Saint Xing. If the others were not aware of the hostile relationship between Xianxia and the Zhang clan, they would have thought that they were brothers from the same lineage sparring with one another. However, even though it was the exact same move, Xianxia's attack managed to reach its target first despite its later release. From the looks of it, Sword Saint Xing's swordsmanship would be undone before it could push even the slightest centimeter further. This, Sword Saint Xing's body recoiled in astonishment at the unexpected turn in events as he gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? Sword Saint Xing's understanding of the Zhang clan's swordsmanship had already reached an inconceivable level. Every subtle movement that he made was in alignment with the essence of the speed sword quintessence, yet the young man was still able to get to him faster despite releasing his sword art later. Not only so, the young man's strength had also far surpassed his. If he failed to dodge this move, the young man would swiftly nullify any strength that he commanded, such that his sword would not be able to deal any damage even if it fell on the young man's body. Humph! Knowing that he was facing a true expert, Sword Saint Xing decisively gave up on the idea of going easy on the young man. He took a deep breath before sliding his feet half a step back, after which, his sword curved in a unique and bizarre trajectory, forcefully transforming a pierce into a hack. You are going to the extent of executing the dragon-slaying sword? You! Upon seeing the move that her husband had executed, Sword Saint Meng nearly exploded on the spot. If there was anyone in this world who knew Sword Saint Xing the best, it was indubitably her. The two of them had practiced the dragon-slaying sword for quite some time before they had been able to achieve some level of accomplishment in the sword art. While it was not the strongest sword art that they had, the might that it commanded was mind-boggling. Even Ren Qingyuan would fluster in its face. To execute such a move against him barely after the battle had started. Didn't I tell you to go easy on him? Is that how you take my instructions? Sword Saint Meng gnashed her teeth furiously. If I allow you to even come close to my bed, I'll write my surname upside down from this day forth. You reacted faster than I thought. While Xianxia had managed to outdo the head of the Zhang clan at the first encounter, he had to admit that the other party was a pretty formidable opponent. The other party was actually able to instantaneously determine that his defense would arrive faster than his offense, and he decisively changed his assault and launched a counterattack. Chuckling softly, Xianxia raised his right hand once more and tapped his finger forward. It was the same move as before. However, this time, the target was not Sword Saint Xing's glabella but his shoulder. Under normal circumstances, Sword Saint Xing's strike would have struck down on Xianxia's head, first due to the longer distance from Xianxia's finger to Sword Saint Xing's shoulder. However, from the trajectory of his hack, if Sword Saint Xing continued with his offense, his wrist would cross paths with Xianxia's burst of sword qi. With the sharpness of his sword qi, there was no doubt that Sword Saint Xing's wrist would be severed before his sword could manage to strike down on Xianxia's head. Sword Saint Xing's face twitched upon realizing this fact, and his face turned even more severe than before. He had thought that given the disparity in their cultivation, he should be able to defeat the young man easily. Who would have thought that even when he utilized his full strength, he would still be unable to outdo the young man? The young man might have been young, but his eyes seemed to see right through his sword arts and maneuvers. Each and every time, the young man was able to read his movements and seal his offense swiftly. Not only so, the worst thing was that the other party was still using the exact same move. That move was the most basic sword art of the Zhang clan swordsmanship, and it was known as the probing sword. Just as the name suggested, the purpose of this was to probe the other party's moves and gauge the depth of the other party's strength before launching a decisive counterattack at the critical moment. Yet, using such a basic move, the young man had actually managed to seal off his offense twice. Just how deep was his mastery in swordsmanship? I don't believe this. Sword Saint Xing knew that his wrist would be sliced right off if he forcefully pushed on with his current assault. So he took half a step back and flicked his sword once more. In an instant, innumerable cold glints flashed across Xianxia's eyes, reminiscent of the countless stars in the sky, and they darted right for Xianxia's eyes. Falling Sword of Starry Sky. This was a sword art that had taken him 3 years to create. It still was not his strongest move, but it was at least 2 times stronger than the dragon-slaying sword that he had executed previously. This move consisted of countless pierces from differing directions, which made it extremely difficult to deal with. On top of that, it also had a beguiling effect on one's mind and soul. The first time that he had executed it, even Sword Saint Meng had suffered a bit under its incredible prowess. Since his first 2 moves had been foiled, Sword Saint Xing had no intention of holding back anymore. As soon as the attack was executed, Xianxia felt as if he was standing amid countless stars. His surroundings seemed to have emptied out, and it felt as if he was standing in the midst of a void devoid of the concepts of time and space. In such a state, it was difficult for him to even perceive his directions clearly, let alone determine where the attacks were coming from. To make an analogy, it was similar to how a celestial body looked the exact same no matter how fast it was approaching one, making it hard to gauge its exact distance away from one using one's eyes. This was currently the kind of attack that Xianxia was facing. In the face of the sword art, he found himself unable to accurately perceive how far he was from the sword pierces, and that was something extremely dangerous in battle. Teacher. Zhang Yang grasped onto his spear tightly as cold sweat trickled down his body. Even he could not say for sure if he would be able to overcome that sword with his current strength. Would his teacher be in danger then? Before the many anxious gazes centered on him, Xianxia finally moved. No different from his previous movements, he executed another probing sword right toward Sword Saint Xing. Voila! The sword chi flew forth, but just when it was some distance from reaching its target, it suddenly seemed to have struck something, following which all of the stars collapsed, and the phenomenon that the sword art had created vanished without a trace. Dang 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 dang. Sword Saint Xing felt his blood churning furiously as he retreated 8 steps, and his widened eyes stared intently at Xianxia in disbelief and shock. The probing sword was actually able to overcome my falling sword of starry sky. How is this possible? While this move was not the strongest sword art that he had cultivated, its might was still not to be underestimated. He could not accept the fact that his falling sword of starry sky could actually be overcome by such a simple technique. It was no different from a mortal battle technique overpowering a saint battle technique. Hee hee. Xianxia chuckled softly. With the voice of a wise elder, he said, "The sword is the extension of one's strength. As long as one is able to bring it to a certain point at a certain moment, it will be able to defeat any enemy. Sword arts are auxiliary maneuvers that serve to achieve that aim. The probing sword might be the simplest move in the Zhang clan swordsmanship, but it's precisely due to its simplicity that it's flexible enough to be used in many unpredictable situations. In the hands of an expert, its strength can be truly fearsome, similar to a drunkard holding a sword, hacking around randomly. There might not be any order of any sort to it, but it's fearsome precisely because of its unpredictable nature. It's impossible to fathom the intention of the attacker, along with when and where the next attack will land. Of course, just the randomness and unpredictability of one's offense isn't enough. The reason why a cultivator is able to curb an armed drunkard easily is due to the lack of purpose in his offense. Only when one could grasp the enemy's intents and attack trajectory would one be able to launch attacks purposefully to curb the enemy's offense. I have to admit that your fallen sword of starry sky is formidable. It locks onto its target's mind, spirit, and psyche, making it difficult to escape from it. However, in order to lock onto the target's mind, spirit, and psyche, there must be some kind of intermediary to establish a connection, and that intermediary is the very opening in your move. My counterattack was simple, but it accurately struck the intermediary. Given so, it's inevitable that your sword art would collapse altogether. To make an analogy, this is similar to the concept of bringing down a fortress. It might seem impregnable on the surface, but as long as one strikes it at its crux, one can easily bring an entire fortress to the ground. Simplicity in one's swordsmanship might not necessarily be a bad thing. If utilized well in the right manner, it can achieve spectacular results. At this point, Xianxia turned to Sword Saint Xing and sighed deeply before saying, Sword Saint Xing, it's not that I want to lecture you, but you are overly obsessed with the form and movement of your sword, to the extent that you've lost sight of what swordsmanship truly is. Sword Saint Xing's face reddened. As one of the strongest sword practitioners in the world, he had actually ended up being lectured by a young man who could very well be his child. His face immediately burned bright red from embarrassment. There's no need to be embarrassed by that. It's already very rare for someone of our age to be able to come up with such a sword art and sword intent. Xianxia consoled with a smile. If you are willing to learn, I can offer you some pointers in your swordsmanship so that you can further your skills. Hearing Xianxia's words, Sword Saint Meng began trembling uncontrollably, and eventually, she could not hold herself back and burst into hearty laughter. As expected of her son, he sure was gutsy. Well said, she shouted. Her husband had grown too arrogant from being in a high position for too long. For some reason, she felt exceptionally refreshed to see him getting pummeled by their son. Hearing Sword Saint Meng's words, many of the 9-star master teachers and the experts of the Zhang clan exchanged glances. Just whose side was the matriarch of the Zhang clan on? Wei Ruyan, Wang Ying, and the others were dumbfounded as well. Despite seeing her husband getting pummeled and lectured, she was still able to cheer the other party on so happily. Those of the Zhang clan sure were peculiar. Sword Saint Xing looked at his wife, who was laughing so hard that she seemed about to fall from the sky, before turning his sight to the young man, who was staring at him earnestly, and he suddenly felt so frustrated that he could spurt blood. His complexion was as poor as it could be. Were it not for his cultured upbringing, he would have been hurling vulgarities at this moment. It just so happens that my mastery of swordsmanship surpasses yours a little, and I wish to trade some insights with you. There's no need to get too nervous, Xianxia said. There's no need for that. Sword Saint Xing flung his sleeves and harumphed. We can trade insights after the duel is over. I still have another move here, and if you can block it, I'll consider it your victory. Hoo-la! Without waiting for the other party to respond, Sword Saint Xing harumphed coldly and thrust his sword straight forward. On the other hand, Xianxia shook his head and tapped his finger over once more. It was still the same probing sword, but this time his sword chi was much sharper than before. It pierced right through space as soon as it appeared, creating a pitch-black trail along the path of its movement. Is that dimension-severing sword chi? To be able to cleave space with his sword chi, but that's an ability that only the strongest great sages possess. Isn't he only in the dimension-sundering realm? How is he that powerful? The expressions of all those present warped in shock. This was especially so for Zhang Wuheng, Yu Ruoxin, and the others. Their faces had turned ghastly white in disbelief. All along, they had attributed the damage that Xianxia had caused due to his ability to command lightning tribulation. His strength should have been nothing of concern to them at all. When in the world did he become so powerful? Had they known in advance, they would have simply left the matter be instead of causing such a huge fuss only to embarrass themselves. This? Ren Qingyuan also widened his eyes in horror. If he had known that Xianxia was such a powerful master teacher, he never would have issued an arrest warrant on him. Just the ability to pull off dimension-severing sword chi meant that the strength that Xianxia wielded was already comparable to the Grand Elders, and even as the deputy pavilion master, he had no right to deal with a master teacher of that caliber. It's no wonder he was able to groom so many formidable students. Ren Qingyuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he turned his gaze to Zhang Yang and the others. However, he swiftly noticed something peculiar among the group of students. There was completely no sign of surprise on their faces, as if Xianxia's abrupt power growth was perfectly normal. It was almost as if they felt that it was only a given for Xianxia to be that powerful. Monsters, those are really a bunch of monsters, Ren Qingyuan thought as his body shuddered in fear. Voila! Before everyone's shocked gaze, Xianxia's sword chi finally arrived before Sword Saint Xing. Sword Saint Xing did not seem to be intending to go down without a fight either. He flicked his sword, and with a silver streak of light, it flew right for Xianxia's throat. 3 swords of the Grim Reaper. Upon seeing that move, Sword Saint Meng widened her eyes in horror. The 3 swords of the Grim Reaper was the ultimate technique that she and Sword Saint Xing had cultivated for many years in order to serve as their ultimate trump card, only to free themselves from the direst of situations. So far, they had not been cornered to the point where they had to use it, but to think that its first use would actually be on their son. Sword Saint Meng immediately whipped out her sword and prepared to dash forward to save her son. However, at that moment, she saw a smile creeping onto the edges of the young man's lips, and he calmly opened his mouth to speak. "Stop! Voila!" Everything in the surroundings seemed to come to a halt along with his word. The incomparably sharp sword that Sword Saint Xing was dragging toward Zhang Xian's neck abruptly froze in midair, as if a fish frozen within a block of ice. "Go!" With another calm word, the sword chi gathered at Zhang Xian's fingertip shot outward, and the 3 swords of the Grim Reaper immediately unraveled. At the same time, Sword Saint Xing sustained a heavy blow, and he was forced to retreat several steps. "Why, was that dimension-sealing diction?" Sword Saint Xing widened his eyes in shock as his body trembled in fear. Only a demonic tunist who had refined their art to the level of an ancient sage should be able to wield the ability to seal space at their word. No one in the demonic tunist guild had achieved it in countless millenniums, yet Zhang Xian had actually managed to pull it off. How could that be possible? That isn't exactly dimension-sealing diction. It just happens that your state of mind is a little weak, so I'm able to easily influence you with my words and force you to stop driving your Xianxia, Zhang Xian said. He might have wielded powers invincible beneath ancient sage after taming the Pavilion Master Seal, but it was still beyond his means to execute the demonic tunist's dimension-sealing diction. The reason he could get the other party to stop was through his importation of heaven's will, augmented by his exceptionally high soul depth and heart of teacher, thus compelling Sword Saint Xing to follow his bidding without any questions asked. In truth, even if he did not use this move, given his current strength, he would still have been able to defeat Sword Saint Xing with ease. However, this was the method that would bring the most shock to the crowd, and knowing that there was a limit to the duration of the droplet of power, this was what he needed as well. Incredible! Incredible! Sword Saint Xing pondered for a moment before making sense of what had happened. His eyes glowed in agitation as he turned his gaze to the young man. The fury in his eyes had subsided, and replacing it was pride and delight instead. A huge commotion had occurred when his son was born, and that was more than enough to tell anyone of the extraordinary fate that had lain ahead of his son. However, several unfortunate events had occurred afterward, and he had thought that his son's talents would forever be buried in the dust, never to shine brightly. Who would have thought that when they met once more, his son would be stronger and more talented than he had expected? There's no need to test him out anymore. He's definitely my son. Only my son could wield such capabilities and means. This thought sent surges of exhilaration through Sword Saint Xing's veins, and he began laughing heartily. When he finally calmed down once more, he looked at Zhang Xian and said, "Since you were able to overcome even my strongest 3 swords of the Grim Reaper, I'll admit defeat." "You're going to admit defeat?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. Going by previous scripts, the opponent should have continued provoking him out of concern for their dignity and reputation, all the way till they were severely wounded and incapacitated. He did not think that Sword Saint Xing would give up so easily. This was a matter that concerned the entire Zhang clan. But Sword Saint Xing was still able to remain rational and not allow the weight of his responsibility to blind himself. This gave Zhang Xian a very favorable impression of him. "I would only embarrass myself further at this point. Since that's the case, I might as well admit defeat." Sword Saint Xing laughed. As one of top sword practitioners on the master-teacher continent, his pride would not allow him to lose to others. However, if it was his own son, he would be more than delighted to do so. But clan head. By the side, Zhang Wuheng did not expect such an outcome, and a look of panic surfaced on his face. Sword Saint Xing's admittance of defeat meant that not only would the Zhang clan have to drop all charges against the young man, it would even have to apologize to him. As the #1 sage clan with a heritage that could be traced back many millenniums, it had never suffered such humiliation before. I know what you want to say, but my decision is the clan's decision. Nothing you say will change anything. Sword Saint Xing waved his hand to stop the first elder from speaking anymore. After which, he turned his sight back to Xianxia and hesitated for a moment before switching over to Jinqi telepathy. Xianxia, there's something that I would like to ask you. Sword Saint Xing, feel free to ask. If it's something I can speak of, I'll answer your doubts. Xianxia nodded. To be willing to take the initiative to admit defeat and even shoot down Zhang Wuheng's words, Xianxia's impression of him was getting more and more favorable. It's like this? Sword Saint Xing stared at him with a slightly awkward and nervous look as he asked, Is there a scarlet birthmark on your bottom? Birthmark? On my bottom. Xianxia was taken aback. After transcending over to this world, he had washed his body innumerable times, and he had spent some time examining and learning his body before. Indeed, there was a scarlet birthmark on his bottom, but this should have been something that only he would know of. How would this middle-aged man before him know about it? Xianxia eyed the middle-aged man before him suspiciously. Could he possess some ability similar to the Library of Heaven's Path that would allow him to look at his opponent's body? But having a birthmark was not a flaw, so it would be impossible for the Library of Heaven's Path to detect it. Moreover, he possessed the discarnate constitution of divination. So if by any chance any seers tried to divine his body, they would not be able to find anything at all. Thinking again, it was not that rare for a person to have a birthmark on the bottom either, right? You! Xianxia could not help but look at Sword Saint Xing doubtfully, uncomprehending of the intention behind his question. Seeing the implicit admittance from Xianxia, Sword Saint Xing's heartbeat quickened, and with irrepressible agitation, he continued asking, Is your birthday on the 10th day of the 9th month? Teacher Appreciation Day? Birthday? Xianxia shook his head in response. I am an orphan, so I'm afraid I don't really know when my birthday is. His previous self had been wandering in the world as far as he could remember. Nowhere in his recollections had his father, mother, or any clues to his birthday appeared. As such, the only thing that Xianxia knew was that he was 20-something this year. Anything other than that was really beyond his knowledge. I'll just be perfectly honest with you. Noticing the confusion on the young man's face deepening, Sword Saint Xing decided not to beat around the bush anymore and got straight to the point. If I'm not mistaken, you are very likely to be my long-lost son. Your son. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before a miniature explosion happened in his head. By your son? Are you referring to the young prodigy? Sword Saint Xing was not only the head of the Zhang clan but also the father of the young prodigy. As far as he knew, Sword Saint Xing seemed to have only a single son, so the other party's words would mean that he was the young prodigy. Xianxia's mind was immediately plunged into chaos. For the past few months, he had been cursing the young prodigy for being engaged to Luo Ruoxin and yet never being around for her, and if he could, he would have already pummeled him into the ground several times by now. Never had he thought that the young prodigy would actually be him. No, that's not right. I've checked for the presence of the Zhang clan bloodline in me as well, but it has been shown that there's no relationship between me and the Zhang clan. Xianxia swiftly raised his rebuttal. He had once wondered if he was from the Zhang clan as well, and for that, he had even borrowed Zhang Juxiao's blood essence to conduct a blood test. The result from that test showed that there was absolutely no relationship between him and the Zhang clan at all. Taking a step back, even if that blood test was inaccurate, he did enter the Zhang clan's blood reservoir at one point in time, but he did not feel the slightest resonance with it at all. All of the clues went to show that there was no relationship between him and the Zhang clan. So, how could Sword Saint Xing possibly be his father? The matter concerning your Zhang clan bloodline has serious implications, so I'll explain it to you when we are in a more private setting. However, if you still harbor any doubts regarding the matter, you can verify your blood with my wife. Even if you have lost your Zhang clan bloodline, Your mother's blood should still flow through your veins. Sword Saint Xing said as he gestured for Sword Saint Meng to come over. Sword Saint Meng could tell that the two men had been communicating telepathically with one another, so she swiftly flew over with an agitated look on her face. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking, "How do we conduct the test?" Given Sword Saint Xing's strength and standing, there was no need for him to cook up such a lie. Furthermore, to point out that there was a scarlet birthmark on his bottom, while that might not be conclusive evidence, it might be good to check it. Whether it was real or not, at least there would be some closure for him and the Xingming Sword Saints. Otherwise, this matter would weigh on their minds. If, by chance, he really happened to be the missing young prodigy, there would no longer be anyone to stop him from marrying Luo Ruoxin. Everything would fall into place and it would be a happy ending. Of course, it would be a little awkward for him to suddenly find himself with two parents, but perhaps because he had been an orphan in his previous life as well, he was not too put off by the notion of it. It would not be too difficult for him to accept the matter with time. Even if that was not the case, it would not make any difference to his plans anyway. After the other party apologized to him, he would have nothing to do with the Zhang clan anymore. The current him already wielded sufficient power and influence to stand against the Luo clan and the Zhang clan. If they were not willing to budge, he would just have to force them. This was one matter that he simply was not willing to relent on. "Give me a droplet of your blood," Sword Saint Meng told Xianxia telepathically. Xianxia tapped his finger forward, and a droplet of blood flew forth from his fingertip. Taking in a deep breath, Sword Saint Meng took out a jade token and carefully placed the blood droplet on it, after which she made a small incision on her finger and squeezed out a droplet of blood on the jade token as well. Wang! As the two droplets of blood made contact with one another, they swiftly fused together. With a light buzzing sound, the jade token exuded a blinding crimson light. This! Sword Saint Meng's eyes immediately reddened, and her body trembled from agitation. "Your name is Xianxia, right? My son, I have finally found you." Xianxia was still in a dumbfounded state. He turned his gaze toward the jade token to examine it closely. He recognized the artifact. It was a tool used to test one's bloodline. Those who had direct blood relations would not only have their blood droplets fusing together, the jade token would also emanate a blinding crimson light. In other words, he had direct blood relations with Sword Saint Meng. Could this mean that he was really the son of the Xingming Sword Saints? So, he was the very same young prodigy whom he had hated with a passion. Could this be the will of heavens? Not only was Xianxia, whom he had mentioned on a whim, a real person, even his fate with Luo Ruoxin was also predestined. Sword Saint Xing was also stunned by the results before he took in a deep breath and burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! We have finally found him." He had still been uncertain before this. After all, what were the odds of finding the son whom they had lost many years back amid the massive master-teacher continent? However, seeing the two droplets of blood fusing perfectly with one another, even this final sliver of doubt vanished from the bottom of his heart. After the two men were done fighting with one another, they had begun communicating telepathically with one another. Then, all of a sudden, everyone had become agitated at once. Unable to take the suspense any longer, Ren Qingyun hurriedly asked, "Sword Saint Xing, what's wrong?" "Pavilion Master Ren, our Zhang clan shall drop all enmity with Xianxia. Will no longer pursue the previous matters. Also, I hope that the Master Teacher Pavilion will sell our Zhang clan a favor and retract the arrest warrant." Sword Saint Xing clasped his fist. "You want us to retract the arrest warrant?" This? Ren Qingyun could hardly believe what he was hearing. Previously, it was the Zhang clan who had stirred the pot the most violently. Why would they suddenly drop the matter and even request him to retract the arrest warrant? Once the Master Teacher Pavilion issues an arrest warrant, it cannot be retracted easily, unless there are some kind of unique circumstances. What has happened? Ren Qingyun asked once more. If the Master Teacher Pavilion issued and retracted its arrest warrant lightly, that would be as good as undermining the authority of its words. Even if they wanted to retract it, they would have to find a valid reason to do so. It was not so cheap as to be retracted after the two of them fought a battle and decided to make peace. Xianxia is the missing young prodigy of my Zhang clan. We have just verified it with a blood test, so there's no mistake about it, Sword Saint Xing said. Our teacher is the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? Zhang Yang and the others stared at one another in shock. They had followed their teacher ever since their time in the Tianxian kingdom, and they were painfully aware just how poor their teacher was. He had slowly paved his way forward with his own strength, having no one to rely on at all. How in the world did he become one of the core members of the Zhang clan within such a short period of time? Not to mention the legendary figure who was born as a Khanate saint, the young prodigy. With an incredulous look on his face, Zhang Wuheng roared in disbelief. That's impossible. I tested his bloodline, and he definitely has no relationship with the Zhang clan at all. Zhang Wuheng, are you insinuating that I can't even recognize my own son? Sword Saint Xing harumphed coldly. As the first elder of the Zhang clan, you actually tried to assassinate and issued an arrest warrant on your own clan head. Return to the clan right now and await your punishment. Don't force me to make a move. Zhang Wuheng staggered weakly on the spot, and his face became ghastly pale. If Xianxia was truly the young prodigy, that would mean that he was the real clan head of the Zhang clan. Even as the first elder, the crime for attempting to kill the head of the Zhang clan was more than enough to put him to death multiple times. He's your son. Ren Qingyuan widened his eyes in disbelief as well. He had run a check on Zhang Xian's background before issuing the arrest warrant, and it was stated that the young man was an orphan from the Tianxian kingdom, having no background at all. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were actually telling him that he was the head of the Zhang clan. If that was true, the Zhang clan was perfectly justified in requesting for the retracting of the arrest warrant. Indeed, there's no mistake about this. Sword Saint Xing roared in laughter, his delight showing clearly on his face. Ever since his son disappeared, they had traveled far and wide in search of him. The past 20 years had not been easy for them at all. They had lived in trepidation, uncertain of the fate of their child. It was fortunate that the heavens had not abandoned them yet. They had managed to find their child in the end. Furthermore, not only had their child managed to grow to become an outstanding individual wielding power stronger than them, the students that he had groomed had also become powerhouses of the master-teacher continent. With such a son, what more could they wish more for? All of a sudden, they felt as if they were the most blissful people in the world. Ren Qingyuan pondered for a moment before replying. Since your Zhang clan has decided to make peace with Xianxia, and he's the young prodigy of the Zhang clan as well, it would indeed be illogical for the Zhang clan to continue pursuing this matter. If the other two powers are willing to settle this matter peacefully, I have no qualms with retracting the arrest warrant. Were it anyone else, even if both parties had decided to settle the matter peacefully, the Master-Teacher Pavilion would surely have made him pay a hefty price. However, the 5 students that Zhang Xian had raised were the head of the Poison Hall, an expert of the Soul Oracles, the future Hall Master of the Combat Master Hall, the young master of the Yuan clan, and the head of the Spirit Awakener Guild, and now, it had even been revealed that Zhang Xian himself was the head of the Zhang clan. Even the Master-Teacher Pavilion would find it difficult to punish such a person. Before they could even lay a finger on him, more than a dozen 9-star Master Teachers of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters had already been incapacitated. If they insisted on dealing with Zhang Xian, even if they won the war, the Master-Teacher Pavilion would surely be in shambles afterward. By requesting for the arrest warrant to be retracted, Sword Saint Xing had effectively provided a platform for the Master-Teacher Pavilion to back out of this mess without suffering a heavy hit to its reputation. Naturally, there was no reason for him not to grab this opportunity. Simple. Chuckling softly, Sword Saint Xing turned to Yu Ruoxin and said, Elder Ruo, we were once sparring partners, and I already consider you an old acquaintance of mine. Will you be willing to sell me this favor and let this matter go? I'll surely pay you a visit in the future and compensate the Glacier Plain Court's loss. Sword Saint Xing, this is no longer a matter about compensating our loss anymore but our dignity. Yu Ruoxin harumphed furiously. So what if he's the young prodigy of the Glacier Plain Court? He has destroyed the many millenniums of heritage of our Glacier Plain Court and kidnapped our young court chief. The grudge between the Glacier Plain Court and him is already irreconcilable. With the severe damage that it had suffered this time around, along with the loss of its future court chief, it was only a matter of time before the Glacier Plain Court was reduced to a third-tier power. A power that had enjoyed many millenniums of glory had ended up falling so far in her hands. The greatest pride in her life was when she had been chosen to become the first elder of the Glacier Plain Court. She had become a celebrated figure on the master-teacher continent, respected wherever she went. However, beneath this glorious exterior, she knew that she had to shoulder the hopes and dreams of everyone in the Glacier Plain Court. Thus, she had vowed solemnly to bring the Glacier Plain Court to a height that it had never seen before, and she viewed it as her purpose in life. But that day, when everything had been destroyed by lightning, her hopes and dreams had been utterly crushed, and all that was left was raging fury for the culprit behind it. As such, even though she knew that the winds were no longer in her favor, her anger and indignation still bit tightly into her rational mind, not allowing her to let this matter go. Seeing the infuriated state that Yu Ruoxin was in, Sword Saint Xing was just about to placate her when another wrathful voice sounded. So what if it's irreconcilable? Are you planning to make a move on my son? Just try touching a strand of his hair, and I'll make sure the entire city of Glacier is dyed crimson. My son might have been kind enough to only destroy your buildings, but I won't be as compassionate as him. If you don't back down here, you can rest assured that there won't be a tomorrow for your Glacier Plain Court. The one who had just spoken was Sword Saint Meng. She had just been rejoicing over the fact that her son was still alive when Yu Ruoxin suddenly uttered such words. Seeing that there was someone threatening the life of her son, how could she possibly remain calm? It was only in view of the pathetic state the Glacier Plain Court was in that she chose to let them off despite their attempts to kill her son. Yet, who could have thought that they would still be so unrelenting on this matter? Why? Do you think that my son is a pushover or that I'm a pushover? I know that I'm no match for Sword Saint Meng, and if you wish to massacre our Glacier Plain Court, there's nothing I can do to stop you. But justice is in the hearts of every single one of us here. The Zhang clan might be powerful, but the world won't turn a blind eye to you abusing your power in such a manner. Yu Ruoxin gritted her teeth. Sure. Let the world look with their eyes wide open as I massacre your Glacier Plain Court. Seeing how Yu Ruoxin was still trying to play the role of a victim after what she had done, Sword Saint Meng flew into a state of rage. In this moment, she was not in any mood to catch up with Xianxia anymore. She raised the sword in her hand up high, ready to make a move on Yu Ruoxin. Seeing his wife flying into a fit of anger, Sword Saint Xing was shocked. He hurriedly rushed ahead to stop her. Dear, calm down. Calm down. Yu Ruoxin might not pose any threat to them at all, but she represented the entire Glacier Plain Court. If she was killed right before Ren Qingyuan and the others, not even the Zhang clan would be able to resolve this matter easily. Are you still a man? Someone is bullying your son. It's one thing for you to not stand up for him, but you are even stopping me too. Sword Saint Meng's eyebrows shot up in fury. Sword Saint Xing's face turned bitter. Look, aren't I trying to mediate the situation here? If mediation works, why the hell would we still need to cultivate? Sword Saint Xing flung her sleeves furiously. If she doesn't agree to it, we just have to beat her into submission. I, Wang Mengya, have dominated the continent for so many years, and I can tell you that my fist and my sword have won others over, not my virtue. If anyone dares oppose me, I'll just have to beat them till they cave in. Sword Saint Xing's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, not knowing how to respond to that. He knew his wife's character very well. In fact, her hot-headed temper had thrown the Zhang clan into disarray on multiple occasions in the past too. If Yu Ruoxin continued pursuing this matter, there was no doubt that his wife would really wipe out the entire Glacier Plain Court. Our teacher's mother sure is formidable. Zhang Yang and the others gulped as they watched the sight with widened eyes. To threaten to even destroy the entire Glacier Plain Court. It was no wonder their teacher was never on the losing end of things. With such domineering genes in his body, it was a given that those who intended him harm would end up paying the price instead. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched slightly upon hearing those words as well. To be honest, he had still been a bit skeptical about the sudden appearance of his father and mother. He had never experienced any familial relationships before, be it in his current life or the previous one, so he had no idea how it would be. However, watching its sword Saint Meng stepping forward domineeringly to protect him, he suddenly felt that it might not be that bad after all. Sword Saint Meng, please calm down. Fighting will not resolve anything here. Ren Qingyuan stepped in to defuse the situation. Ha! Ren Qingyuan, you still have the cheek to say those words. Sword Saint Meng immediately turned her head over and glared daggers at Ren Qingyuan. Since you know that fighting won't resolve anything, why did you bring so many 9-star master teachers here to encircle my son? Is it because he looks weak to you? Since you want to speak up on Yu Ruoxin's behalf, why don't you take her place instead then? I haven't settled the score with you for making a move on my son yet. Cough, cough. Carry on, carry on. Treat it as if I never said anything. Ren Qingyuan's hair stood on end upon hearing those words. Sword Saint Meng was like a bucket of oil, triggering at the slightest spark. Her character had already been so back in her younger years. Back when she was still a student at the Sanctum of Sages, she had caused many uproars among the student populace, and when the elders lectured her for it, she simply told them that she would quit the Sanctum of Sages and stomped out without any hesitation. Many had thought that she would tone down after marrying and having her own child, but who could have thought that not even time or motherhood could calm her temper? And if it was only Sword Saint Meng, Ren Qingyuan still would not have been that fearful. The problem lay in Sword Saint Xing. If the two of them collaborated together, he really would not stand much of a chance. As the head of the Zhang clan, Sword Saint Xing was an intelligent and rational person who knew what to do and what not to do in a situation, but when it came to matters concerning his wife, his rationality would be blown away like a straw hut in the face of a hurricane. There was no one among the upper echelon of the master-teacher continent who did not know how doting he was of his wife, and if anyone dared hurt her, he would immediately go berserk. Back then, while they were roaming the continent, there had been an elder from a minor power who was foolish enough to insult Sword Saint Meng. Without any hesitation, Sword Saint Xing had flown right over to his sect and wiped it out entirely. In any case, it would be best to avoid provoking this couple as much as possible. Sword Saint Meng, I know that you are strong, but our Glacier Plain Court won't back down. Unless you kill every single last one of us, there's no way we'll let this matter go. Yu Ruoxin spat as she looked at Sword Saint Meng with deep resolve. She knew that her deeds would earn the ire of the young court chief, and she would suffer the consequences for her actions once the court chief fully awakened her pure body. But as long as the Glacier Plain Court could rise to the top, her sacrifice would have paid off. However, Xianxia had reduced the Glacier Plain Court to rubble and kidnapped the young court chief, dashing every last hope that she had. Her desire for vengeance had already exceeded her fear for anything. Even at the cost of her life, she was determined to bring Xianxia down. Very well. Let me see how deep your resolve runs. Seeing that Yu Ruoxin was still obstinately holding on, Sword Saint Meng raised her sword high in the sky. But in that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed in the air. Sword Saint Meng, please calm down. Allow me to settle this matter instead. Hong Long. As soon as those words were spoken, the cocoon-like object in front of Xianxia suddenly emanated an astounding aura that pierced straight through the clouds, seemingly tearing the heavens apart. Zhao Yu's meridian reconstruction was complete. Why, young court chief? Upon hearing that voice, Yu Ruoxin's eyes narrowed in shock. She quickly turned her gaze over, only to see the cocoon blasting apart layer after layer. At the same time, the otherworldly demon aura that was emanated a moment ago swiftly transformed into a pure aura, and it felt as if everything within tens of thousands of li would be turned into ice under the aura. Who? A slender figure burst forth from the cocoon and rose into the air. The surrounding spiritual energy swiftly surged toward her, forming a huge vortex with her at its center. At the same time, the water vapor in the air formed into a glistening icy robe around her, emanating a bone-freezing chill. That is the perfect awakening of the pure in body? Yu Ruoxin's body stiffened in astonishment. While the preceding court chiefs had managed to awaken their pure in bodies, most of them had still been far from achieving a perfect awakening. There was a legend in the Glacier Plain Court that if one achieved a perfect awakening of the pure in body, one would be able to bring frost to over 10,000 li with just a wave of one's hand. It would not pale in comparison even against the innate poison body. If anything, its prowess might exceed it even. Even the founder of the Glacier Plain Court had failed to achieve this level, only barely managing to awaken it through the reconciliation of yin and yang. Who could have thought that Xianxia would actually successfully awaken it? Did her meridians not collapse completely, causing her cultivation to be destroyed? What in the world happened? It's our first senior. Zhang Yang and the others clenched their fists in agitation. Not bad. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Using the new meridian network to reconstruct Zhao Yu's meridians was a risky move, but it had paid off. Not only had her cultivation been restored, her pure in body had also been fully awakened. With this, she would be able to push her cultivation up to an unfathomable level. It was fortunate that his effort had not been in vain. It's me! As the vortex of spiritual energy vanished, the young lady's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. She wore a robe made purely out of white snow, and the cold air in the surroundings seemed to bend to her will, as if she was the overlord of ice. Yu Ruoxin watched the imposing figure in a daze for a moment before hurriedly falling to her knees. Yu Ruoxin pays respect to the new court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. With the complete awakening of her pure in body, Xianxia would be officially viewed as the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. This was the rule that had been passed down by the ancestors. Not to mention, Xianxia had even achieved a perfect awakening. With this, there was no longer anyone in the Glacier Plain Court, and this was including the wills of the preceding court chiefs, who would dare oppose her. Very well. It seems like you still recognize me as your court chief. Right now, I shall make my decree. With her hands behind her back, Xianxia gazed down coldly on Yu Ruoxin. From this day forth, my teacher, Xianxia, will be the greatest benefactor of the Glacier Plain Court. Any disciples of the Glacier Plain Court must accord him with the respect toward a teacher. Should anyone fail to abide by this decree, she shall be expelled from the Glacier Plain Court and executed upon sight. Yes, court chief, Yu Ruoxin replied with a forceful yet slightly quivering voice. My teacher has devoted his time and effort in order to awaken my unique constitution, but you abused your authority and influence to frame him for sins that he hasn't committed, compelling the Master-Teacher Pavilion to issue an arrest warrant on him. I hereby order for Yu Ruoxin to be imprisoned in the Chanting Serenity Hall, and she's not to leave the compounds without my command. Xianxia spat coldly. Also, you are to release my mother and return her freedom. Her mother had been imprisoned by the First Elder for willfully escaping from the Glacier Plain Court. Now that she had become the court chief and wielded unparalleled authority, it went without saying that the first thing that she should do was have her released. Yes, court chief. Yu Ruoxin hurriedly nodded. Very well. Go on and execute my orders. Xianxia waved her hand authoritatively. Yu Ruoxin might have been hostile to her and her mother previously, but her loyalty to the Glacier Plain Court was unquestionable. Xianxia had no doubt that Yu Ruoxin would abide by her commands now that she had become the court chief. Thus, she turned her sight to Ren Qing'an and said, Pavilion Master Ren, I believe that you should have heard my decree as well. Zhang Xian is my teacher and my benefactor, and the Glacier Plain Court will do everything within its means to protect him, even if it means going against the Master-Teacher Pavilion. I ask of you to reconsider your options. This, Ren Qingyuan's eyebrows shot up. Who could have thought that the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court would actually become his student too? The Glacier Plain Court, the Poison Hall, the Zhang Clan, the Spirit Awakener Hall, the Combat Master Hall, the Yuan Clan. Those were behemoths that could send tremors running through the Master-Teacher continent just with a stomp of their feet. And yet, they had all bowed to the command of a single man. Zhan Shi. Sighing helplessly, Ren Qingyuan turned his sight to the deputy sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages and asked, "The Glacier Plain Court and the Zhang clan have already expressed their intentions to reconcile with Xianxia. May I ask what the stance of your Sanctum of Sages is?" Xianxia lowered his gaze in a dilemma. This was really a difficult position for him to be in. The Sanctum of Sages was indubitably weaker than both the Glacier Plain Court and the Zhang clan, but it still had to uphold its long legacy as the #1 academy where countless powerhouses had originated from. Considering the devastation that had occurred to it, if they let the matter go so simply, what right would they have to serve as the teachers of the geniuses of the world? More importantly, he would not be able to face those injured elders back in the sanctum either. If I drop the matter at this, the preceding generations of sanctum heads will never forgive me, so I can only stake my life in the end. Even if I die from this, at the very least, I won't have let the ancestors down. Xianxia said resolutely. He could chicken out, but the Sanctum of Sages could not. If others learned that the Sanctum of Sages had bowed down to another person, even if the other party was the head of the Zhang clan and had many formidable experts, what authority would it have left? Knowing Xianxia's thoughts, Ren Qingyuan also did not know what he could say to dissuade the other party. Zhang Xian was a student of the Sanctum of Sages, yet he had refused to abide by its orders and even injured the elders and the deputy sanctum head. Not to mention that he had destroyed many buildings. If they let this matter go just like that, the Sanctum of Sages would really lose its dignity. Given that even Sword Saint Xing isn't your match, there's no way that I'll be able to defeat you either. Xianxia flew into the air and declared resoundingly, "Xianxia, I have brought the Deputy Sanctum Head token here, and as long as you withstand its attack, the Sanctum of Sages will let this matter go." Deputy Sanctum Head token? That's right, Xianxia said. This token represents my identity, and it harnesses the wills of the predecessors. It's one of the guardian artifacts of the Sanctum of Sages, which only generations of Deputy Sanctum Heads are qualified to wield. I wouldn't be a match for you given my limited cultivation, but through the Deputy Sanctum Head token, I will still be able to put up a fight against you. If you are able to withstand my strength even then, it can only mean that you are already beyond the Sanctum of Sages' current means to deal with, and there will be no purpose in it pursuing this matter any longer. Xianxia did not think that it was too likely that he would be able to defeat Zhang Xian even with the Deputy Sanctum Head token. But this was something that had to be done in order to make the Sanctum of Sages' stance clear. If he was still unable to defeat Zhang Xian with the strength of the Deputy Sanctum Head, that would mean that even the predecessors were unable to defeat him. It would show that while the Sanctum of Sages had no choice but to back down due to its lack of strength, by no means had it grown cowardly or lost its dignity. All right, Zhang Xian nodded. He was currently invincible against all beneath Ancient Sage, so no matter how powerful the Deputy Sanctum Head token was, he was confident that he would be able to withstand it with ease. Good. Xianxia tapped his finger forward, and a token emanating a faint violet glow appeared before him. Xianxia bit his finger, and a droplet of blood fell on it. In an instant, the token turned burningly hot, and a powerful, formidable aura burst forth from it. Countless experts had risen from the Sanctum of Sages over its many years of history, and it was with their wills that the Deputy Sanctum Head token was created. While it came nowhere close to matching up to the real Sanctum Head token, its power was not to be underestimated. Noticing the hint of the anxiety of Sword Saint Meng's face, Sword Saint Xing grabbed her hand and squeezed it tightly. Rest assured, given that even I am no match for him, he should be fine. Go! Boom! Under Xianxia's control, the Deputy Sanctum Head token released a light buzz, and unbelievable burst of energy shot forth from it. Even before reaching its target, the space in its path was already crumbling inch after inch. Not bad. In face of the immense pressure exerted by the Deputy Sanctum Head token, Zhang Xian did not panic in the least. Instead, with a light smile, he raised his finger in preparation to deal with the attack before him. In this moment, he had already fully reconstructed Zhao Yu's meridians, so there was no longer any need for him to remain seated on the ground. Straightening his back, he swiftly drove the energy within his body, intending to seal of the space ahead of him to seal the advancement of the Deputy Sanctum Head token. However, before he could do so, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and his body stiffened in horror. "Crap!" he muttered. Following that, he felt strength receding from his body like an ebbing tide, vanishing in an instant. At the same time, his spirit also seemed to have been sapped from his body, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. At this crucial moment, the power that he had gained from the Pavilion Master Seal actually vanished. Could this be what Xianxia wanted to say previously, that the power only lasts 10 minutes? Xianxia nearly burst into tears on the spot. The unreliable Xianxia had vanished without explaining the use of the Pavilion Master Seal, and it was the first time that he had used it as well. He had thought that he would still have enough time in order to overcome the current crisis, but who could have thought that he would only have a short 10 minutes? It would have been perfectly simple for him to deal with this attack when he was infused with the strength from the Pavilion Master Seal, but now that it had disappeared as a dimension-sundering realm primary stage cultivator, he might just end up being squashed into meat paste. Boom! Such thoughts swiftly flashed across his mind before vanishing. By this point, the token had already arrived right before him. Jai. Even under the pressure of the token, he could already feel his bones creaking in protest, and his head was squeezed to the point that it seemed almost as if it would burst at any moment. Any more than that, and he would really be exceeding the limits of his body. It looks like I can only try to escape. Knowing that the current him did not wield the strength to overcome the Deputy Sanctum Head token, Xianxia took a deep breath and prepared to flee. However, as he was about to do so, a brilliant light suddenly glowed from his body, and following which, the imposing token charging at him in the sky started vibrating intensely. Pada! It fell to the floor and lay down on the ground, not daring to raise itself in the slightest, almost as if a servant paying respects to its master. This? Xianxia was struck dumb for a moment before discreetly heaving a sigh of relief. The close shave with death earlier had already left his back drenched with sweat. While he was still trying to make sense of the situation that had just happened, in the sky, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in shock after seeing what had happened, and his face immediately turned utterly pale. Despite not exerting the slightest strength, he was still able to force the Deputy Sanctum Head token to bow subserviently to him. There is only one possibility for such an occurrence. The Deputy Sanctum Head token has viewed Xianxia to be a person more esteemed than me and dares not make a move on him. However, the Deputy Sanctum Head token harnesses the wills of countless experts, and to make them bow so deferentially, could it be that? But how could that be possible? Isn't it Feng Zi? How could it be him? Xianxia shook his head vehemently in disbelief. There was only one thing in the world that could make the Deputy Sanctum Head token submit completely, and that was the Sanctum Head token. While they had learned that Sage Kuei had chosen a new Sanctum Head candidate recently, they had always thought that the person was Feng Zi. Yet, contrary to their expectations, it turned out to be Xianxia instead. After all the mess and damage that you have caused to the Sanctum of Sages, after making an enemy out of the entire Sanctum of Sages, are you seriously telling me now that you are actually the Sanctum Head? This massive shock left him feeling as if he would explode on the spot. Since you are the Sanctum Head, the entire Sanctum of Sages is yours. Why did you cause such a huge fuss then? How is this different from destroying your own home? In his moment of distress, Xianxia turned his head and saw Zhang Wuheng, and all of a sudden he felt much better. Indeed, no matter how vicious Xianxia had been with the Sanctum of Sages, at the very least, it was not as bad as with the Zhang clan. The fellow would go to the extent of destroying his real home, let alone the Sanctum of Sages. The dismal Xianxia could not take it any longer and sent a telepathic message over. Xianxia, you are the Sanctum Head. Yeah. Xianxia nodded. After receiving the Sanctum Head token, Sage Kuei had warned him not to tell anyone of his identity until the 3 seals had been deciphered. However, in this case it was Xianxia who had guessed the truth himself, so it could not be considered a breach of the rules. This was just like how Xianxia had guessed it back then on himself as well. As expected, hearing the confirmation, Xianxia's body staggered weakly. For a deputy sanctum head to actually issue an arrest warrant on the real sanctum head. That was truly a count of insubordination. It was fortunate that Xianxia had managed to get away then. Otherwise, if he had really killed the sanctum head, he would have become a great sinner. Seeing that there was a lack of movement from Xianxia after the deputy sanctum head token fell to the ground, Renqingyuan turned his gaze over and asked, Xianxia, are you admitting defeat? While the deputy sanctum head token had been launched with astounding force, it had fallen to the ground before it even reached Xianxia. In the eyes of the outsiders, it appeared as if Xianxia was intentionally going easy on him. I admit defeat. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. You said earlier that your grudge with him is irreconcilable. And yet, you went easy on him as soon as the battle started. Aren't you taking this matter too lightly? Is that all there is to the dignity of your sanctum of sages? Elder Chu sneered coldly by the side. The Glacier Plain Court and the Zhang clan had already submitted so far. He had thought that at least the sanctum of sages would push its case to the very end. But who could have thought that it would be the one most lacking in backbone? Elder Chu, this is an internal affair of our sanctum of sages. An outsider like you should hold your tongue and refrain from interfering in our issues. Xianxia replied sharply before pocketing the deputy sanctum head token and backing away. Then, he turned around to face the crowd from the sanctum of sages and declared, From today onward, our sanctum of sages shall be under Xianxia's leadership. His words are the very decree of the sanctum of sages itself, and if anyone dares oppose him, that person will be banished from the sanctum of sages and never to be recruited again. His voice resounded across the entire city, carrying a firm resolve behind it. This, Xianxia, even if you choose to let him off, surely our sanctum of sages hasn't lowered so much as to have to submit to a person like him. Why? I can't accept this decree. The elders who had followed Xianxia there looked at one another, flabbergasted by what they had just heard. Even if you can't defeat Xianxia, surely you didn't have to make the entire sanctum of sages bow down to him, right? This is illogical. Do you want to know the reason? Xianxia asked. Yes, I want to know. Without a convincing reason, there's no way I can follow such an order. Indeed, even if our sanctum of sages isn't a match for him, we still can't bow to another man so easily, let alone someone like him. The elders of the sanctum of sages protested indignantly. Very well, I'll tell you the reason then. Hearing those words, Xianxia shook his head. With a resounding voice, he revealed the truth. Xianxia is our new sanctum head. Our new sanctum head? What does that mean? Everyone was stupefied. It means exactly what it sounds like. He's the sanctum head that Sage Kuei has chosen, and that's why my deputy sanctum head token submitted to him, not daring to injure him. Naturally, as the real sanctum head, his authority over the deputy sanctum head token is greater than mine, so it heeded his orders instead. Xianxia said, Our sanctum head, but all of the elders were not able to process the shocking revelation that they had just heard. Not only them, Sword Saint Xing, Renqingyuan, and the others were also shocked silly as well, and they stared at Xianxia as if they were looking at a monster. The head of the Zhang clan, the teacher of Glacier Plain Court's court chief, and now, he had another identity to his name. The sanctum head of the sanctum of sages. From a man who the three powers had been dying to tear apart, within less than a single hour, he had become a man who commanded all three of them. Could there be anything more dramatic than this? My son has become the head of the sanctum of sages? The Xingming sword saints stared at one another with eyes widened in shock. Just finding their son was able to bring them utmost bliss. But who could have thought that their son would be like a pile of mystery boxes, bringing them surprises from unexpected corners one after another? How is this possible? Elder Chu's body twitched, and before that moment, he had never felt so tearful in his life. Elder Chu had never had a good impression of Xianxia. The first time that they met at the conference room of the Glacier Plain Court, the young man had disguised himself as Xianxia and discreetly poisoned him. Everything that the young man had done was at odds with the conventions and formalities of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, which only furthered his hostility for the young man. As such, When he reported the matter to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, he had intentionally exaggerated certain matters and twisted some facts in order to convince Pavilion Master Ran to issue an arrest warrant on the young man. He had thought that with so many master teachers after him, that young man would never be able to get away. Yet, who could have thought that his students would suddenly appear, and each of them was stronger than the last? But even if his students were powerful, as long as the three powers stayed united on the same front and insisted on punishing the young man, they would still have been able to get him in the end. Yet, moments later, he had been revealed as the true head of the Zhang clan and the Sanctum of Sages. Even the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court turned out to be his student too. At this rate, the Master Teacher Pavilion might really turn out to be young man's before he knew it. He turned his head to look at the crowd. Every single person in the area had a dazed look on his face, completely shocked by the revelation. Ha ha ha! Well done, my son! Sword Saint Xing's hearty laughter broke the silence. My son is a person bound for great things. Putting aside how you were at his age, even the current you can't match him, Sword Saint Meng boasted proudly. Her son had still been an infant when she lost him, and for the years after that, there had been many times that she had woken up frightened after dreaming of her son being put through all kinds of hardship and suffering, living a life worse than death. But when they met once more, her son had already become the head of the Sanctum of Sages, and his students had all become powerhouses of the master-teacher continent, figures who could stand their own ground in the world without fearing anyone. In fact, it might not be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the most influential figures on the master-teacher continent at this moment. I almost forgot. Son, to tell you the truth, we betrothed you to someone else before you were even born, Sword Saint Meng told Xianxia hesitantly. Then, she decisively turned her head to the first elder of the Luo clan, Luo Qingchen, and harumphed. Luo Qingchen, what should we do about the engagement then? I heard that your little princess already has someone whom she fancies. This doesn't seem to be what we have agreed on back then. We'll go ahead with the marriage as soon as possible. Hearing those words, a chuckle escaped from Luo Qingchen's mouth. As for the person whom our little princess fancies, I suppose there won't be any problem with that anymore. You can ask Xianxia about that. He should be clearer about that than any one of us here. Sword Saint Meng turned her gaze back to her son and asked doubtfully, Do you know of the matter? She had heard rumors that the little princess of the Luo clan had someone whom she liked, but as the Luo clan had insisted that they would deal with the matter themselves, she still had no idea whom the little princess lover was. This, with a slightly awkward look on his face, Xianxia scratched his head and replied, If I'm not mistaken, her person whom she likes should be me. You? Sword Saint Meng widened her eyes in bafflement. That's right. Xianxia nodded with a helpless smile. Thinking back, the entire course of events seemed almost like a bad joke that the world was playing on them. First, the Luo clan had found out that the little princess had someone whom she liked and dispatched Luo Shenqing to assassinate him. Afterward, Luo Shenqing delegated the task to him, wanting him to do the deed on his behalf. And after several incidents, it turned out that he was actually the young prodigy that was supposed to marry the little princess. In this moment, it felt as if he had been cheated of his emotions. If, in the first place, he was Luo Ruoxin's fiancé, why the heck did he need to undergo all that anxiety, desperation, and hostility over the past few months? Everything would have simply ended with a happy ending with his identity exposed. Oh? When did you manage to seduce her? Quick! Share the story with your mother. Sword Saint Meng immediately cast aside her expert-like aura and put on her gossip face. Seduce? Can't you use a better phrase than that? Xianxia stared at Sword Saint Meng speechlessly before shaking his head. Let's talk about that later. There's still a few more things that we have to settle first. After saying those words, he turned his sights to Luo Qingchen not too far away and said, Elder Qingchen, since I am the young prodigy and the head of the Zhang clan, your Luo clan should be able to accept my relationship with the little princess, right? If that's the case, I believe that there shouldn't be any need for you to put her under house arrest anymore. Am I right? Of course. Luo Qingchen hurriedly nodded. Previously, He had still been afraid that the relationship that the little princess had outside would foil the Luo clan's ties with the Zhang clan. Who could have thought that the person whom she liked would so coincidentally be the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, whom she had an engagement with? Since that was the case, why would the Luo clan have to restrict their relationship anymore? Let their love take flight. They would not bat an eye even if a baby popped out that instant. Luo Qingchun stroked his beard as he asked Sword Saint Xing, "I'll return right now to ask for her release. When does your Zhang clan intend to proceed on with the marriage?" This future son-in-law of the Luo clan was not only the head of the Zhang clan but also the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages. On top of that, his students governed the Poison Hall, Combat Master Hall, Spirit Awakener Guild, Glacier Plain Court, and the Yuan clan. If the Luo clan could ally together with those powers, its standing would be far stronger than before. Naturally, they could not let go of such good son-in-law material. If possible, they would prefer the marriage to happen as soon as possible. Otherwise, once news spread, who knew how many clans would attempt to betroth their daughters to the Zhang clan? I'll first bring him back to the ancestral hall to acknowledge the ancestors before preparing the betrothal gifts to be sent over. Sword Saint Xing replied. The matrimony of the Zhang and the Luo clan was extremely important. Initially, they had still been a little worried about how it would go, especially considering that the young prodigy was missing, and the little princess was reluctant. Such unhappiness could eventually culminate into a tragedy. Since all those problems had been resolved, and both parties were intent on getting together, it would be best to put them together as soon as possible. Very well. I'll head back to make preparations as well. Luo Qingchen chuckled before bidding his farewell and leaving. All right, we should be making a move. Sword Saint Xing turned to Xianxia with an expectant smile. This, knowing that his father was inviting him back to the Zhang clan to acknowledge the ancestors, Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but eventually he still nodded in consent. Since his previous self was really the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, there was no qualms with him acknowledging the ancestors of the Zhang clan. Besides, he had a very favorable view of his parents. He was not too certain how the relationship between a parent and a child should be like, but he could feel how protective they were of him. He was also fond of their decisive character, never allowing conventions or formalities to blindly guide their actions. Just as the group was about to leave, Elder Chu suddenly stepped forward and bellowed, "Hold on a moment! You can't leave yet. What's wrong?" Sword Saint Xing turned around and directed a hostile frown at Elder Chu. He has only resolved the problem concerning the three powers, but the conflict between him and the Master-Teacher Pavilion hasn't been resolved yet. Elder Chu exclaimed, "Look at the mess that his students have caused. The head of the Poison Hall, Wei Ruyan, has poisoned so many experts of our Master-Teacher Pavilion, and the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, Wang Ying, has enchanted all of the Master-Teacher Pavilions in the area, resulting in massive losses on our part. How should we settle this problem? Indeed, there's the matter of the Pavilion Master Seal as well. Clan Head Zhang, I have to request you return it to me. This concerns the honor and prestige of our Master-Teacher Pavilion." Run Qingyuan added. This, hearing the other party demanding the return of the Pavilion Master Seal, Zhang Xian's face twitched slightly. He turned to Wei Ruyan and the others and said, "Ruyan, release the poison that you have placed on these master teachers. Wang Ying, get your Spirit Awakeners to place all of the buildings back to where they belong. As for the Pavilion Master Seal, pardon me, but I can't return it to you yet." "You can't return it to me? Why?" Ren Qingyuan frowned in displeasure. "Rest assured, since no one is able to tame the Pavilion Master Seal, no one will bother to steal it from him either. I really have no idea how you can find the courage in you to talk about honor and prestige after sullying my son's innocence. Come back to ask for it after you have reinstated his master-teacher identity and restored his reputation." Sword Saint Meng interjected impatiently. "You!" Run Qingyuan glared at Sword Saint Meng furiously. "Pavilion Master Run, we mustn't reinstate his master-teacher identity. A master-teacher must be virtuous in order to serve as a role model for the rest of the world. Just the fact that he dared pass off as Xianxia's student shows that he has absolutely no regard for the sanctity of lineage at all. We can't let someone who has blatantly crossed the rules of the Master-Teacher Pavilion remain as a Master Teacher, Elder Chu argued vehemently. But before he could finish his words, the space ahead suddenly warped, and two figures came into appearance. One of them was an elder Xianxia. Xianxia, you came at the perfect time. Zhang Xian over here has claimed to be your student. And not only so, he even attempted to pass off as you. Seeing that it was Yang Xian, Elder Chu immediately called out excitedly, only to see Xianxia walking up to Zhang Xian and bowing with clasped fist. Senior! Senior! It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Elder Chu, and his body wobbled unstably on the spot. What the heck was going on? Xianxia was not only the strongest cultivator in the entire Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, he was also considered the most senior of them all as well. Despite being the Deputy Pavilion Master, even Ren Qingyuan would still have to address Xianxia as his senior uncle. One thing that Xianxia was known for was how forbidding he could become when it came to rules and formalities. So Elder Chu had thought that the other party would fly into a rage and teach Zhang Xian a lesson once he heard of this matter. But Xianxia simply walked straight up to Zhang Xian, bowed to him, and addressed him as senior. If Zhang Xian is your senior, doesn't that make me his junior? Not only him, Ren Qingyuan nearly keeled over after hearing those words. Having students as the head of the Combat Master Hall, chief of the Glacier Plain Court, master of the Poison Hall, leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild? Fine, I can accept that. His true identity being the head of the Zhang clan? Alright, there might really be such a coincidence in the world, but to having Xianxia address him as his senior? What the heck? When did the most senior member of the Master-Teacher Pavilion become your junior? Going down this road, doesn't this mean that all of the Master Teachers on the Master-Teacher continent are actually your juniors? A mouthful of blood welled up at the back of Ren Qingyuan's throat, ready to spurt forth at any moment. He felt so stifled within that he might just explode from the inside. Having served as the Deputy Pavilion Master for several centuries, he had seen all kinds of geniuses and experts, but this was the first time that he had seen someone like that. To be honest, he had intended for the Master-Teacher Pavilion to be the first one to get to Zhang Xian, so that he could force the young man to spit out his secret to advancing his cultivation so swiftly. As for whether the young man should be punished or not, that was just a secondary concern of inconsequential importance. However, in the end, not only did he suffer trauma after trauma, the other party even became his senior uncle in the blink of an eye. To have a 20-year-old lad as his senior uncle, something felt very off. Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Meng traded gazes too, and they could not help but gulp in shock. They had thought that the greatest shocks were already over, but from the look of it, what they had encountered previously was nothing at all. To actually be Xianxia's senior, that was truly insanity. If that was the case, would that not put them a generation more senior than Xianxia? Paying no heed to the astounded crowd, Zhang Xian shot a glance at the plump man following behind Xianxia, and after confirming that the latter was still fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Young master, I thought that I would never see you again. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Sun Chong immediately rushed forward, and tears and snot dribbled down his face. It might just have been a single day, but not once in his life had he ever felt so frightened and helpless before. When he heard Xianxia say that the old master did not truly exist, he had realized that he had been living in a web of lies all along. All of the confidence that he had built up collapsed in an instant, and his mind had nearly broken down. He had no idea how he arrived in the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, but he had found himself surrounded by many 9-star Master Teachers. Their words wielded some compelling power, forcing him to cultivate according to his words, and eventually, his cultivation had ended up going berserk. He had thought that he would really meet his end then, but who could have thought that Xianxia would return at that moment? This time, Xianxia was much more amiable than before. Without the severity in his voice, the other party told him warmly that he had made a mistake and that his young master was actually his senior. In that instant, Sun Chong felt as if he had been pulled out from the abyss of despair and placed on cloud 9. All those twists had happened one another so quickly that he almost felt as if it was all a dream. If not for the fact that they were in the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, he would have really thought the Xianxia whom he had met there was a fake. Seeing that the fellow had grown slightly plumper compared to when they last met, Zhang Xian waved off Sun Chang's agitation and instructed, "Make sure to cultivate properly in the future. Got it?" "Yes." Sun Chang hurriedly nodded. Turning to his students, Zhang Xian said, "Zhang Yang, I'll be leaving Sun Chang in your hands. If he doesn't listen to your instructions, you are free to use the torture tools in the Combat Master Hall to force him to submit. Make sure to train him well." "Yes, teacher." Zhang Yang clasped his fist, after which he turned his gaze to Sun Chang and chuckled softly. "Uncle Sun, this way please." Hearing that he would have to cultivate, Sun Chang's agitation swiftly waned, and it did not take long for him to become completely spiritless. After dealing with Sun Chang, Zhang Xian turned to Xianxia and said, "I have troubled you, Junior. There's no need to stand on ceremony. It's my pleasure to be able to do something for you," Xianxia replied. Seeing how the #1 expert in the world was so courteous to Zhang Xian, the Xingming Sword Saints remained in their stunned state. "You're too polite." Given that he was a celestial master teacher, Zhang Xian was not too surprised by the incredibly respectful attitude that Xianxia was treating him with. However, he shot a glance toward the latter to gesture for him to be low profile. The sharp Xianxia swiftly understood the gesture, and his face reddened a little. After which, he turned his gaze to Xiaoya and nodded in amazement. "Incredible! Senior, your means are indeed formidable. It hasn't been long since I left, but Xiaoya has already fully recovered, and her cultivation has even advanced a notch." He had checked on Xiaoya's personally, and he knew that all of her meridians had ruptured. Even with his abilities, he would have had no way of treating her at all. Yet, this senior of his had only taken 2 hours to completely heal her. As expected of a celestial master teacher, his means were indeed unfathomable. Zhang Xian was silent for a moment before recalling that he had not resolved the problem concerning the Pavilion Master Seal yet. He turned back to Reincarnation and said, "Pavilion Master Run, it's not that I don't want to return the Pavilion Master Seal to you, but I was the one who asked my senior to take possession of the Pavilion Master Seal." Xianxia abruptly interjected. "Reincarnation, you issued an arrest warrant without careful investigation, placing the Master Teacher Pavilion's impartiality and capability under question. With what you have done, if you continue holding onto the Pavilion Master Seal, you'll only diminish the Master Teacher Pavilion's authority and honor." I understand." Knowing that he was at fault for this matter as well, Reincarnation could only shake his head. He beckoned the elders behind him and said, "Let's go." After mobilizing such a huge group of 9-star master teachers simultaneously, who would have thought that the matter would end in such a manner? "Hold it right there." The master teachers barely managed to move a few steps before the crowd from the Combat Master Hall abruptly surrounded all of them. Reincarnation turned to Zhang Yang and asked with a livid expression, "Progeny of combat? What do you mean by this? You did manage to resolve your issues, but my teacher's matter isn't over yet. You pinned such a grievous crime on my teacher, ordered his arrest, and even attempted to take his life. If we hadn't come in time, you would have already killed him in cold blood, after sullying my teacher's reputation, trampling on his dignity, and trying to assassinate him. Don't you think that it's too convenient for you to leave just like that?" Zhang Yang glanced at the master teachers coldly as the spear in his hand trembled with a buzz. "Just because my teacher is compassionate enough to forgive the Master Teacher Pavilion doesn't mean that the rest of us are magnanimous enough to allow that. If you don't give us a good explanation today, don't dream about taking a single step out of here." Wei Ruyan stepped forward as her poison aura billowed around her. The Master Teacher Pavilion might have chosen to drop the arrest warrant on Zhang Xian after he came to a peaceful agreement with the 3 powers, but that did not change the fact that the Master Teacher Pavilion had incompetently framed their teacher of crimes that he did not commit, sullying his innocence. There was no way that they could allow them to get away that easily. Otherwise, their teacher's reputation would forever be stained by this incident. Since they had gathered together to bring their teacher justice, they should go all the way. Otherwise, what if others attempted it again in the future? Voila! After those two spoke up, Xiaoya, Wang Ying, Lu Chong, and the others also walked over to encircle the master teachers. Powerful auras burst forth from them, sending a clear message to the master teacher pavilion that they would not be allowed to leave until they gave a satisfactory answer. This, Ren Qingyuan's face twitched upon seeing this side. When had the master teacher pavilion headquarters fallen so far as to be cornered in such a manner? Just what do you want? A 9-star master teacher bellowed furiously. Nothing much, we just want you to apologize, and the apology must reach every single master teacher pavilion on the continent. Also, throw in 10 million or so pinnacle spirit stones, and we'll let this matter go, Yuan Tao said. 10 million or so pinnacle spirit stones? The 9-star master teacher from before nearly exploded on the spot. This is daylight robbery. The other 9-star master teachers also glared at Yuan Tao furiously. Pinnacle spirit stones were an extremely rare commodity, such that not even the master teacher pavilion headquarters had the ability to take out 10 million or so pinnacle spirit stones. In their eyes, Yuan Tao's request was an insult to them. Daylight robbery? How could that be? We are all very reasonable people, and there's no way we'd resort to something as despicable as that. Chuckling softly, Yuan Tao turned around and said, Comrades, if they aren't able to take out that many pinnacle spirit stones, let's just make do with taking their storage rings. While their master teacher robes are specially tailored by the headquarters and are bound to be very expensive, let's spare their dignity and not strip them clean, all right? After all, we are reasonable people, not common thieves. You! Hearing those words, the crowd from the master teacher pavilion headquarters nearly blacked out. Is this still not considered daylight robbery? You are worse than a common thief, do you not know that? Unable to take it any longer, Ren Qingyuan turned to the young man idly watching the scene from afar and bellowed, Xianxia, is this your intention as well? All right, you lot should stop messing around. Seeing how mischievous his students were, Zhang Xian waved his hands helplessly and said, Junior Qingyuan, pardon me. It seems like I have failed to keep my students in line. Junior. Ren Qingyuan's goosebumps rose upon hearing that term. The matter regarding the storage rings is of course a joke. However, placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian said, I stand by what my students have said. I, Zhang Xian, have always lived by my principles. I wouldn't be so brazen as to say that I have never faulted, but I have always tried my best to uphold the virtues of a teacher. Yet, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters has issued an arrest warrant on me, making me out to be an immoral villain who willfully caused damage and kidnapped others. If the Master Teacher Pavilion simply walks away after all the mistakes it has committed, I think that would really chill the hearts of the Master Teachers around the world. Very well, I admit that I have done you wrong this time around, and I am willing to accept my punishment. Speak your mind. As long as it's something that the Master Teacher Pavilion can afford, I'll try my best to compensate you. As furious as Ren Qingyuan was, he knew that what Zhang Xian had said was right. Thus, he suppressed his anger and lowered his head. I don't ask of you to compensate me, but it happens that there's something that the Master Teacher Pavilion has that I am deeply interested in. Having governed the Master Teacher continent for many years, the Master Teacher Pavilion has amassed countless cultivation technique manuals. To be honest, I have long desired to access your collection so as to further my studies. If the Master Teacher Pavilion could be so kind as to provide me with a copy of all of its cultivation technique manuals from the Dimension Sundering realm to just before the Ancient Sage realm, I would be extremely thankful, Zhang Xian said. To him, there was no compensation that was as practical as cultivation technique manuals. With those, he would be able to compile corresponding Heaven's Path divine art manuals and advance his cultivation swiftly. The cultivation technique manuals of the Master Teacher Pavilion are confidential, so I can't show them to an outsider. I will have to ask you to request something else of me, Ren Qingyuan replied. One of the reasons that the Master Teacher Pavilion was able to remain at the top of the continent for so many years was due to its massive repository of top-notch secret arts. Knowledge would only be powerful in the right hands, so the Master-Teacher Pavilion only imparted the cultivation technique manuals to those with exceptional talent and good character. Furthermore, most of those secret arts were too domineering, such that without the guidance of the predecessors, not only would it be unlikely for one to master it, the chances of one's cultivation going berserk was extremely high as well. Even a 9-star master teacher would have to study the insights of the predecessors before carefully practicing it bit by bit. Thus, there had never been an occasion when all of the secret arts were copied down and given to someone. I won't demand those cultivation techniques that are too profound or confidential. I'll just take those that the Master-Teacher Pavilion is willing to impart to others, but I want as many of them as possible, Xianxia said. While master teachers did embrace the idea of impartation to all without discrimination, there were limitations to how far they could do so. Most of the confidential secret arts passed down only within the lineages were extreme profound, and they would require special guidance in order to master. Carelessly passing on their secret arts to others would only encourage others to incorrectly practice the secrets that they had devoted their lives to developing and refining, and that was not something that they wanted to see. Back then, Kong Shi had taught 3,000 students and 72 direct disciples, and the cultivation techniques that he had imparted to each of them was different from one another. The same went for Wang Ying, Zhang Yang, and the others. In fact, when he lectured all of them together back when they were still in Hongtian Academy, he had only imparted the most basic knowledge concerning cultivation to them. Beyond that, he had always chosen to tutor each of them individually. Hearing that Zhang Xian did not require the more confidential cultivation techniques, Ren Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well then. However, I'd like to inform you beforehand that the Master-Teacher Pavilion only has Saint 8 Dan and 9 Dan cultivation technique manuals. Beyond this realm, every cultivator will have to find their own way to forge a path forward, so there aren't any established cultivation techniques anymore. Furthermore, all of the cultivation technique manuals beyond the Saint realm that our Master-Teacher Pavilion has are locked in the Azure Vault. If you wish to browse through it, you will have to enter the premises yourself. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian shot a glance at Sword Saint Xing, and the latter confirmed Ren Qingyuan's words with a slight nod. Thus, he could only turn his gaze back and sigh helplessly. All right then. We have quite a number of Saint 8 Dan cultivation technique manuals on hand, so we can pass them over to you right now. As for the Saint 9 Dan manuals, most of them are in the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, so you will have to wait patiently for a moment as we copy them for you, Ren Qingyuan said. Considering the standing of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, they would not stoop so low as to renege on their own words. Thus, Zhang Xian gave a nod of agreement. I understand. So, Ren Qingyuan turned around and instructed, everyone, please pass all of the Saint 8 Dan cultivation technique manuals that you have to me. Yes, Pavilion Master Ren. The 9-star master teachers hurriedly took out their Saint 8 Dan cultivation technique manuals, and they added up to several thousand books. Ren Qingyuan stowed the books into a storage ring before passing them over to Zhang Xian. Zhang Shi, I'll take responsibility for the injustice that you have experienced today. Once I return to the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, I'll resign from my position as the Deputy Pavilion Master. I hope that this will be able to resolve the grudge that you have with the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Knee-deep in this mess, the Master-Teacher Pavilion could no longer make a clean getaway from this matter. In order to restore the dignity and reputation of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, Ren Qingyuan had no choice but to shoulder all of the blame so as to absolve the Master-Teacher Pavilion. But once he did that, there was no way that others would allow him to remain as the Deputy Pavilion Master. Rather than be criticized by the masses afterward, he decisively chose to resign from his position. After bowing deeply to Zhang Xian and Yang Shi, Ren Qingyuan left with all of the 9-star master teachers. On the other hand, Zhang Xian had not expected Ren Qingyuan to actually resign from his position over this matter, and he shook his head and sighed. At that moment, he suddenly recalled Yang Shi's abrupt interjection earlier, so he turned a doubtful gaze over to the latter. Junior. He had not told the other party anything about the Pavilion Master Seal, so why would the other party suddenly speak up on his behalf? Knowing what he wanted to ask, Yang Shi sent a telepathic message over. As a celestial master teacher, you should be able to easily tame the pavilion master seal. The reason you are unwilling to hand it over is because you have already tamed it, and it has already fused into your palm in the form of 3 droplets. Right? Xianxia nodded. It seemed like Xianxia did know about the pavilion master seal, so there was no need for him to waste his breath explaining the matter to him. Through the power of the droplets, you will be able to wield power unmatched by those beneath ancient sage. If I'm not mistaken, you were planning to reveal your identity as the celestial master teacher earlier, right? Xianxia continued. Xianxia nodded before asking, "Is there anything wrong with that?" The reason he had not dared to reveal his identity as a celestial master teacher before was because he had been too weak. He had been afraid that the otherworldly demonic tribe would devote its effort to assassinating him once they learned of the matter, and he did not feel safe entrusting his safety to others. However, having tamed the pavilion master seal, as long as he activated the power of the droplets, he would be able to wield strength unmatched by all beneath ancient sage. Surely, it should be fine for him to reveal his identity as the celestial master teacher with the strength he currently possessed, should it not? After all, he would be granted access to the massive trove of resources that the Master Teacher Pavilion had once he revealed his identity, thus allowing him to advance his cultivation faster than ever. Was there really a need for him to continue concealing the matter? Senior, I know what you are thinking, and I'll be very frank with you. We have recently found that one of the strongest otherworldly demonic emperors is currently on the Master Teacher continent, Xianxia said grimly. At this point, we are still unable to confirm the intention behind this course of action. However, if the news concerning you being the celestial master teacher is leaked now, there's no doubt that you will be in grave danger. Grave danger? How powerful is the otherworldly demonic emperor? Xianxia asked. He was invincible among those beneath ancient sage, and while he was not too sure of the matter, it seemed like it was impossible for any cultivators to make a breakthrough to ancient sage anymore. With that, there should be no one on the Master Teacher continent who was more powerful than him. I'm afraid that the otherworldly demonic emperor's cultivation has already reached. Xianxia looked in the sky with an apprehensive frown on his face. Ancient sage. Ancient sage. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in shock, not daring to believe what he had heard. Didn't you say that it's impossible for anyone to make a breakthrough beyond ancient sage anymore? Previously, Xianxia had stated that it was no longer possible for anyone to make a breakthrough to ancient sage. Even he himself had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and the reason he had chosen to roam the world was to search for inspiration that could possibly allow him to make a breakthrough. Since that was the case, how could that otherworldly demonic emperor be so powerful? When I said that he has reached ancient sage, I fear that's only a conservative estimate on my part. Xianxia shook his head worriedly. There's a good chance that his cultivation is far higher than that. Seeing that Xianxia was confused by the seeming contradiction in his words, Xianxia paused for a moment before explaining. It's true that it's nigh impossible for cultivators to make a breakthrough to ancient sage, but the otherworldly demons are of a different level of existence from us humans. Given the difference in our constitutions, how they achieve a breakthrough is drastically different to how we break through, so I can't say for sure whether they are still able to make a breakthrough to ancient sage or not. However, I can tell you for certain that this particular otherworldly demonic emperor did not make a breakthrough in the last 10,000 years. What do you mean by that? Xianxia was still unable to make sense out of what he was hearing. If the otherworldly demonic emperor did not make a breakthrough in the recent 10,000 years, did that not mean that the other party had already been an ancient sage 10,000 years ago? But surely that could not be. As powerful as ancient sages were, there was still a limit to their lifespan. Otherwise, Xianxia and his disciples would not have disappeared without a trace either. In fact, I suspect that this otherworldly demonic emperor could very well be the same one that fought with Xianxia back then. Xianxia said with deeply narrowed eyes. The one that fought with Xianxia back then? To this, Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. But Xianxia departed from the continent tens of thousands of years ago, no? Was it really possible for the otherworldly demon emperor who had fought with Kong Shi tens of thousands of years ago to still be alive? In the first place, the otherworldly demons enjoy greater longevity than us humans, and they might have used some sort of secret art that allows them to hibernate for long periods of time. As such, we can't discount the possibility that this otherworldly demonic emperor is still alive. Xianxia explained. In fact, there are many powerhouses of the master-teacher continent that have lived through the ages in such a way as well. Those words immediately rose a great storm in Xianxia's heart. It seemed like he had underestimated the ancient sages. He had thought that once a person reached the limits of their lifespan, whether they were a human or an otherworldly demon, they had no choice but to accept his death. Who would have thought that there would actually be such a secret art to extend their lifespan? Then again, Vicious was the very embodiment of this. He had fought with Kong Shi back then, but even tens of thousands of years later, he had still successfully been brought back to life. He had no idea how powerful Vicious was in the otherworldly demonic tribe, but considering the high opinion that Xianxia had of that otherworldly demonic emperor, they should be of equal standing at the very least. Given so, it should not come as much of a surprise that this otherworldly demonic emperor was still alive. My guess is that this otherworldly demonic emperor has sneaked into the master-teacher continent for the great codex of spring and autumn. Currently, not even the master-teacher pavilion has been able to acquire any information concerning his whereabouts. As such, it would be best to remain prudent. You are only mankind's second celestial master-teacher, and if that otherworldly demon emperor catches wind of your existence, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to stop him with our current strength. Xianxia said worriedly. I understand. Xianxia nodded. Given that he had hidden his identity as the celestial master-teacher for so long, he had no qualms with keeping it a secret a little bit longer. Just that, he really did not expect the otherworldly demonic tribe to still have such a powerful expert among them. But if the otherworldly demonic emperor is that powerful, and the master-teacher continent no longer has any ancient sages, why hasn't the otherworldly demonic tribe conquered it yet? It's their dream, isn't it? Considering that mankind was already without Kong Shi and his disciples, it should not be too difficult for that ancient sage otherworldly demonic emperor to lead his men over to conquer the master-teacher continent once more. That should be the rational course of action, should it not? They have tried to invade the master-teacher continent many times, but it isn't as easy as that. While it's possible for the otherworldly demons to slip through the seals in the subterranean galleries, they have to pay a heavy price for that. As such, it isn't easy for them to amass their armies in the master-teacher continent. Xianxia explained. Furthermore, while no humans have been able to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage anymore, that doesn't mean that we don't have any ancient sages among us. What? Xianxia blinked blankly, not following Yangshir's words. If it was impossible to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage, how could there still be any human ancient sage cultivators in the world? Didn't I say it earlier? There are many powerhouses on the master-teacher continent that have used a secret art to survive through the ages. In fact, the reason even the master-teacher pavilion headquarters has to tread prudently around the Zhang clan is because the Zhang clan also has an ancient sage who survived in such a way. However, the ancient sages are in a state of hibernation most of the time, and only when the master-teacher continent is truly in danger will they be awakened. Xianxia replied. The Zhang clan also has an ancient sage? Xianxian was shocked. He had always thought that the strongest experts in the Zhang clan were Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Meng. Who could have thought that they would actually have such a powerful trump card? Indeed, this is one of the greatest secrets of the continent, and only 9-star master teachers are qualified to learn of the matter. Senior, I have to ask you not to speak of it lightly to others. Xianxia clasped his fist. Rest assured, I understand. Xianxian replied. The ancient sages of mankind are usually in a state of hibernation. They are woken only when there's a battle to be fought, and they return to hibernation right after. For every battle they undergo, their lifespan will be reduced significantly. Eventually, they will run out of time and breathe their last breath. Every single ancient sage is of the utmost importance to the safety of mankind, so we can't afford to wake any of them up in order to protect you. Since your identity as the Celestial Master Teacher hasn't been leaked yet, it would be best to keep it a secret for as long as we can. Furthermore, we still have no idea what the otherworldly demonic emperor looks like, where he currently is, and in what form the danger from him will manifest. Even if we had an ancient sage constantly following you around, it would still be difficult to guarantee your safety. Speaking up to this point, Xianxia suddenly paused for a moment as he looked at Xianxia earnestly. Any of us can die, but Senior, you must continue living. You are the Celestial Master Teacher, an existence on par with Xianxia. You are the hope of mankind. Whether mankind will be able to rise once more and enter another era of prosperity depends on you. Xianxia's heart jolted in astonishment. He did not think that Xianxia would have such a high opinion of him. He was silent for a moment before nodding. I understand. At the same time, he felt incredibly relieved that he had never revealed his identity as the Celestial Master Teacher carelessly. Otherwise, if he had really caught the eye of that otherworldly demonic emperor whom Xianxia had mentioned, he would probably have been killed in a heartbeat. Junior, you said earlier that this otherworldly demonic emperor has come for the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. Can you explain more about that matter? Xianxia asked. The Great Codex of Spring-Autumn was known to be the strongest artifact that Xianxia had created, and it wielded unimaginable capabilities. Previously, he had come across the Qingtian Emperor, who had been searching for the celestial amulet of legacy for this very purpose. As you might have heard, the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn is an unparalleled artifact that Xianxia left behind. It has the ability to affect the weather and control time. Before Xianxia left the continent, he placed the artifact in the Temple of Confucius in Tsufu 1. Unfortunately, no one knows the exact location of where the Temple of Confucius is. Countless master teachers have attempted to find it, but none of them succeeded. Legend has it that only by gathering all of the celestial amulets of legacy together will the road leading to the Temple of Confucius finally appear. However, a year ago we detected some spatial distortions in Tsufu, and someone reportedly witnessed a mirage of the Temple of Confucius. As soon as the news came out, it caused a huge commotion among the upper echelons of the Master Teacher continent. The Master Teacher Pavilion moved quickly to seal the news completely, but unfortunately, it seems like the otherworldly demonic tribe still managed to catch wind of it. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn is an unparalleled treasure, and if we successfully obtain it, we'll have a powerful weapon in our hands to protect ourselves. However, if the otherworldly demonic tribe obtains it instead, there's a good chance that they could use it to tear down the seals in the subterranean galleries and march back into the continent. If that happens, it would be a catastrophe, Xianxia said grimly. If it's an artifact that Xianxia forged, why did he choose to seal it in the Temple of Confucius instead of entrusting it to the Master Teacher Pavilion? Xianxia asked with a doubtful frown. Since it was a creation from Xianxia, it went without saying that he intended to pass it down to future generations so as to benefit mankind. Yet, instead of handing this artifact over to the Master Teacher Pavilion to use it, he chose to seal it up instead. This did not seem to make sense. I don't know the exact reason either. Most probably, we'll only know after entering the Temple of Confucius, Xianxia said. A matter concerning the Temple of Confucius was already way beyond what Xianxia could access. The matter had happened tens of thousands of years ago, and no matter how carefully the Master Teacher Pavilion passed down its heritage from one generation to the next, there was still bound to be some information that was withheld or lost in the process. With the limited information he knew, all he could do was speculate. And since it was just mere speculation, it would be better for him to hold his tongue than to spread uncertain information. On the other hand, seeing that Xianxia was uncertain of the matter, Xianxia decided to ask no more as well. The two of them chatted a while longer before Sword Saint Xing suddenly walked over and said, Xianxia, we are very thankful to you for helping us reunite with Xian'er. We wish to bring him back home now to acknowledge the ancestors. Would you be interested in following us along so as to witness the process? Xianxia nodded. I happen to have something that I have to do back at the Zhang clan. Let's head over together. Great. Let's set off then. Seeing that Xianxia was coming along as well, Sword Saint Xing inwardly heaved a sigh of relief before turning to Xianxia. We'll first be heading to the Glacier Plain Court to teleport to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters before teleporting to the Zhang clan. There's no need to go through that much trouble. I can just set up a teleportation formation straight back to the Zhang clan here, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. While the power from the droplet had already faded, with his current dimension sundering realm primary stage cultivation and the assistance from Yangshi and the Xingming Sword Saints, it would not be too difficult for him to construct another teleportation formation. In any case, he had been to the Zhang clan once before, so he knew its coordinates very well. As long as he calculated carefully, he should be able to arrive at the destination with pinpoint accuracy. That would be great. It was only after hearing those words that the crowd suddenly remembered the young man's ability to set up teleportation formations with a wave of his hand, and they quickly nodded in agreement. Before that, allow me to talk to my students a while first. Since Zhang Xian had already decided to head to the Zhang clan, there was no longer any need for him to hesitate. He quickly headed to where Xiaoya, Zhang Yang, and the others had gathered. Teacher. With the crisis resolved, they were no longer able to suppress the longing that they felt, and they quickly gathered around Zhang Xian in agitation. If not for their teacher, they would still have been living their lives groggily in the remote Tianxian kingdom. They would never have grown to become the formidable powerhouses that they were that day. They would never forget what their teacher had done for them. Not bad. Looking at the faces before him, Zhang Xian could not help but smile hearteningly. Those immature children that had waddled behind him in the past had become figures who could stand their own ground. There was indeed nothing constant in the world except for the passing of time. After chatting for a bit, Zhang Xian turned to the spear-wielding young man and asked, Zhang Yang, how did you manage to grow so quickly? Wei Ruyan had been able to advance her cultivation swiftly due to her innate poison constitution, and the same applied to Xiaoya, Lu Chong, and Yuan Tao as well. While Wang Ying did improve considerably, her strength was mainly derived from her spirit enchantment art and the puppet that she commanded. Yet, it was Zhang Yang, who only had hard work to count on, who had improved the quickest among them, such that even Ren Qingyuan would hesitate to face him. Teacher, I only managed to improve so quickly due to the Master Teacher Pavilion's Hall of Spring and Autumn, Zheng Yang replied honestly. Hall of Spring and Autumn? Zhang Xian muttered. It's a unique artifact of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and it's said to have been left behind by Kong Shi as well. It's somewhat similar to the blood reservoir of the Zhang clan, but it's more advanced than that. A year inside the Hall of Spring and Autumn translates to only the passing of a month outside. I spent a total of 3 months inside, which is equivalent to the passing of 3 years, with the Combat Master Hall generously supplying whatever I needed for my cultivation. Zheng Yang said. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. It was no wonder the other party had grown so much within just a couple of months, such that even Xiaoya and the others were not able to catch up to him. It turned out that the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters still had such a formidable artifact with them. With the slowing of time, Zhang Yang's diligence, the heritage of the Combat Master Hall, and the vast resources devoted to him, it was understandable that he had grown so quickly within such a short period of time. The Zhang clan's blood reservoir only allowed one to cultivate mentally, but the effects of the Hall of Spring and Autumn applied to the cultivator as a whole. Naturally, there was a vast difference in the effects as well. As they chatted and chatted, before they knew it, the sky had already begun to dim. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xian said, All of you are already leaders of your respective organizations, so you can't follow me as you did in the past anymore. Your people need you, so return to them. I'm not in any danger anymore, so there's no need to be worried about me. He knew that his students missed him and he missed them as well. However, their circumstances were different from before, and they could not afford to act willfully. They had each found their own way forward, so it was inevitable that their paths would have to diverge. We understand, but it's just that we can't bear to. The thought of separation after barely reuniting with one another made Zhao Ye's eyes redden slightly. She had thought that she would be able to remain with her teacher a little longer, but to think that they would have to separate so soon again. Zhao Ye, even though I have helped you reconstruct your meridians, Your foundations are still a little weak at the moment. Here is a cultivation technique manual that I have just written. Cultivate according to it, and it'll do you much good for your future cultivation. Xianxia, the heritage of the Combat Master Hall isn't too bad. But due to the swift advancement in your cultivation, you ended up incurring some traumas. I have a prescription over here. Get a skilled apothecary to forge the pills for you according to my prescription. Consume one a day for a week straight, and it should resolve the traumas that you have sustained and advance your cultivation further. Wang Ying, your talent is lacking in comparison to Xiaoye and the others, and you haven't been blessed with the same fortuitous encounter as Xianxia. Here are the cultivation technique manuals that I have compiled for you recently, as well as the insights I have regarding spirit enchantment. I'll entrust all of them to you, and as long as you practice them diligently, you should be able to improve quickly as well. Lu Chong, Wei Ruyan, Yuan Tao. Zhang Xian carefully went through the problems with each of his students' cultivation, but even after doing so, he still felt a little worried. Thus, he left several surges of Heaven's Path Jinqi in each of them before finally heaving a sigh of relief. They might have matured and grown even stronger than him, but somehow, he could not help but see them as children that needed taking care of. Teacher, since you are intending to head to the Luo clan very soon to seal your engagement, let's meet again in the Luo clan, Xianxia said with a smile. I'll bring a huge present then to celebrate the occasion. Indeed, how can we be absent for our teacher's marriage? Wei Ruyan chuckled softly. We'll definitely be there. Xiaoye and the others nodded in agreement. Seeing the earnest faces all around him, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly and said, All right, feel free to come if you want to, right? There's a matter that I need to entrust you all with. Lu Yang disappeared after leaving Qingyuan City, so I would like you to help me keep a lookout for him. If you find him, make sure that no danger befalls him. Recalling that disciple of his who had left to venture into the world, Zhang Xian could not help but feel a little worried. All right, the others nodded in agreement. While they had been chatting, the elders of the Spirit Awakener Guild had already moved the enchanted buildings back to where they belonged, and the experts of the Poison Hall had also cured the poison master teachers and released them. By the time that Zhang Xian parted with his students, night had fallen. Let's go! Knowing that Zhang Xian was not in a mood to chat, Sword Saint Meng did not bother him too much. She took out a bunch of grade 9 formation flags and passed them over. Taking the formation flags, Zhang Xian quickly calculated the coordinates of the Zhang clan and began constructing the teleportation formation. Due to his lacking cultivation, he still needed Xianxia's assistance before he finally activated the teleportation formation successfully. Who? The group vanished on the spot, and the next instant they were standing right before the Zhang clan's entrance formation. Usually you only address someone with if you are their senior and on close terms with them. In Yu Feier's case, though, simply part of her name. In the Luo clan, before a massive seal, a young lady pleaded with a desperate look on her face. Elder brother, please let me go. I'll come right back after saving him. With her black, silky hair and a delicate complexion that looked as if it would tear with a gust of wind, she was indescribably beautiful, almost as though a goddess that had descended to the mortal world. Words could not even begin to describe her ravishing looks. Standing before her was a young man in his early 30s, Luo Shenqing. You should abandon that thought, Yusin. The only reason I was allowed to return using the teleportation formation was to stop you from messing around. Looking into his younger sister's pleading eyes, Luo Xuanqing's heart ached a little. However, he still toughened his resolve and shook his head adamantly. He brought this upon himself. If he's able to survive the ordeal, I'll believe that he truly has the ability to marry you. However, there's no need for you to be too worried about him. Since the Master-Teacher Pavilion has gotten involved, I don't think that they will go too far. At the very most, they will only punish him harshly. There shouldn't be any threat to his life. Is that so? Hearing her elder brother's words, the young lady heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there's no danger to his life, I believe that he will be able to overcome the crisis eventually. Geez, I really don't know what kind of sorcery that lad used to charm you so. Staring at the infatuated look on his younger sister's face, Luo Xianqing could not help but shake his head. He had interacted with Xianxia on many occasions, so he had a clear idea about the means that the young man possessed. While he was formidable, faced against a behemoth like the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, it was unlikely that he would stand much of a chance. Even if there was no danger to the young man's life, chances were that he would be put through great suffering. He really could not understand why his younger sister had so much confidence in him. "It's not sorcery. I simply trust him," the young lady replied. "It doesn't matter whether you trust him or not. It's not as if you don't know our clan's resolve on this matter, and you should understand the severe implications that could arise from this matter. They won't allow you to marry anyone other than the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. There's no future between you and him." Luo Xianqing sighed as he lowered his gaze to the ground, not wanting to see his younger sister's disappointed face. The deeper the feelings his younger sister had for that fellow, the greater the disappointment she would eventually face. The marriage between the Zhang and the Luo clan would affect the Master-Teacher Pavilion, the Celestial Amulet of Legacy, and the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. They would not allow any problems to occur just because of her personal feelings. I know that there's no future between me and him. As long as he's safe, I'll be content," the young lady replied quietly as she hugged her knees to her body. Geez. Luo Xianqing wanted to knock some sense into his younger sister, but seeing the forlorn look on her face, he really could not bring himself to put her down any more than that. She had always been lonely despite the crowds of people that swarmed around her. It had not been easy for her to find someone whom she truly liked. Even if there was nothing but tragedy in the end, perhaps it might be good to allow her to live in the moment. In that moment of heavy silence between the two of them, flurried footsteps sounded from the distance, and soon, a figure could be seen rushing over. "Young master, little princess." Upon catching a clearer sight of the figure, Luo Xianqing anxiously asked, "Elder Qingxin, what's wrong?" He was none other than the Luo clan expert who had threatened Zhang Xin back in Qingyuan City, Luo Qingxin. At this moment, his face was flushed red in agitation, as if he had heard some news that even he had difficulty believing. "Young master, I have been keeping a close eye on the situation over in the Empire Alliance, and I have just received some news from my men there. After Xianxia was cornered by the experts of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, there should have been no way that he could have escaped. However, at the crucial moment, his students appeared," Luo Qingxin reported. "His students? Are you referring to Wang Ying and the others?" the young lady asked anxiously. "That's right. The first one to arrive was the head of the Poison Hall, followed by a Soul Oracle, the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild." As he reported the news that he had just received, Luo Qingxin could not help but gulp unconsciously. He had verified the matter again and again, but still, he could not help but find it too incredible to be true. "You are telling me that the students that fellow took in have become the head of the Poison Hall, the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, the master of the Combat Master Hall, the head of the Yuan clan?" Luo Xianqing widened his eyes in disbelief. Those were major powers that did not pale much in comparison to the Luo clan, and yet they were all headed by his students. Was Zhang Xian not only a phantasmal space realm cultivator himself? How could his students be so formidable? That isn't all. Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Meng from the Zhang clan also arrived shortly afterward, Luo Changxin continued. After fighting an intense battle with Zhang Shi, Sword Saint Xing admitted his defeat and said that. Seeing how Luo Changxin was stuttering to no end, Luo Xianqing frowned in displeasure. What did he say? He said that Zhang Shi was actually his son. In other words, he's the young prodigy who hasn't appeared all this time, Luo Changxin exclaimed with eyes widened in disbelief. When he first saw this piece of news, he had thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He had needed to carefully read it 8 times and verify it again and again before he was able to confirm that there was no mistake. Nevertheless, he still could not help but feel as if he was in a dream when speaking of it. It was simply too unbelievable. It had not been easy for the little princess to find someone whom she fancied, but the heavy responsibility that she shouldered had made it impossible for them to come together. Yet, who would have thought that her fiancé would turn out be the person whom she fancied? What did you say? Luo Xianxia fell into a daze. The little princess body also stiffened upon hearing those words. Her voice quivered in disbelief as she asked, "Did you say that Xianxia is the young prodigy of the Zhang clan?" "Yes. I have verified the information many times, so there can't be any mistake with it. I've heard that our first elder is rushing back to the clan because of the matter, and I believe it won't be long before news spreads all around our clan." Luo Xianxia nodded in agitation. He was the old butler of the little princess, and he had been taking care of her ever since she was young. Due to that, he had a clear idea of what her temperament was like. It was precisely out of worry for her that he secretly went to look for Zhang Xian in order to warn him. He had thought that since it was impossible for them to get together, it would be better to sever their relationship as quickly as possible so as to lessen the pain. However, when he found out that the little princess could really be together with the person whom she liked, the excitement and delight that he felt was no less than what the two people in question felt. To this, that fellow is actually the young prodigy. Unable to contain his agitation, Luo Xianxia punched the air excitedly. In his head, the image of the young prodigy whom he had hated with a passion slowly overlapped together with Zhang Xian's figure, and soon, an indescribable sense of joy rippled through his body, washing away all of his fatigue. The reason he hated the young prodigy previously was because he knew that his younger sister was likely to suffer in this political marriage. Marrying someone whom she did not love, she could come to regret it for life. However, if Zhang Xian was the young prodigy, that would no longer be the case. They had mutual feelings for one another, and as an elder brother, it went without saying that his younger sister finding her own happiness was something that was worth celebrating. Zhang Shi, upon learning that the person whom she was engaged with was actually the person whom she fancied, the worries and hesitation that had plagued the young lady in recent days were suddenly swept clean. Before she knew it, her vision blurred. Tears were already streaming down her face. With this engagement between them, she would finally be able to be with him openly. There was no need for her to be afraid of anything anymore. All of a sudden, she remembered something and hurriedly wiped away her tears. She turned to Luo Xianxia and asked nervously, "How did he react after learning that he's the young prodigy of the Zhang clan?" "It goes without saying that he's overjoyed. It seems like he has even made a promise with our first elder that after acknowledging the ancestors of the Zhang clan, he will immediately head over to ask for your hand in marriage," Luo Xianxia said. "He's heading over to ask for my hand in marriage?" The young lady's face instantaneously turned bright red, but her brilliant eyes reflected deep expectations for the future ahead. "I'll be waiting." As a newly promoted empire, the Shenyuan Empire did not stand out among the many empires. However, it was one of the few empires that were extremely successful at attracting talents all over the world, allowing it to develop at an incredible pace. In just half a year, it had already become one of the more outstanding Tier 2 empires, well beyond the League of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. At this very moment, Empress Mou was seated on her royal throne, assessing the crowd beneath her regally. "Don't you all have a lot of opinions usually? Why aren't any of you speaking today?" One of the officials stepped forward and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, we can't afford to interfere recklessly in this matter. If we help Zhang Shi, that would be equivalent to opposing the Master-Teacher Pavilion. That could very well revert our newly promoted empire back into a mere kingdom. I disagree with Minister Chen's viewpoint. Were it not for Zhang Shi, our Shenyuan kingdom never would have been successfully promoted into an empire. If we remain silent while our benefactor is being insulted by others, how will our people view us?" said another official as he stepped forward. "I am of the same opinion as Censor Li's opinion. If it had been another master teacher, we might still have been able to turn a blind eye to the matter, but it's Zhang Shi that we are talking about over here. Back then, he went to great lengths in order to develop our Shenyuan kingdom into an empire. So we can't simply leave him in the lurch now that he's in need of help. That would chill the hearts of our people. Given our strength, what can we possibly do for Zhang Shi? Do you think that our Xianyuan Empire has the power to oppose a decision made by the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters? We'll only be destroyed. Even if we can't do anything much, I don't want others to view our Xianyuan Empire as an ungrateful country that forgets its benefactors. Even if you wish to repay the debt, you can't just drag our entire Xianyuan Empire into the flames like that. Enough! Looking at the chaos below, Empress Mou abruptly rose to her feet and bellowed, Xianxia must be saved. This is my decision. Censor Li, I want you to start a petition using my name and rally everyone in the empire who is indebted to Xianxia. So what if the other party is the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters? If they have made a mistake, we ought to speak up against them. Yes. Hearing that the Empress had already made her decision, the arguing officials lowered their heads subserviently, not daring to argue anymore. Your Majesty! Just as Censor Li was about to begin drafting a petition, a fully armored general rushed into the palace and anxiously reported. I have just received news that Xianxia has managed to resolve the crisis and is fine. You said that Xianxia is fine? Mou hurriedly took the letter that the other party was passing over and opened it. Slowly, her eyes widened in disbelief. Xianxia is actually the head of one of the premier sage clans, the Zhang clan? And Xiaoya is the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, wielding strength that even Pavilion Master Ren had trouble dealing with. That lass, Wang Ying, has become the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild. Zhengyang is the new progeny of the Combat Master Hall, and that fatty Yuan Tao had actually become the head of the Yuan clan. Even Lu Chong has grown into a Master Soul Oracle, capable of standing his ground against 9-star Master Teachers. Mou could not help but wonder in her heart, if I had relinquished my royalty and followed him back then, would I have already become a top-notch expert of the continent, too? Back then, Xiaoya, Wang Ying, Zhengyang, and the others had been far weaker than her, not even coming close to being a match for her. Yet, in the short span of a single year, they had become figures whom she could only look up to. She had known all along that it was only a matter of time before someone of Xianxia's caliber rose to the top. But who could have thought that even his students would become experts standing at the zenith of the continent as well? It's a pity, but it seems like I have already missed my opportunity to do so. Mou lowered her head with a hint of sorrow in the depths of her eyes. She had viewed being the Empress of the Xianyuan Empire as a great honor, but it was becoming apparent that even this honor might not come close to being a humble student behind Zhang Xian. Mou shook her head and muttered, It looks the Master Teacher continent will be Xianxia's in the future. White clouds drifted amid the mountain range. By a mountain stream, a young lady was seated atop a small boulder with a worried look in her eyes. Yufei. Shortly after leaving Qingyuan City, Yufei stumbled by 9-star Master Teacher Ji Ruochen and became her student. Junior. Our teacher told me to bring this letter to you. A young man suddenly flew over from the distance and placed an envelope in her hand. Yufei anxiously tore it open, and upon swiftly browsing through it, her body stiffened in shock. If he's the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, doesn't that mean that? Indeed, Junior. Zhang Xian is indeed a person of great talent. Not only does he possess extraordinary abilities, all of his students are outstanding. Even our teacher is filled with respect and praise for him, the young man exclaimed in agitation. It won't be long before his name is known throughout the entire continent. Why, yes, you're right, Yufei replied with a dazed look on her face, seemingly contemplating something deeply. In the Jiang clan, a middle-aged man turned around with a flabbergasted look on his face after hearing an elder's report. You said that Zhang Xian single-handedly fended off the pursuers from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and in the blink of an eye, he became the head of the Zhang clan. Furthermore, his students are also powerhouses of the continent, possessing great power, too. That's right, clan head. Prepare some gifts and send them over to the Zhang clan to congratulate them for finding their son. Wait, they are intending to head to the Luo clan to ask for the little princess hand in marriage, right? Deliver the presents straight to the Luo clan and relay my blessings to them. No, that won't do either. The middle-aged man waved his hand grandly. I shall make a trip personally. In the Mu clan, Mu Yuan had been kneeling outside the manor, not moving in the slightest. In order to be accepted back into his clan, he had been kneeling on the spot for 10 days straight, but not a single person had bothered to pay him any heed. Even when he tried to beg with the butler, the latter had simply disregarded him. He had never faced such treatment back when he was still a genius from the Mu clan. However, he could not complain about it. He knew that he was the one who had done wrong back then. As long as the Mu clan was willing to take him back, putting aside 10 days, he would wait for as long as he needed. Enduring the fatigue in his body, Mu Yuan gritted his teeth tightly. Jia. Just as he was about to reach his limit, the massive doors of the Mu clan suddenly creaked open, and the head of the Mu clan rushed out. Quick! Get up! The clan head quickly walked over to Mu Yuan to support him up before feeding him a recovery pill. As soon as he swallowed the pill, Mu Yuan immediately felt incredible energy coursing through his body. In an instant, the fatigue that he had accumulated over the past few days vanished without a trace. This is a grade 9 pill? Mu Yuan jolted in alarm. Even when he was still a genius of the Mu clan, he had not been qualified to consume such pills. Yet, after his heinous deeds, the head of the Mu clan had still fed such a pill to him. Mu Yuan, I have looked through your experiences over those years, and I noticed that you were under Xianxia's care for some time. All right, I'll allow you to return to the Mu clan and grant you a suitable position within the clan. Xianxia will be heading to the Luo clan to ask for the little princess hand in marriage. So I want you to head over in representation of our Mu clan and present him with our congratulatory gifts. The clan head said with a smile. Xianxia? Which Xianxia? Mu Yuan was a little overwhelmed by the situation. Who else could I be referring to other than Zhang Xian? You probably haven't heard yet. He's actually the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, as well as its clan head. The clan head replied. Xianxia has become the head of the Zhang clan, and he's actually the young prodigy at that? Mu Yuan was stunned. All of a sudden, he understood the reason behind the clan head's abrupt change in attitude. It turned out that the turning point of the matter was his link with Xianxia. It was Xianxia who had changed the course of his destiny. The same scene was playing out among most powers in the top echelons of the master-teacher continent. On that day, there was a name that was imprinted in the minds of those all across the master-teacher continent. Everyone had come to know of the master-teacher named Zhang Xian. Some were delighted to learn of the matter, some despaired after hearing about it, and some were simply nonchalant, but without a doubt, his name would continue to resound on the master-teacher continent for many years to come. Seeing the newly repaired buildings and halls before him, Sword Saint Xing exclaimed with a smile, "We're home!" It should have been the same Zhang clan as before, but it did not seem that way to Zhang Xian anymore. A few days ago, when he came over, the only thought on his mind had been to teach the young prodigy a lesson and give the Zhang clan a piece of his mind. However, when he learned that the young prodigy was actually him and the Zhang clan that he had hated all along was actually his clan, honestly, he still was not too sure how he should feel about the matter. If only I'd found you earlier, this mess wouldn't have occurred. Recalling the tragedy that he had witnessed when he returned to the Zhang clan back then, Sword Saint Xing could not help but shake his head. With Zhang Xian's current standing, no member of the Zhang clan would dare oppose him anymore. However, due to the events before, it was inevitable that most members of the Zhang clan would have some reservations or even bear hostility toward him. Isn't this fine, too? Sword Saint Meng harumphed coldly. Your Zhang clan has grown arrogant over the years, acting all high and mighty just because of that number 1 sage clan title. I have always despised that of the Zhang clan. I'd say that our Xianer did well stirring them up a little. That will make them learn that the bloodline that they are so proud of is not even worth mentioning. Sword Saint Xing knew better than to argue with his hot-tempered wife at this moment, so he could only shake his head helplessly and concede defeat. Yes, my dear, you are always right. With Sword Saint Xing at the lead, the group managed to proceed ahead without any impediment, and very soon, they arrived at the Zhang clan's conference hall. This was where Zhang Xian had clashed with the first elder several days ago. The buildings that had been destroyed in that encounter had already been repaired, and they looked exactly the same as before, betraying no signs of the devastation that had occurred just a few days ago. Noticing the doubtful look on Zhang Xian's face, Sword Saint Xing discreetly explained through Jinshi telepathy. Your mother has rampaged in the Zhang clan a few times in the past, destroying quite a number of buildings each time. For that, the Zhang clan has specially employed a group of landscapers to conduct emergency repairs whenever required. Hearing that his mother was actually a harbinger of destruction as well, Zhang Xian's face twitched slightly. To be honest, the destruction that he caused was always circumstantial. Unlike his mother's intentional actions, it was always due to a series of coincidences coming together in an unfortunate manner that resulted in tragedy for him. Welcoming the return of our deputy clan head and the young prodigy. As soon as they stepped into the hall, Zhang Xian heard a voice echoing from within. Lifting his head, he saw the elders of the Zhang clan standing within, waiting patiently for their arrival. Sword Saint Xing nodded to acknowledge the greeting before walking straight to the main seat. Under normal circumstances, with Xianxia standing, he should have been accorded the highest seat in the room. However, due to him acknowledging Zhang Xian as his senior, that put the Xingming Sword Saints a generation above him, so he could only make do with the seat at the very back. Sword Saint Xing looked at the elders before him and said, I believe that all of you should have heard by now that Zhang Xian is the young prodigy of our Zhang clan, who went missing 20 years ago. Since he has finally returned to our Zhang clan, I'll have to trouble you all to prepare the tributes and make arrangements for the acknowledgement ritual. Tomorrow morning, we'll first pay respects to the ancestors before holding the inauguration ceremony. Inauguration ceremony? Clan head. Do you mean to say that you intend to pass down the clan head position to the young prodigy tomorrow? Isn't that a little too fast? The elders were caught off guard by the sudden announcement. With the return of the young prodigy, it was only a matter of time before Sword Saint Xing passed down his position to him. However, this was a little too rushed. Zhang Xian had only just returned to the Zhang clan, so he was unlikely to know anything about the current state of affairs surrounding it. Was he really in a good position to be making the final calls in the Zhang clan? If anything, it seemed like he would only lead the Zhang clan into a spiral of decline. Someone from the crowd suddenly bellowed, I oppose it! The gazes in the room swiftly turned toward the source of the objection, and following that, the first elder Zhang Wuheng stepped out from the crowd. Upon seeing that it was him, Sword Saint Xing frowned. He had ordered Zhang Wuheng to return to the Zhang clan to accept his punishment, but who could have thought that he would actually attend this elder conference? Speak. What's the reason behind your objection? Sword Saint Xing asked with narrowed eyes. It had not been easy for him to get his son back, and he was planning on making up the 20 years of absence to his son. Yet, who could have thought that someone would oppose his decision at this point in time? This made him extremely displeased. Clan head. I don't mean to be rude, but the position of clan head has always been inherited by the offspring with the purest bloodline. Zhang Xian might be your son and the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, but his Zhang clan bloodline is already undetectable. Under such circumstances, I believe that he's unqualified to inherit the position of clan head, Zhang Wuheng said calmly. His Zhang clan bloodline is undetectable? Does that mean that the blood of the Zhang clan doesn't run in his veins? First elder, what does that mean? The other elders were taken aback by the news. Back then, Zhang Wuchen had moved discreetly under Zhang Wuheng's orders to test Zhang Xian's bloodline in the blood reservoir. So other than the two of them and the Xingming Sword Saints, no one else was aware of the matter. Elder Wuchen, why don't you report the results of your investigation to everyone here? Zhang Wuheng gestured grandly. Yes, First Elder. Zhang Wuchen walked to the front of the crowd before continuing. When Zhang Xian was in our Zhang clan a few days ago, I had a hunch that he could be the young prodigy, so I secretly took him into the blood reservoir to test his bloodline. However, very soon, Zhang Wuchen went through the details of what he had seen in the blood reservoir. Without the Zhang clan bloodline, he can't even be considered a member of the Zhang clan. How can such a person be our clan head? A huge uproar broke out amid the crowd after hearing the ins and outs of the matter. They had tested the bloodline of the young prodigy when he was born, and the sheer purity of his bloodline shocked the entire clan. It was in view of this that they had unanimously nominated him to be their clan head despite his young age. However, when he returned 20 years later, there was not the slightest drop of the Zhang clan bloodline in his veins. How could they still accept him as their clan head? The Zhang clan bloodline is the very symbol of authority in our Zhang clan. Since our clan head has already verified the matter, I don't doubt that Zhang Xian is indeed an offspring of our Zhang clan. However, if he has lost his Zhang clan bloodline, I'm afraid that it would be contrary to the teachings of our ancestors to make him our clan head. Zhang Wuheng clasped his fist and bowed deeply. I am opposing this for the sake of our Zhang clan. Clan head, I beseech you to reconsider your decision. You! Sword Saint Xing's complexion turned incomparably awful after hearing Zhang Wuheng's words. After all the trouble that he had gone through to find his son, he had thought that everything would swiftly fall back into place. Yet, who could have thought that Zhang Wuheng would be able to stop him so easily? The reason that Zhang Wuheng had given was simple but powerful. There was indeed a rule in the Zhang clan's teachings stating that only offspring who had achieved a certain level of purity in their bloodline would be qualified to become the clan head. Considering how his son did not have the slightest bit of the Zhang clan bloodline running through his veins, there was no legitimacy to him becoming the clan head. What do you propose then? Sword Saint Xing spat coldly as he stared piercingly at Zhang Wuheng. What I propose is very simple. We'll nominate the offspring whose bloodline has reached the mark to become our next clan head. Zhang Wuheng replied with a grand wave of his hand. Even my bloodline hasn't reached the level of purity required to become the clan head. Who else in the clan could possibly have met the mark? Sword Saint Xing narrowed his eyes coldly. It was apparent that Zhang Wuheng was intentionally making things difficult for them. He currently possessed the purest bloodline in the Zhang clan, with the exception of his son 20 years ago, but still, he had not reached the level of purity required to be inaugurated as a true clan head. Given so, who else could possibly meet the mark? Clearly, Zhang Wuheng was cooking up this fuss just to stop Zhang Xian from becoming the next clan head. Clan head, just because your bloodline hasn't reached the required level of purity doesn't mean that no one else's has. I have already found someone in the clan whose bloodline purity reaches the mark and, perhaps, far exceeds it even. Zhang Wuheng burst into hearty laughter as he raised his hand and gestured. Come in. Who? Following which, a figure slowly walked into the hall. I have already tested his bloodline, and I am certain that it meets the mark required to become the clan head. In fact, in terms of sheer purity, he's on par with even the young prodigy back then. If he isn't qualified to become the clan head, no one else is. Zhang Wuheng raised his hand and shrouded the figure with his energy, following which a brilliant burst of light shone from the figure. What formidable purity this is! Everyone in the hall narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Even amid the blinding light, they could feel that the energy harnessed in the other party's bloodline far exceeded theirs, almost as if the searing sun. Even Sword Saint Xing could not help but frown upon seeing this. He could sense that the other party's bloodline was far stronger than his, such that they were not even on the same level as one another. His bloodline has exceeded every single one of us here, and I believe none of you should have any doubt that he has already met the mark required to become the clan head. I presume that none of you will have any objections to him becoming the clan head, right? Zhang Wuheng gazed at the astounded crowd and laughed triumphantly. But at this moment Zhang Xian suddenly spoke up. Come here. Upon seeing Zhang Xian interjecting at this critical moment, Zhang Wuheng lashed out furiously. Zhang Xian, you might be the young prodigy, but without the slightest droplet of our Zhang clan bloodline in your veins, I'm afraid that you don't have a say here. Our Zhang clan is currently in the midst of nominating our next clan head, so I'll have to ask an outsider like you to hold your tongue. But before he could finish his words, the figure who had just walked in hurriedly strode over to Zhang Xian and kneeled to the floor. Zhang Jiuxiao pays respect to teacher. The figure who had just entered the hall was none other than Zhang Jiuxiao. Rise. Zhang Xian reached out to fondle Zhang Jiuxiao's head lightly before turning an amused gaze toward Zhang Wuheng. With an impassive voice, he asked, First Elder, can you repeat what you said earlier? I'm afraid that I didn't catch your words clearly.